Okay, here we go. Recording is on. Patch notes are live. Here we go. Welcome everyone to the final day of our pre-patch blog post hype week. Over the last year, we have been working on a very large number of improvements for last Epoch alongside the addition of the multiplayer beta. With all these changes stored up, we have a lot of notes. This is 13 pages, so they really do. And changes ready for you to look over. Because of the sheer number of these notes, we decided to release them a few days earlier than we usually would in order to provide a chance to read through the areas you might be interested in and prepare for patch day. Preparation of the launch of the new client on March 9th, we will be taking the current login servers offline approximately 4 hours before the patch launch in order to migrate accounts to the new servers. This will not transfer any characters of the progression, just getting everyone set up to be able to log into the new servers. So 4 hours-ish before, we won't be able to play. That's good to know. Due to the size of the patch notes, I highly recommend using the provided table of contents and top of page links to navigate the patch notes. Oh, we're just going to go through them all. I mean, I'm not going to like cover every one line by line and give you comments on it, but I'm going to at least gloss over everything on here. And then anything important like balance changes, we will cover a lot more closely. Okay. Oh, wow. Wait. Ah. I see how they did this. Okay. Okay. 4 hours? That could extend to 12 hours. Migrating stuff is dodgy in server world. Yeah, here's the hoping it doesn't. Because that would really suck if they're just like, oh, oops. 8 hour delay because we couldn't migrate quite as quickly as we wanted to. All right, multiplayer. We all know about this for the most part. So let's we'll kind of gloss over this. You can party with your friends. 4 players can be in your party. Can't use skills in towns anymore. That sucks, but that is what it is. Loot is instanced, so you get your own personal loot. We knew all that. Enemies scale higher health only. That's all they get. Everything else is the same. All right, cool. We're done now. Item gifting. We would have been mad about this like a month ago. We're not mad about this anymore. We're gonna have item gifting. And you're gonna be able to gift to your friends anything that drops while you're in the party with your friends. Well, not everything, not crafting materials, but other stuff you can gift. There's not gonna be any further trade functionality. 4.9, but there will be in the future, and it's gonna be pretty awesome, or at least it looks pretty awesome. Awesome enough that other content creators from other games are currently quite jealous of this system. So here's to hoping they can nail it and keep them jealous. All right, cosmetics functionality was supposed to be in. It didn't make it. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. So we'll not include the MVP of the MTX store. However, some functionality support will be set up, including the online cosmetics panel. As the appearance tab is only available for online characters, legacy cosmetics will not be available for offline characters. So legacy cosmetics have been moved to online, which is... That'll be interesting to people who bought supporter packs early. Will they be upset about that if they want to play offline? Doesn't affect me. It's fine. You'll still be able to equip legacy cosmetics for online characters. We also want to take this opportunity to reinforce that we will not be selling any MTX which offers character power, and that the future are card cosmetics unless you plug strictly cosmetic offerings. This is good. It should have been slightly stronger. They've said this many times before, so I don't believe this is a shift or anything. I just think it was like they just didn't add it. Should say any offer character power or convenience, because that has been their stance for ever. And this part here says strictly cosmetic offerings does cover that, but if they want to make like super sure, they should add in here character power or cosmetics. MTX Riot, yeah. Okay, Monolith of Fate multiplayer. The person who selects which echo to load is the host. Any other players are guests. I can cover this real simply. If you access it, you have your web, and then you choose what you want. And if you don't, then you get a choice between 2 at the end, 2 rewards if you don't die. Let's see, is there anything else in here? Yeah, you get timeline stability and access that timeline in normal difficulty if they don't have access, which means you'd also get it unempowered if you're not empowered. So when the host unlocks a new timeline, guests will also unlock it. So that's pretty big, because otherwise, you know, that would really suck. Guests will not receive the host pick echo reward. Instead, they're going to get to choose between their own 2 choices. This was done after some feedback that told them this is a really bad idea to do it this way, because now we can just like split farm and everyone goes their separate way and opens up a bunch of really valuable echoes, and then we all meet together to open up all those echoes, and that's not true multiplayer. So there's a reason why this happens. Okay, when defeating a title boss, and participating guests and multiplayer have necessary stability consumed in order to receive boss rewards. This is a good change. It wasn't like this before. It was intended to do, but it hadn't been done yet, so that's really good. So you can't like get 4 times the amount of boss kills if you're in a party. If the guest does not have enough stability, they will not receive these rewards. The host will see the number of guests with insufficient stability when choosing to start a timeline boss encounter. So make sure you have your stability before they start it. A party can only have 1 echo active at once. All players leave the echo and then a new one can be opened. Monolith gameplay all occurs on the same server for a party, so that load times will be shorter than in the rest of the game, which is good because load times at least were really bad. Oh, you wings nerf, huh? Have you even played the game now? Don't go ahead of me, man. Don't go ahead of me. Echo layout changes. There's 7 new monolith echo layouts. Flooded Cavern no longer appears in the non-empowered versions, so it's only in the empowered. I don't know why. Arid Waste no longer shows up in the non-empowered versions. Again, I don't know why. Canyon Stronghold, same thing. At least for 2 timelines. Necropolis Streets. You read the entire thing already? There's no way you actually read the entire thing. There's no way. Necropolis Streets no longer shows up in the non-empowered versions of Fall the Outcast Blood. Yeah. So some of these just aren't showing up in those. Solarum Ascent, which is a long one that kind of makes sense. No spoilers, you bet. Yeah, no spoilers. Hashtag no spoilers. Alpine Hall's got some changes. Northern sections of the zone are now more connected. Increased spawner density. It's now less biased against placing spawners in tight spaces, such as the quarters between large rooms. I will tell you now, this makes some difference, but not nearly enough to run this. Still, tell Alpine Halls to F off. You don't want anything to do with it. It's way too big. It needs to be reduced by like 50% in size. It's way too big. What's up, Zeal? How you doing, man? So, you've been warned. Alpine Halls might be better. It's still not good. It's still gonna suck. Also, Alpine Halls is so big. All the big ones are taking a massive amount of time to load. At least they were on the test. I don't think that's changed. And so if you pick a large one, you're going to spend a long time in the load screen. Oh, you read the balance in CDR. Okay. Gotcha. Fixed unreachable shrines in the Magellan Catacombs and the Arid Waste Echo layout. Okay. Enemy mod compatibility changes. So, let's see. So this is like mods that they can get on them. Non-empowered is the same. Crit chance mod can now only roll in Blood, Frost, and Death and follow the Empire and empowered timelines. Interesting. That's weird. Unfortunate too, because that's like one that you can actually, you know, you can actually gear for. Rare monster shock chance modifier now only roll ending the storm. Rare monster cooldown recovery modifier can now only roll in the Black Sun. Follow the Empire Rain Dragon. So these are all the easier ones. So they're just like, well, we're just gonna make it even harder on you. Rare monster health regen modifier now only Rain of Dragons in powered timelines. Again, these are the easy ones, so you can't use them anymore to, you know, not get rolled by massive amounts of damage or take forever to kill anything. So I don't see these so far as like a positive. These are a negative to me because if they want to do this, they need to add in more modifiers that are not horrible or to reduce the amount of damage that certain modifiers do. Something. This is not so far a positive to me at all. The rare monster health and damage modifier can now only roll in Fall the Outcast, Stolen Lands, Black Sun. Rare monster crit chance until approached only rolls in Fall the Outcast, Blood, Frost, and Death, and ending the storm. Yep, no change on what he said there. Those are not spoilers, and they mentioned those at the top of the page. They did. Oh, okay. You mean like where do they mention those? Item changes. I don't see those mentioned. Give it to the faction system. There's no faction system in 0.9. Sorry. Under general. General. I don't know why I'm looking so hard. This isn't really important. General balance thingy. I don't see no general balance thingy. Where are you seeing this? General skill changes. It doesn't matter. We'll get to it. So that's not important. Okay. Enemy type availability. Removed frostworm bosses. They were still in the game. I thought they were removed. Goliath can spawn as a random echo boss in the Stolen Lands, Ending the Storm, Reign of Dragons, and the Age of Winter with slightly different teleport and summon mechanics. New mini boss in the monolith. The Emperor's Remains now spawns as a monolith boss also. It can spawn all versions of the Black Sun, Fall of the Empire, Last Ruin. They were moved to timeline that no one did. Of course they were. That makes sense, actually. Added a new random echo boss, Void Fuse Sorcerer, which is based on Panion's students and can spawn in all versions of Black Sun, Storm, and Last Room. And this stuff I think is good. You know, the first one is like, hey, we don't have a lot of variety in our modifiers. Let's reduce variety. No, obviously not great. This one is, we don't have a lot of variety in our bosses, our mini bosses. Let's increase them. That's how you do it. When you have less variety than you need, you increase the variety, not reduce it. So this is a good change. Do you miss anything good? No, not really, no. Let's see. Version of phase 1 of the Scalebane Guild Leader can now spawn as a random echo boss. A version of phase 2 can now spawn as an echo boss. Bone Pyres, previously only found in ash covered Angelica, can spawn in the empowered versions. Volcanic Pyromancers can spawn. Undead Wengari can now spawn in certain timelines. A version of the Lightning Dragons from Dragon's Grotto can spawn in powered versions. Version of Grail from the Frozen Harbor can spawn. They're all just extra, basically mini bosses. I think they're mostly all mini bosses, if not all of them. Oracle of Black Sun, Fallen Haruspic's boss from the Dark Ascent can spawn. And a version of the new Temple Guardian can spawn as a random echo boss. So, and some of these are only empowered. This is all good though. This is like some of these bosses might suck to fight, but this is generally a good thing that they're doing that. You were driving. You continue driving. Other changes: the damaging areas created by the hearts in the Emperor of Corpses encounter will now despawn when the boss is defeated. That's good. It couldn't kill you anyway, but it would scare you. Fixed a bug where patrolling Infernal Husks did not move. That would have been a good thing, actually. Fixed a bug where Undead Wengari could sometimes spawn too close to players entering an echo. Trance of the Siren's Blessing grants 10 to 14% increased shock duration from 5 to 9% increased shock effect. That's weird. They put a blessing change in there. Grand Trance of the Siren Blessing grants 15 to 22% shock duration from 10 to 16% increased shock effect. By the way, those are, most people didn't take those. Very few people would have taken those. They weren't very good to begin with. Nobody should take those now. Like, you do not need shock duration on any build ever. Like, those are now god awful F tier blessings. They were basically pretty close to F tier before. They're definitely F tier now. When Johnson spawns an echo boss, that'd be cool. Made a polish pass, hard to say, on all quest echo zones, improving visuals. The arenas for the Emperor of Corpses and Void Heart and fights receive some of the largest changes. That'll be cool. What's up, Hunter? Significantly updated the visuals for Serpentine Desert Echoes. Minor visual updates have happened in almost all other echo layouts. Improved music variety in random echoes. Added several newer tracks to the pool of random echo world music. I was actually listening to some of the music they've added a few days ago, and it's pretty good. Like, it is better than what they had before. It doesn't matter, echo bosses are easy. Dungeons, all right. Everybody's favorite. A party will use 1 key per run to enter the dungeon. That's not necessarily good, but it is what it is. All players participating in the dungeon run must be in the starting zone before the key is used. The first player that clicks on the door to the boss arena at the end of the dungeons will bring up a prompt for all players. You can vote to move on to the boss fight or to stay behind and then leave or join later. You cannot use a player portal to go to party members within a dungeon if you are outside the dungeon. Party members that either die in the dungeon or leave the dungeon run via waypoint, player portal, or town portal cannot re-enter. Lightless Arbor boss fight. The aim here is to reduce the one-shot potential of phase 1 of the fight while maintaining high importance of avoiding telegraph attacks. But phase 1's easy. Compensate for not being able to get potions by hitting the boss, unlike other boss fights. Okay, that's good. That actually is good. The Titans spawn in Mountain Roots, drop potions 150% more frequently. Falling rocks deal 11% less. Okay, that's the little ones that drop. That's actually good, because those did too much damage. They weren't, a lot of builds couldn't really like truly avoid them because they're so fast. That's not bad. The last Titan's punch attack deals 67% less damage, but now applies a guaranteed 2-second stun. Ew. I hate 2-second stuns. Titan spawns deal 6% more damage. Okay. Titan spawn melee attacks no longer called explosion in the death recap. When killed by a mountain's root, the death recap will say from mountain's root rather than just from mountain's root. Someone got something new? What? Don't go ahead of me, Hunter. Stay with me. I don't know how it's gonna play out. It's like fine. I don't see a lot of changes there really. Vaults of Uncertain Fate. Only one player can use the Vaults of Uncertain Fate in multiplayer. Other players will get a small amount of rare items and shards per chest opened. Items from the system can still be gifted like normal. Did they destroy it? Did they actually ruin it instead of fixing it? Cost of each Vault of Uncertain Fate choice is now capped at 100 million gold. Here's a technically possible the value roll over. Really? You can make it roll over? No one figured that out, huh? That change doesn't look good for multiplayer. We've been saying, guys, just make it so everyone has their own vault. 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 And if you make it everyone has their own vault, then it'll be good because everyone will have their own vault, and that's good. So everyone should have their own vault. But apparently what they're doing is they're saying, okay, one person gets to do the vault, and then everyone else gets like some random shit based upon just the number of chests open and nothing else. So why the fuck would you want to run that if you weren't the leader? Thank God they capped 100 million. We're about to spend way more. It sounds like there was an exploit there where you just like keep reroll until it goes back all the way to the beginning. Hey Reaper, more pay to mod from you. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. The positive on this is it's not gonna be the thing that you can just like break in multiplayer anymore. Which it was gonna be that before, and it was gonna be the RMT option. And it was gonna be like there's just gonna be a lot of problems with that. So they solved that. Now I just think maybe that what they've done is made it so multiplayer just never wants to run it. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. You guys are worried about CO of an MG switch exploit. Now you don't have to. The funny thing is it doesn't fix that at all because you still get your own shit. It would fix it like being hyper good in multiplayer, but it doesn't actually change it for solo. Other changes: improved zone layout generation of Lightless Arbor and Soulfire Bastion dungeons. Does that mean that they suck less? I doubt it, but maybe. Fixed a bug where holding down the dungeon ability key could cause the dungeon ability to incorrectly be used multiple times in a row in Soulfire Bastion and Lightless Arbor. Okay, good to know. Arena. A party will use one key per run to enter the arena. You can join an arena run your party has started until 10 waves after the start of the run. This is good. This prevents you from like exploiting the leaderboards. That's a good change, or a good whatever, a good mechanic. Party members will vote on which arena modifiers to apply to the current run. In a tie, so that's Arena of Champions. In a tie, the left option wins. That's Arena of Champions. If there isn't, why don't they just make it leader? Weird, the left option wins. If there isn't a mod to vote on, each player can decide if they want to leave or continue. Okay, so that's like other arenas, I guess. The run continues once everyone has right up or left. An NPC for respecking passive points in Champions Gate. That's really good because they kind of screwed us over before with no respecking NPC in Champions Gate, and also no training dummy in End of Time. So at least now, like, we're still kind of screwed because now we have to go to Champions Gate every time we want to make any adjustments or check out our damage. But at least we're screwed less. We don't have to keep going back and forth to respec. Fixed arena pack size modifiers having 75% increased effect for ice elementals rather than 75% reduced. Fixed arena pack size having increased effect for ice elementals rather than 75% reduced effect. Ice elementals were terrible. The most important question: masochist ladder. Oh, definitely not. No masochist ladder. No, they don't need to make that standard play. Campaign. Reworked the quest in the end of time related to gaining your mastery and moving on to chapter 4. Process has been streamlined. Is now multiplayer friendly. Yeah, it's very streamlined now, and that's fine. We may make additional change improvement in the future. That was a joke. Well, mine wasn't. Mine was super serious. No masochist ladder. 100%. Masochist the only real mode. Updated the layout of Last Refuge Outskirts and the beginning of the Council Chamber. Improved the visuals of zones underwater in Lagon's domain. There are underwater zones in Lagon's domain. The Temple of Lagon, the Temple Depths, the Sanctum of the Architect, Seafloor Coliseum. I didn't know I was underwater in those. Now I know. Updated the layout of the Frozen Roots. Updated the presentation of receiving the lance in the Tomb of Mortitas. Wasted, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Updated the layout of the End of Time. We've seen that one. Overhauled the appearance of the Rustlands. I think we've seen that one too. It's really good. Updated the visuals of the Divine Era Zones at the start of the game. That one didn't go so well. Hopefully they've adjusted it further. But that was actually the one where I was like, this is a big miss. Because it used to look beautiful. And now it's like washed out and shit. Hopefully they've continued to improve it further. Lagan was always underwater? He's not though. When you fight Lagan, you're not underwater. There's like water on the sides of you, but you're not actually underwater. Like the zone might be underwater technically, but you're not underwater. So I guess maybe that's what they mean. Like the zones are underwater, but you're inside like a bubble. It's not. The entire area you enter is underwater. Well, it might be, but I am not. Updated lighting in various chapter 4 zones. Updated ground textures in many zones. I thought they did lighting in more in chapter 4. Not literally swimming and fighting. Yeah, like the way they worded that, I'm like, I don't recall being underwater in any of those. But like, yeah, it being in underneath the waters, yeah, that's fine. You want to know if that was a bug where if you were using Warpath, you couldn't use D to change eras in Julra's dungeon? That had to be a bug, yeah, because you're supposed to be able to do it. It'll take you out of your spin though. Ignores the lore of being underwater. Yeah, I ignore all the lore. We sure the streamer isn't llama and we're in the wrong stream? Which llama? The LE llama or the D2 llama? All right, gameplay. Combat feel. What about cosmetic set for Lagan to wear floaters? like the floaty little things you put in your arm? That'd be amazing. Well, let's be semantic. So that llama, got you. No, I actually, the way they worded that made it seem like I was underwater. I wasn't trying to like make a joke there. I was like, that's how it was worded to me. I'm sorry that they wrote it in a way that made me think that. It's not my fault. Combat feel. Added when hit and on death visuals that emit from all enemies corresponding to their type. These are pretty cool, actually. I think the green blood and shit and the void gunk is all pretty sick. Added a death flash effect to all enemies. Corresponds to the damage type of the killing damage. For example, enemy killed by fireball will appear to have fire spread across them. These are also pretty sick. Bright yellow. I think that was about something else I said. The on-hit visuals for all players' abilities now have directionality, excuse me. Meaning the rotation will change based on what direction the hit came from. Direction the hit came from duration.
For the horde.
Hey, Spectre, thank you so much for the sub, man. Much appreciated. 8 months, dude. Matches are huge. Yeah, they're massive. Absolutely massive. Ailments on all enemies, minions, and players now properly move with their animations. When you ignite something, it won't float in midair and will instead be attached to their body. Updated many enemies stun and death animations, more to come. Implemented walking flinch animation for several enemies, more to come. These are good. This is new functionality where an enemy will react if it was walking and hit, which I really like. You love multiplayer? Sweet, dude. Lots of sound changes. Improved how quick the animation for player ability starts. That's good. Disintegrate and Maelstrom now trigger on hit visuals, hit flash effects. Really? Interesting, even though they're not hits. Very interesting. Other changes. Interacting with a waypoint now requires a dedicated click. Previously mousing over waypoint while holding down. Yeah, this is good. This is a good change because you'd be running around and trying not to die, and then all of a sudden the map would come up for waypoints. Like, what the fuck? You would be upset the YouTube vid title isn't. The 0.9 patch notes is massive. Yeah, I could do something like that. Slightly increase the hitbox for hovering over waypoints. Potions now refill when you respawn. This is good. This is annoying to not have any potions for no good reason. All right, mechanics. Added damage. This is another good change. Weapon implicits now grant plus melee damage or plus bow damage rather than plus melee fizz damage or plus bow fizz. This works the same as adaptive spell damage, and it grants damage of a type that matches the skill. Example, plus melee damage adds melee fire damage to fire melee attacks, but melee void damage to melee void attacks. They renamed adaptive spell damage to be plus spell damage to fit. This is a very good thing. It's a lot easier to build for your whatever build you're making without having like random fizz damage on there that you don't care about. This is just 100% positive. Vid title, massive 0.9 patch notes for last Epoch. They are huge. Maybe that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Grace period. Oh my god, there was my voice. Grace period. This is too soon for my voice to go. What the been 24, not even 20 minutes. It's been 20 minutes. All right. Grace period. There is now a grace period where enemies will not target you or move directly towards you whenever you go through a transition to a new zone or transition inside a zone. They were previously only granted after respawning. Buff icon is shown. It lasts for 15 seconds, and it will end early if you move, or after 2 seconds. Move after 2 seconds if you move after 2 seconds or use the building. Okay. I hope at some point they remove the dead point dumps and skill trees where you need to put 4 points in something to unlock a node that nullifies the previous 4 points. Yeah, they say they do that for power reasons. Like a really powerful node needs to have like 4 useless things in front of it. I don't necessarily agree that it needs to have 4. And maybe, you know, maybe 4 points that aren't very valuable in comparison to other points. Maybe they're just not as strong. But I don't know about being useless. Yeah. Damage numbers. If 2 damage numbers event occur within the same 0.02 second window, the resulting damage numbers will show the combined damage rather than the later damage. I don't actually like that. It's going to be... It makes it harder to calculate the actual damage on a particular skill if it gets lumped in with something else. This is actually a bad thing for theory crafters, I think. Fix a bug where if a dot damage number needed to be shown in the same 0.02 second window as a hit, then it would prevent the hit flash effect from playing. Okay, that's good. XP gain and zone level scaling. Okay, this is something that's worth knowing, I guess. This is actually like is important in some ways. If you're playing alone or are the highest level party member, you will gain reduced XP from enemies if you are more than 10 levels above the zone's level, gaining XP as if the zone was your level plus 10. If you are not the highest level player, this threshold is reduced by the level disparity between you and the highest level player, minimum of 2. A similar end effect exists in 0.855, but the threshold was 5 levels, did not apply to campaign zones. So this is a buff to XP. I think this will actually make power leveling easier, which I don't know if that's good or not. Changes to reduce load on servers calculations. It might be. Yeah, it might be. It's just not good for theory crafters. If you are more than 5 levels below the expected level for the start of a chapter, quests in the chapter will award proportionally less XP. If you are more than 5 levels below the expected level for the start of a chapter, quests in that chapter will award proportionally less XP. Basically, this is one of those weird things to me. I'm like, why are you? I mean, so the reason why they're penalizing here is for power leveling purposes. If I'm playing alone, why do I need that penalty? That's where it gets kind of weird. Solo characters got nerfed. In non-combat zones that previously scaled to the character's level, now the UI scales. The example given, it shows the value of dodge chance depending on your character level, but the zone itself, well, does not change. You scale the character's level now. The UI scales. Okay. E3 power leveling incoming. You do have a 10 level like cap. You can't get any more than 10 level. How's it work for like reduced by the level disparity between you and the highest level player? Reduced by the level disparity. Okay. I think it just means like if you're 2 levels lower, then it'll only be 8 from the top. I think that's what it means. Either way, you can't do like D3 levels of power leveling because you only get up to 10 levels higher. Taking more than 15 minutes to get to max level. And that game leveling sucks. It's weird too because it's a few hours, but it's a few shitty hours. If non-combat zones that previously scaled to the character's level, now the UI scales. I read that, sorry. Characters no longer erroneously gain XP while dead. What? How am I gonna have my minions power level me if I have to be alive? 45 minutes to arena get to 55. 50 minutes is quite long. D3 is 5 minutes. Okay, it's close to 5, isn't it? Solo challenge. When playing offline, the solo challenge option is now referred to as character found. Characters with this option have a stash separate from all your other characters. So you have normal, I guess it's called, and you have character found now. When playing online, the solo challenge option is now referred to as account found. Wait, when playing offline, it's character found. Okay, so character found offline is the same. That character has a stash that's separate. When playing online, the solo challenge option is never to account found. Characters this option share a stash with other characters of the same difficulty, softcore or hardcore, but cannot join a party or receive items from other players. So as I understand it, this change was made because they couldn't manage on an online environment the solo found. For whatever reason, it was too much load or something. on their servers, or I'm not sure what, but they could not come up with a solution to that. So they're going to the PoE model, where if you play SSF and PoE, all of your SSF characters share a stash, but that stash is separate from standard characters. So this is going to be just like that. There were nerfs to make Fluffin. Better start building tanky. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Get it? Hopefully, hey, what's up, Carve? Get it? Hopefully, at some point, so you can have both. Sweet. So there you go. So they're hoping to get both in, but currently that's how it works. They couldn't take the load random. God damn it. Dual wielding. So reduce the damage taken penalty for dual wielding from 15 to 9. This affects the Gladiator node, the Sentinel tree, Gemini node, and the Spellblade tree, Harmony of Blades node, and the Primalist tree, and the Twin Blade node, and the Grog tree. So this is good. I think the question is still going to continue to come up. Well, why are they getting a reduced damage taken, or increased damage taken penalty? Why is that the solution here? That's kind of a weird thing to just make them less tanky, especially in a game that's built around trying to be tanky. But it's still a positive, you know, it's like 30-40% less damage, something along those lines from that particular node. So that's good. You start building a tank as they shut down your exploit of getting XP while dead. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, ailments. Increased effect for damaging ailments. Goodbye, increased effect. It was nice to know you. Increased effect stats for damaging ailments have been swapped for penetration with stats. For example, 8% increased ignite effect is now 8% a fire pen with ignite. I think a lot of people expected this change to be significantly more impactful than it was, including myself, but in testing it doesn't seem to be all that impactful. Some other changes to dots were probably more impactful than this. Or ailments, I should say. You're late, time to watch the VOD from the start. All right, sounds good. Oh shit, the VOD probably isn't playing audio though. I am recording it though, so I'll be uploading it to YouTube after I'm done, and you can check it out there. Unfortunately, I have to wait for that part though. I don't know why my VOD doesn't have audio, but it doesn't have audio, and I have not been able to figure it out. Previously, it was unclear that increased effect stats affect the damage of ailments multiplicatively with other damage bonuses, and it was unclear that penetration affects ailments, as this is not the case in other ARPGs. I'm still not sure this made anything any less complex. People still aren't going to understand that penetration is kind of multiplicative, but not multiplicative, especially when you have shred. I mean, it's fine. It's not really a big deal. I just don't know if this is actually like accomplished a major mission here by making this change. Just watch live from this point. In that case, don't mind you. Yeah, no problem. And like I said, I'll post it to YouTube, and then you can check out the parts you missed. It's only been it's about 40 minutes. Cases where there's been a 1-to-1 swap, such as 10% increased bleed effect to 10% fizz pen with bleed, have not been recorded as individual patch notes. Anything else recorded in the skill section for each class. Okay. Reduced resistance shredding from ailments. This was pretty impactful. Shock and resistance shred ailments such as fire res shred now have a stack limit of 10 from 20. This caused damage in boss fights to accelerate too much, strongly favoring fasting builds, and would have been more of a problem in multiplayer. I'm not convinced it would have been any more of a problem in multiplayer, because fast hitting builds would just get to 20 and then you're there. I don't see this. I don't see the issue here. It was strong, and it's definitely less strong now. It's definitely not as like mandatory to take it, especially if you're getting a lot of penetration, which you should get a lot more of now. Giggity. But I don't know that it mattered that much, honestly. Shock effect on stun chance has been doubled, so the same effect can be reached at max stacks. The stun aspect of shock was not problematic in these situations, and it helps shock feel more unique compared to other shred ailments. All effects of increased effect for shock and resistance shred ailments have been removed to manage the power of these ailments and to avoid situations where stacks with high increased effect could be replaced by weaker ones. They thought it'd be an issue because multiple builds would stack it faster than the number they don't like. Yeah, I guess that's what it was, but we were able to stack to 20 pretty easily on a lot of builds anyway. I guess that's what it is. Again, I don't really see it as... It wasn't really doing a shit ton of damage on bosses anyway. It was 40% more damage if you had no shred, or next, if you had no penetration whatsoever. It was 40% more damage because it was 60% less effective. Isengard, what's up, dude?
Nothing remotely witty right now. Just woke up and prepping for working my side of the world. Lol.
All right, dude.
Happy 19.
Wait, oh, happy 19th. Yeah, straight dude, man. That's awesome, man. Random, don't go ahead of me. Don't go ahead. Stop going ahead. So yeah, I mean, it's fine, but like moving so much stuff to pen already reduced the value of shred as it was, and then reducing the value of shred by half. Like if you're playing a hit build, you still want it. If you're playing a dot build, you might not want it now. Like it just might not be worth it for whatever it takes. Thank you. Yes, stop going ahead. Duration of damaging ailments. Many damaging elements now have higher DPS but lower duration to lessen the disparity in their effectiveness against bosses compared to clearing packs of smaller enemies, but often die before the ailment duration expired. This should also mitigate the issue where dot builds sometimes feel like they have to rush ahead of dying packs to be efficient, missing out on the loot they drop. This is a fine change. It's not like I got like no issues with this at all. Frostbite. Frostbite's debuff effect has been totally changed to make its effect more easily understood, more useful. Removing increased frostbite effect since it deals damage would have caused its freezing avoidance reduction stat to be quickly outscaled by enemy health. Regardless, the impact of this stat was hard to understand, and it was especially affected by enemy health scaling from sources like monolith mods. So they're gonna go over this in a minute here. Let's start with poison. You'll silence the spoilers you've been warned. Thank you, Reaper. No spoilers. The Bazaar got buffed. No spoilers. Poison. Only the first 30 seconds of target reduce poison resistance from every stack. This is a major buff, or major nerf, excuse me, major nerf to poison. It now deals 28 base damage from 20. Sources of increased poison effect have been replaced by poison pen with poison. Does this mean that poison sucks ass and no one can play it? I don't think so, but I know a lot of people have just been like shy to go to it because of these changes. I think this is one of the things we're gonna have to see play out over the next several weeks as people go back to trying poison builds and seeing how they do. Mod you so you can post spoilers without fear of retribution. No. Poison sucks ass. Now we all know it. Yeah, we do not all know it. It's probably weaker. Like even with the 8 base damage from, it's probably weaker. It's definitely weaker on the top end. Stuff that could put like 200-300 stacks on and get that reduced poison resistance like to the moon. It's gonna be weaker on those builds, but how much weaker we'll have to see. And how it's gonna affect like normal builds that are not broken. Frostbite no longer reduces freeze avoidance by 200 per stack. The first 30 stacks now increased chance to be frozen by 20% each. If a hit had a base 10% freeze chance, 2 stacks of Frostbite would give it a 14% chance. This is, I believe, a very good change for Frostbite. In fact, it's probably OP. I think you're going to be seeing people freeze the fuck out of bosses on Empowered with Frostbite now. So we'll see how it goes. It lasts 3 seconds from 4, deals 36 total damage from 35. Approximate frostbite. Remember, lasting 3 seconds does not, from 4 in this case, does not make it do less damage because it just does this total damage over 3 seconds instead of 4. Approximate frostbite damage is now shown in the character sheet. That's good. It wasn't there before. Source of increased frostbite effect have been replaced by cold pen with frostbite. It's been nerfed like 5 times. What you know, poison is stupid strong anyways. Yeah, it's been stupid strong since it's existed. Yep. You froze a gun at 500 corruption in Spriggan form with the old frostbite. How much worse can it get? I think quite a bit worse. I think quite a bit worse, but we'll see. See how that plays out. Shock is now limited to 10 stacks from 20, but the increased chance of being stunned at 20% per stack from 10, so it's the same amount, and you just get there faster. So this is actually a buff to the shock stun, just because it takes less time to get there. But you don't get increased shock effect, which is a nerf to the stun and a nerf to the, like the effectively shred that it was giving. Resistance shred ailments such as fire resistance shred, but not armor shred. Limited to 10 stacks from 20. Armor shred has not been changed and can still have a limited stack, so armor shred is just as good as it was, while other shred ailments are half as good. Ignite lasts 2.5 seconds from 3. Deal 40% base damage over full from 39. Big damage buff there. Yeah. Sources of increased ignite effect have been replaced by fire pen with ignite. All dots suck now. Can't have fun. Which part of it? Which part's not fun anymore? Hopefully it's nothing I haven't read yet. Bleed lasts 3 seconds from 4, has the same total damage. This results in 33% more DPS from a single instance. Sources of increased bleed effect have been replaced by physical pen with bleed. Yeah, I guess you can technically say there's more damage if you have like the 2.5 from 3, because it's gonna happen over a shorter period of time. That's only really true though if it wasn't gonna finish. Because if as long as you're gonna get the full like ignite stack in, you get the same amount of damage. So I don't necessarily agree with calling this more DPS from a single instance. Because it's the same DPS, it's just happening faster. So an enemy that dies too quickly, yes, it's more damage. But an enemy that goes through the entire duration, it's not. At least I don't see how it would be. I've not been able to see in my head how that's supposed to be true. Wonder if they are trying to anticipate the multiplayer stacking of ailments compared to solo and pass. Oh, 100%. They're 100%. That's part of it for sure. We told them, like, guys, if you release poison in its current state on multiplayer, 1 billion damage. It's gonna be stupid. It's more DPS, it's more damage per second, but it's fewer seconds. So it's technically more DPS, yes. Who's semantic now? All right, fair. Okay, you win, BMF. I'm gonna give you that one. So it's more DPS, sort of, but not more damage. I don't know. That's it's not less damage. It's the same damage, but it's shorter period of time. I don't know. Dots are still really good to stack to multiplier crit damage from certain skills. I guess that's true. It's faster. It is faster. 1 billion damage is chump change in D3. True. Damned lasts 2.5 seconds from 3, deals 35 damage from 25. So that's definitely a buff. Like 35 from 25 is pretty significant. I don't know if the damned effect thing to Necrotic is gonna make a big difference. Maybe. They improved it to do same DPS. GG. Electrify lasts 2.5 from 3, deals 44 from 42. Big bump there too. That's twice as much as Ignite got. Sources of increased Electrify effect have been replaced by Lightning Pad. Time Rot deals 55 from 40. Time Rot, the big damage dealer. Big damage dealer, right? Because we were all taking Time Rot effect to do more damage with Time Rot. That 12 stat cap was not stopping us at all, was it? No, actually, it was not a good damage dealer. So now you've lost Time Rot effect, which increases the melee damage that you deal, or the increases melee damage taken by the enemy. The Time Rot effect was making that better, and we replaced it with Void Pen with Time Rot, which is effectively useless because no one can even scale Time Rot damage to anything remotely useful. So I don't get this. I get it in the like grand scheme of, well, we're changing everything from effect to pen, but this is one of those things that like kind of got screwed by that change. Like, it used to have a really valuable effect and now it has a effectively useless effect, and I'd like to see them do something different with that going forward. Crit vulnerability is now limited to 10 stacks. This used to be unlimited. Adds 2% chance to be crit per stack from 5%. So you used to be able to go from get all of your crit from crit vulnerability to now you can get up to 20%. 20% of your crit. Here's the TLDR. If you're marksman, you probably want to play dot now. That's your TLDR. And if you're playing Blade Dancer, just go Shadow Daggers and you don't give a fuck. That's it. You'll have to get crit chance in your rogue, yes, or go dot. But dot's nerfed too. Yeah, this one's a really tough one, and I get that they had to change crit vulnerability because it was insanely powerful in solo. It was really powerful for rogues to begin with, but it was insanely powerful for multiplayer. I just don't think this is the way to go. I think what they did is they completely fucked over solo players so that party players couldn't get too much power out of it, instead of doing what they should have done, which is like give it a reduced effect for like not you or something along those lines. And this is way too short of a cap. Like 20% is not giving you much. It's really not giving you much. So I'm not a big fan of this change, not to this extent. If it was like 50%, like it caps at 50, like, all right, we can work with that. Yeah, we can work with that. But 20 is really harsh. Can't even scale because Vuln has chance to be crit, right? Not your own crit chance. As I understand it, that is correct. This is a conversation I've had with some others, Lizard in particular, about whether or not that's how that works. But I'm pretty confident that you cannot scale this. Like, you can't use increased damage to scale this because it's an ailment upon the enemy, and you don't typically ever scale an ailment upon the enemy with your own damage. Shadow Daggers is not an exception to that because the ailment doesn't get scaled in Shadow Daggers. The sub skill of the Shadow Dagger proc does, which is not an ailment. I know that's complicated as fuck, but that's how it actually works. So this would be a massive like change if crit vulnerability somehow affected that. Wasn't it just easier to delete marksman? There's some really strong marksman builds, even dots, they're really good. Falconer only save rogue. Buy Dragon Song. Yeah, Dragon Song is... Dragon Song struggles with this, but Dragon Song is at least better off than Bow Mage. Bow Mage is screwed. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen with Bow Mage because it doesn't have anywhere to get base. At least Dragon Song has base on Dragon Song, so we can still scale it. It just sucks and takes a lot of work to do it. You kind of just like nerfs just for multiplayer? Yeah, I do too. Like if they're only to help multiplayer. I mean, I get making nerfs that need to be made for multiplayer. I just feel like there was more elegant ways this could have been done to just like effectively trash crit vulnerability. Like the way we're gonna run it now on marksman is like, all right, I'll just take 5 of 10 in the crit vulnerability to get 50% because I'll hit 10 stacks almost immediately with most builds with that, and then I'll put my points elsewhere, hope to get enough crit, and if I can't get enough crit, the build's dead. That's where we're at. Time Rot's just shred now. A more multiplier shred effect. Time Rot's the same as it was, isn't it? I don't think Time Rot's changed. Dragon Song, I did not say that. I still like Dragon Song, but it's going to be a lot harder to build for now for sure. Other changes. There's no longer a limit of 15 on the number of stacks that can be shown on the icon for each ailment. This was made possible by changing how the data for ailment stacks is sent between the server and client's multiplayer. This is big. Like this is really big for theory crafting. This is a major positive. If you're at 15 plus, you're like, okay, that's cool, but 15 is 1500 armor if I don't have any effects. I need to know if I'm getting to 10k, not to 1500. And now you can do that. You'll be able to see it, and it's a great change if you're trying to test out your build and see what kind of ailment stacks you're getting. You know, obviously for dot builds, it's huge too. Improved how the expected DPS impact of damaging ailments is calculated. Generally lower than before, but more accurate to real scenarios. Okay, so that's, I think, a tooltip, right? Ailment modifying stats such as increased melee chill duration are now formatted like increased chill duration with melee attacks. Okay. Improved clarity of chill and slow descriptions, specifically making it clear that stacks are multiplicative of each other, and the 50% less effect against players results in each stack reducing speed by 6 and wait, what? Stacks are multiplicative with each other? Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know that. That's interesting. They're not additive? I'm trying to wrap my brain around that. Each stack of it that you get is more powerful than before. Okay, I mean, that's technically true, but that's not how I would consider it being multiplicative. If you play multiplayer, X's reduce effect or something, so solo balance doesn't get skewed, just the multiplayer isn't broken. Yeah, I don't know exactly how they would fix that. If there's an ailment, it would be on the enemy, so you can't make it so it doesn't affect your other players. Maybe I could see reduced effect on it. Maybe, I'm not sure. Pokemon do something like that. In double battle, spread moves get 20% damage reduction if there's more than one target in the field. Interesting. What you told when you were suggesting that improvement, most streamers don't know that they're individual. Carve, is there a way that you could, can you like in 2 sentences explain to me what that even means? Let me think if I can. I'm trying to imagine this. Multiplicative effect. Because it doesn't have a base. There's no base on it, so I'm trying to figure out how it multiplies. Streamers are ignorant. Clearly on this one we are. I don't think Lizard knows this either. I could be wrong, but I don't think he knows it either. Let's see. Abyssal Decay, Future Strike, and Spreading Flames are now shown under health bars when hovering over enemies. That's good. Those are good changes. Yeah, Carve is the streamer who works for EHG. He's been working for them for a long time. So glad I'm on. You were like, why is Discord not imploding? Oh, it's probably because stream is up. What's up, Astria? Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around that. Like, I get it if there, I understand it if there's a base. Consistent, play Suns for 1 day and back to LE. Hope someone did not buy Suns for you. They did buy it for me, but with no expectations I would have to play it. This is fully expected, Zelgadas. There's nothing like weird happening here. It was known that I would be going back to this. And I said I would try to get that in if I could, but the game was bought for me without any expectation that I would stream it. Like, if I wanted to, then great, but Tiny just does that from time to time. Like, if he likes the game and he wants me to check it out, he'll just buy it for me. Slow being multiplicative would be 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8, 50 instead of 60. Okay. Instead of 60% reduced equals 40. All right, let me math this out. Wait, okay. Wait, all right, so you say 0.8 because, okay, because it's 20%. So you take the 1, so you get 1 to 0.8. I'll figure this out. You get 0.5. Yeah, okay. So it's actually not quite as strong. You're going the other way. Because if it was additive, they'd be 40% of their speed. Instead, they're at like 48.8%. Okay, I think I got it now. I thought Mike was a streamer. It works for EHG. Did Carb, do you stream anymore? I did not promise I'd play Sons of the Community. Kanye? No, Tiny bought it for me. The Rising and Arc and Tribes and LE? No, none of this is true. Made me mad on LE news. No, they always do this. Very rarely. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't seen you on a long time. I'm 95%, 99% sure I'm following you, and I've never really seen you on. That makes sense. Okay. Skill aiming improvements. Melee aim assist now chooses a target mostly based on the angle from the original target direction rather than distance. Prevents extreme aim corrections that are unintuitive. You've seen some weird shit. That makes sense. Thinking in increased slow brain, not reduced move speed brain. So yes, you're correct. Yeah, going downwards. That makes sense now. So it's not quite as powerful. It's still really powerful. It doesn't, like, it makes zero difference on whether or not we should get it or not. You should 100% get those. If you're ranged, you definitely want slow, and ranged or melee, you definitely want chill, and you might want slow for melee too if you're playing like a high AoE especially. Like, slow is good. It's not necessary, but it's good for Warpath. But they're still really, really good. Only max release CTs get to play with fluffers now, or people who just say yes, I want to play with you when I ask. That would work too. If I ask and you're like, yeah, I play with you, that will actually get you in. It's crazy, right? Find a way to get banned without spoiling the patch notes. Let's see. Added a minor aiming assist for fireball, marrow shards, a bow basic attack, bow flurry, bow puncture, bow center strike, and hitting arrow. A similar effect already exists on shurikens. The effect is more minor for these skills and is sometimes disabled based on skill tree choices. Okay. I know some people have complained that, like, targeting with those skills is not always great. I always consider it like a thing to overcome with skill when you can, and sometimes you just miss, but I'm sure for some people they just want to hit, you know? Oh, BMF got timed out. Oh no. Hungering Souls in the homing version of Fireball no longer worth it? Oh god. I think I missed it. No longer home towards targets that have been hit by projectiles from the same cast. Unless the projectiles are fired in sequence, it can hit the same. Hungering Souls in a homing version of Fireball. Or home towards targets that have been hit by projectiles. Okay, so they're not gonna do that spinny circly thing anymore. So that was cool though. It was super cool and it was very unique to the game. You remember the good old days of watching Carv's Alice strategy videos over and over again to figure out if you did it right? Yeah, he made some amazing content. That's, I mean, I'm sure part of the reason why he ended up at EHG, because he knew that game inside and out, and could theory craft the hell out of it. So I got math. How much do you need to invest a 3% divided return to earn you $1 million a month? No, dividend, excuse me. You know there are math people in this chat. I mean, it's a very large amount. It's a very large amount. I kicked all Alaskans out of my party. What do you even, what? You're like the only Alaskan I know. Fixed the bug where Firebrand's increased range from its stacks was not taken into account for melee auto aim. Interesting. You've been burned out in math. It's very easy to burn out in math. There you go. Random's got the answer for you. Fixed a bug resulting in the system underestimating the range of Firebrand and the melee version of Puncture. Underestimating. That's good for Firebrand. And of course for Puncture. But Firebrand always felt a little shorter than I wanted to be. Fixed the bug where using projectile abilities while aiming off a cliff would shoot the projectiles down instead of forwards. This change does not affect aiming up or down ramps. Well, it does prevent me from like shooting stuff like over there, like down and shit that can't reach me. That was fun. Projectile fixes. Fixed the bug where abilities procced by fast moving projectiles such as Puncture would sometimes not hit enemies. I knew it. Some symptoms included the shadow dagger. I knew it. I knew it. The shadow dagger's proc sometimes not hitting when the fourth dagger was applied. I fucking knew it wasn't always applying. I was right. I knew it. Hell yeah. Fix some projectile skills going too far at a baseline. These projectiles will still reach the edge of the screen but won't go as far beyond it. This is good. Like, you shouldn't be able to hit stuff 3 screens away. Arrow Nova from Assemble Abomination, Bow Flurry, Multi-Shot, Icicles, and Axes from Ribbon Grass and Sentinel's Axe all got reduced duration. None of it really affects the build in any meaningful way unless you were trying to abuse the fact that you could shoot from off screen or shoot things off screen. 400 mil invested. About what the guy that won the $2 billion that got after taxes. Damn. Yeah, less off screen is possible. Exactly. This is good for everyone who wasn't playing those builds because now, you know, they're not like destroying you with it. I beat your whole question. Hell yeah. Damage effectiveness. The alt text for all player abilities and sub-abilities now state their damage effectiveness even if it's 100%. This is good, because otherwise it could be confusing. Effectiveness was previously never stated 100%. There's no reason not to display it. So fix many skills with a damage effectiveness other than 100% not listed in their alt text. Good. Racing Strikes tooltip now states the correct damage effectiveness 450 from 400. Earthquake's tooltip states the correct from 350 from 300. So they're actually stronger than their tooltip set. I think we knew that just from LE Tools, but it's good the game says it. 3% is a very safe return. S&P 500 has been averaging 10% per year for the last 50 years. Until the year it doesn't. I just need to crowdfund 400 million. Easy. Damage conversion. This is another good change. All cases of full damage conversion has been changed to base damage conversion, and most cases of ailment only conversion now also convert base damage. Previously, weapon skills tended to use full damage conversion or ailment only conversion, while non-weapon skills tended to use base damage conversion. All cases that converted visuals and tags by adding damage now convert base damage. Details of individual skills are in the skills section for each class. So this is good because you now get, you get your adaptive damage on everything. So all you need under any circumstances, not like an ailment conversion, is for that base damage to change because it changes the tag, and then the adaptive damage automatically changes with it. So it's just a lot simpler than the old, so much simpler than the old system. It'll be very easy to understand what's going on now. As long as you understand adaptive damage, you will understand what's going on here as soon as you look at a tooltip. It used to be very complicated, and it was very easy to fall into traps and do the wrong thing and think something's happening, it's not. And now it's much less likely to happen. What's damage effectiveness? You know what damage effectiveness is, right? I never know when you're trolling. Like, you might actually not know it, I have to tell you. Area scaling. All skills that have an area of effect now have an area tag, and their area tag can be scaled with new increased area stats. So new stat. You can now make things larger. Giggity. Added a new increased area for area skills prefix for gloves and amulets. There it is. Added a new increased area for melee skills, melee area skills suffix for two-handed mace, two-handed axe, two-handed sword, and two-handed spears. Several new base types and uniques also grant increased area for certain groups of skills. It's a pretty cool stat. I don't know how meta it's gonna get, at least early on, but it's a cool stat. I don't know if it's got enough scaling on it but it's going to be one of those things we're going to have to really test it out, and some builds might end up with it. It might just be good enough. Traversal skills. There was never a traversal skill before, right? What's a traversal skill? Traversal skills are a subset of movement skills. Using a traversal skill will put all other traversal skills on cooldown, and while you are using a traversal skills cooldowns will not recover. Boo. The following skills are now traversal skills: Shield Rush, Lunge, Shift, Transplant, Teleport, Surge, Fury Leap, Reap from Reaper form, Rampage from Werebear form, and Dive from Swarblade form. The following skills can become traversal skills if you use certain nodes or uniques: Smite, Focus, Glacier, Crowstorm from the companion ability, Crowstorms. I think that's new. Is Glacier new too? Did Glacier always have the ability to transport you? Summon Skeletal Mage is new. Summon Vines from Spriggan form, and Void Cleave. You want to zoom like in D3 and PoE? No fun allowed. Yeah, so this isn't crazy bad, but the cooldowns will not recover while you're using them is bad for Shield Rush. And let's see, anything else? It's not great for Fury Leap, which takes longer than like Shift, Transplant are basically not affected. Teleport too, they're immediate. Rampage is bad for Rampage. Anything that goes for a long period of time, it's not recovering, so these are going to be significantly slower. Shield Rush is still fast though. It's still fast as fuck. So is Rampage. But yeah, they're a little bit slower. Reap and Transplant was already something that had changed. These things already shared cooldowns, but Reaper form has a node that allows you to use Reap and Transplant. I think that still exists, so you can still do it. And once you played last, yeah, it used to be that we could just run two and we would do that. I remember running Shield Rush and then Lunge, like together. Just Shield Rush, Lunge, Shield Rush, Lunge. They changed that a while ago. All right, cooldown changes. We want the feel and pace of gameplay to change more over the course of the game, and for items to feel like they play a bigger role in that change. Items playing a bigger role is something that somebody has told them they should do, so that's good. This isn't a goal that's going to be achieved through a single silver bullet, but as part of achieving it, we've decided to increase the availability of stats that impact gameplay feel. Increased cooldown recovery speed is one such stat, but one of the barriers to increasing its availability is the potential for gameplay to become too rapid and zoomy, a la D3 or PoE, due to movement skills cooldowns becoming too short. To prevent this from becoming a problem, we've changed traversal skills not to recover their cooldowns during use, as mentioned above, and are also increasing the base cooldown duration of many common traversal skills. These changes allow us to be more confident in greatly increasing the availability of increased cooldown recovery speed on items without it speeding up the gameplay too much. With these changes, if you have no increased cooldown recovery speed from items, but full investment into relevant passives and skill nodes, most basic movement skill nodes will be around 3.3 seconds longer, and with full investment items up to tier 5 fixes, their cooldowns will be around 0.3 seconds shorter. That's not really full investment because you get to tier 7, but you know, that's pretty crazy. So tier 5. So there you go. So now if you want to gear for your cooldowns, you can make them a little bit faster on average. And if you don't want to gear and you just want to make them fast through the skill tree, they're slightly less fast to get their cooldown. But some skills got screwed a little bit harder because like they channel and you're in them longer. That's the TLDR there basically. Hope you can still play as a giant wasp. Yes, that's still available. You can still play as Bugbutt. Bugbutt's still there for sure. Sounds like BS, like when Chris Wilson says this is a buff during his patch notes. They said like this might be a buff. That's what they said. No fun allowed patch. There are definitely some changes in here that I'm not like super excited about. This one isn't that bad really. I don't think this one's gonna affect it too much. Shield Rush was so insanely OP and people were sleeping on it so hard. There were people in the forum saying that Shield Rush sucked and that was useless. Like, it's insane. Like, Shield Rush makes almost any Sentinel build a great farming build. So I don't think it's going to matter that much. I think it's still going to be a good farming build. If you're just like slapping Shield Rush on it. But it's definitely, you'll be a little bit slower on average because of this stuff. Unless you want to invest in CDR. How big is the community base the devs are listening to? Because if it's just McFluff and like 10 other guys, no, there's like 1,000 freaking CTs, man. Cooldown recovery speed and fixed changes. It's now a suffix. It used to be a prefix on the helmet. It now rolls on boots and belts, and now goes up to 20% increase CDR at tier 5 from 15 and up to 32 at 7 from 20. So that means if you had double tier 7s versus the single tier 7 you could get before, you went from 20% CDR to 64% CDR. Well, that's a big difference in CDR. Other cooldown item changes. Added a new ring base type opal ring, which grants up to 10% increased cooldown recovery. So you wear 2 rings now and you're up to 82. Only CTs though, everyone else doesn't matter. Yeah, that's not what I said. Is multiplicative or additive? They use it's kind of like multiplicative. I think they use their own version of CDR, like what's the word I want? Like their formula is very different from other games, and so it's not as powerful. But that's still a lot of CDR. It's too bright in my room, bro. Is there anything else you want to complain about? I think it is logarithmic. Yeah, I think so. Anything else you got, Zakonis? Get it out, man. Other changes. The Fireburst sub-skill's base damage increased to 20 from 7. And added damage effectiveness to 100 from 35. This is used by the skill Infernal Shade, Smite, Enchant, Weapon, Disintegrate, Forge, Strike, and Rive. Rive has Fireburst? Can you complain too? Yes, absolutely. Six string, go for it. We know if Maxwell is going to have last Epoch page up and running before Thursday. I wish I could say, man. I wish I could say. 40% ICRS, which is the cooldown cooldown recovery speed. I forgot what I stands for. Increased cooldown recovery speed would be X divided by 1 plus 0.4. So 100% equals half. There you go. Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah. So if you get 100%, you have half the CDR. So 82 is getting pretty close to half. Don't like the changes I made in this patch, and you're mad that I refused to put factions in the next patch. Bro, I would have factions in here right now if it was up to me. Little pick is not hung up on the wall. Should have been over the top pick, and it all be a little lower on the wall. So I've actually got another, like one of these big things, which is actually a mouse pad, and I've got 2 shirts of different LE shirts, but I don't have the other mouse pad and the shirt, one of the 2 shirts actually framed yet. So they're going to take up all that space. I haven't decided what to do with this. I've got 2 of these plates. I might also hang them up, but I don't know if I'll. Yeah, I might be able to make them show. We'll see. I'll have the whole wall just be last Epoch stuff. It'll be pretty sick. I just haven't got around to it yet. I need my wife to actually do the shirt because I can't figure out how to do it. Only she knows how to do it. I tried to do it and it just looks all wrinkly and shit. It looks terrible, but she knows how to do it. Fix the special tags of implicits not being taken into account for several effects that depended on the stats of specific weapons. This fixes implicit ailment chances not working for forged weapons. Okay. Will you put LED strips between everything? All right, maybe we can make that happen. Fix the bug where if an ability with a guaranteed stun hit a player, but a normal stun due to damage occurred, the duration of the damage stun would be used instead, shorter than the intended stun. You didn't have to fix that. That's fine. As good as it was. We don't need more stun. Skill bug fixes. Since so many skills receive design balance changes and bug fixes in this update, we've put bug fixes for individual skills in this section for each class. This means there are fewer places to look for changes affecting skills. This is good. That's a good place to put them. Skill balancing. For beta 0.9, we have implemented reworks and balance changes for many skills in each class. However, there are still more skills we want to update in the future, and some skills that we want to update beyond the changes you see below. We're eager to hear feedback about the changes so far. Hashtag revert crit vulnerability. Just keep in mind that a skill being unchanged or only mildly changed this update does not mean we have no plans to change it later. I'm gonna turn on my teapot. I'll be right back. All right, let's get a few more before this thing beeps at me. Hope they were non-conflict tea leaves. It's like we got this for Christmas. But I don't know. I think our niece bought it for us. Okay. Acolyte minion AI. Adjusted AI for some of Acolyte's melee minions, so they will switch targets less frequently when the player is near enemies. This is good. Skeleton warriors will only prioritize enemies somewhat close to the player. Skeleton rogues will only prioritize enemies very close to the player. That's interesting. Rogues must have a smaller AoE. And then regular wraiths and blood wraiths do not care how close enemies are to you. They will target whatever is nearest to them. That's interesting. Very interesting. Those are going to have significantly different AI. Assemble Abomination. Fixed a bug where the cooldown on the stomp ability from the Shattered Simulacrum node was much shorter than intended. Okay, yeah, remember Assemble Abomination was doing massive damage. Does this fix it? Fix the bug where Soul Reave dealt double damage to cursed enemies. And then increase Soul Reave's damage by 82%. I don't feel like this fixes it. Abomination deals 6% less damage. Bug fix, okay, Blizzard. Like, the thing was doing like 20 million damage. I think it was doing more than that. I don't see how this is fixing any of that. Okay. Even if the cooldown is actually working properly, it's still doing insanely large numbers every time it does go off. Like, larger than anything else in the game with no gear. With no gear. You can rock around practically naked. They nerfed a bomb? Not really. What's up, Daniel? As far as I can tell, this isn't much of a nerf to a bomb. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong on that, but given what I know that was actually busted about it, this doesn't seem to change that at all. But now it's saying 20 million damage, but now it's doing 6% less. Yeah, leave Abominations alone. Abomination is currently the most busted thing in the game. As far as I know, it is the most busted thing in the game, and it's not really particularly close. My T's about to beep on me. And I don't see that changing any of that. Aura of Decay no longer gains 1% increased poison effect per point of intelligence. There is none. Your chance to poison on hit applies to Aura of Decay ticks at 25% effectiveness from 15. Okay. Infectious Bones node grants minions inside the area 25% more poison damage from 50% increased poison damage. That is a buff. That's correct. And fixed a bug where the area of the healing from absence of life didn't scale with modifiers to Aura of Decay's tree. Okay. They deleted Aura of Decay. And so I don't really think that affects it too much. Like, the poison didn't work very well anyway. People weren't running it for poison. So everything else seems to be better where people actually were running it. So I think it's gotten better. Has Blender survived? We'll get to that later. The top of the PC, the favorite place for a cat. Yep. I'm gonna get my tea. I'll be right back. You love that this is a buff node there? Yeah. Yeah, it is a buff. We'll get to Blender later. AOD was used as utility for healing effectiveness since Necro doesn't have sustain. It can still be used that way, right? I don't see anything in here that changes that. It's a bug where the area of the healing from absent life didn't scale with modifiers. That's a positive. But only for minions, doesn't really affect the player. Warpath increased damage and movement speed by 200%. Can you imagine? Alright, Bone Curse. Bone Prison now only causes a Bone Prison to be summoned by direct cast of Bone Curse. I know there was a major issue with that, creating crazy amounts of practically infinite loot buffs, if I remember correctly. I think that's what that was doing. So that's a good change. Conflation grants 30% increased area from 35. Oppressive Gaze grants 40% more damage from 30. Acute Infliction grants 4% more from 30 and requires 2 points. These seem like more generally buffs, except for the the broken part. Fixed Chillblade, saying it gave 10% chill chance, actually gives 12. It's a bug where several nodes that give more damage only affected physical damage. So they would not apply to added spell damage of other types or to the base damage of bone crit. Several nodes that gave more damage only affected phys. Okay, so that was, yeah, that's a buff then. Fixing that bug is a big buff for anything that wasn't phys. Bone Nova has a 20 base damage from 12. Now has a standard base damage to added damage ratio. Okay, Bone Golem. This has received some changes. Acolytes with Bone Golem specialized will receive free spec because it's changed so much. Added multiple new nodes, including one that allows summoning Death Chill Golems, which deal cold damage. That's cool. Tower of Bones grants 6% increased size from 10. Remember, size affects their threat to enemies. This will make them less threatening to enemies. They'll be less likely to attack them. They'll still be likely to attack them because they're large. In fact, they might be larger now in visuals, so it might. I'm not sure if it'll actually make a difference. I'm not sure if they actually got larger. If they did, then this might be why. Fragments of the Fallen grants 9,500 armor from 2,000, and now also grants 50% increased size and 20% more damage. If you have no other active golems when you summon a golem, it can have 1 point allocated from 4. That's the buff that gave him like a short period of time buff, right? Like a big buff, but only for a short period of time. I don't think anybody uses that. Tower of Bones requires 1 point in Amalgam of Sentinels. I'm not going to read through the requires points and hear from there because most of us aren't even like looking at the tree. Bone Hail grants 15% more bone shatter damage from 30. That's a nerf. Amalgam of Mages grants 15% more spell damage from 20 and 15% increased stun chance from 20. That's a nerf. Marrow Eater's armor buff lasts 8 seconds from 4 seconds. That's a buff. World Pyre grants 20% more damage over time from 15. That is also a buff. Charged Bones has been renamed to the Charred Bones. Charged from charged to charred bones. Okay, no one's like, if you didn't read these, you wouldn't even notice it. And gives +5 fire damage from +4. That's a buff. Twin Golems gives 20% less health from 35%. That's a buff actually, because Twin Golems is where you get 2 golems. Now they're gonna have less health. Retaliate Golem escape nerf. Yeah, Retaliate Golem is still good. Pyre Golems no longer grants a plus 100% melee ignite chance. Pyre Golem's melee attack base damage is now converted to fire. Makes sense. Never even heard of most of these. If you haven't played Bone Golem, you probably wouldn't have. Death Seal. This is a popular choice for Acolyte. Carrion Breath grants 30% increase air from 35. That's a nerf. Sanguine Wave grants 0.3 leech per second from 0.2. We're gonna have 3 points allocated from 4. That is a buff. In both ways, because like when they say, oh, it can only have 3 from 4, it's like, oh good, that's an extra point I've gained. And so I look at that. It was a skill your first character was broken. Yeah, it's been broken at times for sure. Corporeal Cascade requires a point in lethal release from 3. Don't even. Okay. Condemnation grants 8% kill threshold from 15, but can have 2 points from 1. That's a nerf. Even though it's 1% more kill threshold, it requires twice the point investment to get it. Devouring Release casts Hungering Souls every 1.5 seconds from every second, but Hungering Souls cast this way now has a 70% chance to have only 1 projectile from always having only 1 projectile. Interesting. I would say that's generally a nerf to how it's typically used, which is as a single target damage dealer. It's only happening half as often now, but now it can sometimes not do 1 projectile. Shotguns with staff. If staff is really good, then this could be a buff, but it'd have to be insanely good, and I know it was. I don't know that it still is though. If you were taking that staff, you probably weren't taking this node ever, because you were killing off a lot of you. I don't think that staff fixes this. I don't think this is necessarily a buff, and even with a staff. 3% chance to not do 1 projectile but half as fast sounds RNG. A little bit. It just depends. Like, multiple projectiles can't the same target. So unless you're using the staff, this is 100,000% a single target nerf. It's a little bit of an AoE buff. And if you are using the staff, it's probably a buff. But I don't know if you'd want to use the staff this way. I don't know if that's like the meta version of using that staff. Self-casting, yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Is maybe if you run them together, I don't know. Insatiable Soul grants 20% increased Hungering Soul's frequency from 32 and can have 4 points allocated from 5. Okay, that's the nerf. Fixed Curdled Flesh saying it gave 3% more damage per point, actually gives 2, so they lied. Fixed Necrosis saying it gave 20% necrotic shred chance per point, actually gives 15. They lied again. All right, Drain Life. Acolyte to Drain Life specializing a new one. Shadowy Tendril no longer adds 5 mana to mana cost per second. I'll be honest, I haven't played Drain Life. I played Drain Life like once, and that was while leveling. This is not a skill I'm particularly knowledgeable about. No longer adds 5 to mana cost per second. That sounds like a significant buff for that. Contempt now requires you to channel on the same enemy for 2 seconds from 3 and grants 10% more armor from 10% increased armor. The stacks it to 5 times from 6. That's probably going to end up being a buff. That's definitely a buff because 50% more armor is better than 50% or 60% increased armor by quite a bit. And it starts a lot sooner, which is great. Stagger now requires you to channel on the same enemy for 2 seconds from 3, but now also adds an 8-second cooldown. I don't remember what Stagger was. I think that's a stun, but I don't remember. Stupefy now grants 25% increased stun duration from 50%, but now also grants 20% more damage against bosses rare. That's good. Yeah, I'll take that. It's pretty easy to get to the point where you can pretty much guaranteed stun on crashed enemies. So I would definitely make that trade-off all day, every day. That is BS because no one knows what the names of nodes are called, not even Mike. Yeah. Sir, what is the best build for dog shit players like you? Need tanky, decent boss killer, clear speed, not top priority. There's a lot of good builds out there. If you're looking for like, there's a lot. How become a bear? Bear's really good. Yeah, bear's really tanky. Really tanky. Can kill bosses. Diablo 3 build. Minions are gonna be good this patch. Yeah, minions would be a good way to go. There's quite a few options right now. I don't know if there's a best for something like that. Before I would have told you to go to Warpath, but now I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Warpath. Which minion build? There's a number of minion builds that are really good. I would probably say if you have to get are you looking for like a starter? Because the squirrel build is like still ridiculously good, but you have to get the squirrel helmet for it to be ridiculously good, and you can run wolves beforehand and it's good, but it's not great. And then there's going to be a number of really popular golem builds. Abomination is absolutely broken right now. We'll see how long that lasts for, and it takes a lot of like work to do it. Like, it's not hard, it's just tedious. Also, Rex, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Very tedious to play, but it's broken OP damage. Yeah, there's a number of mini builds you guys like. If you want to look up Abomination, if you want to look up squirrels, look up golems. Just remember, bear in mind that not all golem builds that will exist did before because of a new unique. But if you look up like golem retaliation, that's a pretty easy build to play. That's very strong. Your god demon hunter disagrees about the clear speed aspect. Your God, what does God stand for in that game? Rex, thank you so much for the sub, much appreciated, man. You were a sub for 2 months, but you weren't following. That's very interesting. I wonder if your follow fell off. You replied to a person about D3. This is not LE related. Yeah. I just don't remember. I don't know the god demon hunter. So I play D3 sometimes, not much lately or often anymore, but years ago I used to play it. You think it fell off? Thanks for the info. We'll look up mini builds. No problem. I hope that you find something that works for you. Or where were we on this thing? Oh, it's a spin to win strafe demon. Oh, okay. I think I know that build. Yeah, I think I know that build. Where was I? I think this one, Grim Harvest, Headacomb to avoid confusion with the Grim Harvest effect. That's right. Okay, just some renames here. Renames. During Contempt can have 4 points. I don't even know which one that is. Ravenous grants 7% increased health reach from 10, but now also grants 7% more damage against low health enemies. Probably gonna be a buff. That's still a lot of leech. Can have 4 points allocated from 3. Requires 2 points. Wait. Okay, yeah. 28% more damage into low health. That's only 35% of their healths. What does that work out to be? We don't have a cull, which would like ruin it. 28 times 0.35. At 9.8% more damage that you weren't getting before. And you lose some leech. That seems like a good trade-off. You basically kept you entertained for about a week. Hey, week's good on that game. Year of Dreadlands. Okay. Fix the bug where Drain Life's Condemnation and Horrify nodes granted about 6 times more element application than intended. Okay, if you were using those, my condolences. Drain Life's Condemnation now applies 2 seconds of damage per second per point from 1 listed 6 actual. My condolences. Added a new node, Circle of Sacrifice, which increases Drain Life's area effect and grants you ward per second per maximum mana while channeling Drain Life. Add a new node, Cloak of Solitude, which converts increased area for Drain Life to ward retention while channeling Drain Life. Alright, Harvest had some pretty big changes. Last PvE expansion, you finally got a Headhunter. Definitely a little burned out in that now, so Ellie's patch perfectly timed, like absolutely perfect. Sweet. Alright, Harvest is a respec because it's a lot. Fix the effect of Harvest Symbol of Lost node not being multiplicative with the skill's base more damage to cursed enemies effect. This will result in higher damage. This is a buff. Replaced Waning, increased poison and bleed duration with Crimson Death. Converts Harvest base damage to physical and makes gain bleed chance per point of intelligence instead of added melee necrotic damage. Replaces necrotic tag with the physical tag. Okay, bleed Harvest. It makes sense, like, thematically. Replace elements of death, added damage converted to necrotic with Mark of the Locust. When Harvest hits a target afflicted by Spirit Plague, it has a chance to spread Spirit Plague to an additional target, and the original target takes more damage from Spirit Plague for the remainder of its duration. Requires 3 points in Harrowing Blade compared to Elements of Death's 4. So this change is made probably largely due to the changes to the way damage works with adaptive damage on melee now. I don't know how this affects the build overall. One of the nice things about Elements of Death was it converted all added damage to necrotic. So you could run whatever the highest damage weapon was and then put double added damage affixes on and get full benefit. Of course, even that strategy got kind of overshadowed by the unique. So it might not matter much, but yeah. Skull Shards has been renamed Spirit Shards, requires 13 stacks to proc from 6. Stacks reset to 0 from being reduced by 6. Stacks now show in the UI. Proccing effect grants 2 mana, 13% more damage from 60% increased. Proccing effect grants existing minions a non-stacking 4-second 13% more damage buff from a 3-second stacking 6% increased damage. Tooltip is now clear. 13 stacks from 6 is huge. Like, that's a massive nerf. Even though the stats are better, I'm not sure that's better now. Like, 13 is ridiculous. Every 13 attacks, if I remember correctly, it's gonna take every 13 attacks to get a buff. No thanks. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Will be the best, most OP build now. Currently, it's Abomination. Hopefully, Abomination doesn't make it through like the first hotfix, though. It shouldn't have made it this far. It really shouldn't have. Assuming it still is like I think it is. We went through the nerfs. They didn't look like they hit what was actually problematic. So if it's still working the way that I imagine it is, it's still insanely stupidly OP. And then Manifest Armors not really affected that battle either. 13 attack, not a problem with 1.2% attack speed. You know, wait, 1200%. That's really 1200%. Can you get that much on it? I don't think you get that much on it. You had it, sure. Where was I? Death Inside now grants Harvest more damage for poison on the target up to a maximum from granting poison shred chance. This is actually a really big, this should be a big buff for non-poison builds. If you just run some poison on it, you might take this over Spirit Shards now. Blood Sculptor requires 2 points in Spirit Shards, 3 points in Skull Shards. Symbol of Loss can have 5 points from 7. Renamed Wraith Feast to Spectre. There you go. Hungering Souls, this got changed a lot. Focused Wrath grants 35% reduced cone width from reduced cone angle by 15 degrees. Dominion of Undeath grants 50% increased cone width from increased cone angle by 10 degrees and reduces mana cost by 2 from 1. Can have 4 points allocated. Soul Catcher grants 30 from 20. Inspired Hunger grants 8% more damage over time against possessed enemies for 6 seconds from 15% increased damage over time. That's a buff. Now requires Hungering Souls to be cast directly. That's a nerf. If Hungering Souls is converted to fire, it applies to enemies afflicted with Spreading Flames not possessed. It's a nerf, but it's good, because this was... I remember this was busted as fuck. Because this was giving people like 700% increased damage from this one thing. It was stupid busted. So it's good that the change was made. Totem Pop Spriggan, was thinking of playing that. I want to play something that demolishes bosses. If slower mapping before, you're fine with that. I believe the 0.9 version of Totem Pop is still good, but actually not great on bosses. If you were looking for something that demolishes bosses, you want Abomination or Manifest Armor. Those are going to be the pinnacle boss killers, at least at launch. I cannot think of anything that will really compete with them off the top of my head. Especially when you don't need any gear. They just do it. They just lay out of the box. You're like, fuck you, boss, you're dead. At 0.9 launch. What's up, Ultra Bold? I did this for replace Necrotic Pact 5 necrotic damage and -2 projectiles with Forbidden Pact, which similarly reduces projectiles by 2 balls, gives +1 spell damage for 20 maximum mana. So now you got a mana stack if you want to get that benefit. But if you do, well, you don't really actually. I mean, if you do, it's even better. Because like you had 5 there. I think you could invest more points. Couldn't you? You probably still can. If you have 100 mana, you're at 5 already, and it's not necrotic. So like, if you convert this, I think you can convert Hungering Souls. I can't remember what you convert it to though. This seems better. Best Bob Spiller to bomb. It seems like it still is. The only thing that would potentially make it not the best is now there's a cooldown on that skill that's longer. But if you're doing millions of damage to begin with, I can't imagine that cooldown is going to make it much different. It's going to be different. I think it's still probably the best boss killer. For the crit version, you need the Ferrobor set. Oh, for Totem Pop. With the poison stacks, the crit cold version should still be good. Gotcha. One hit is still one hit. If it one hit before, then I think it still one hits. Yes. And I believe it did one hit most of the stuff. So yeah, A-bomb is still stupid. I'm still mystified that got through, because they were told. They were definitely told. They cannot say they were not told. They were 100% told that was busted as fuck. Risen hit, Hatred grants 4% chance to cast Hungering Souls when hit from 5%, but no longer reduces hit damage by 20%. It now also grants 4% chance to double cast Hungering Souls per point and can have 3 points allocated. It's clunky. It is super clunky, and I think it should be like a strong build if you build for it. I don't think it should be the strongest build in the game. I think really bad quality of life stuff, you should just fix its quality of life. You shouldn't make it insanely powerful to make up for the fact that it's not fun to play, because that just forces players to play an unfun build. And that one's so busted. At least it was so busted in testing that it was like nothing else was close. Assemble Abomination, correct. That's Assemble Abomination. Okay, this is not like good. Oh wait, also grants 4% chance to cast double. This is actually good. This part's good. This is useless. Like no one cares about on when you get hit effects, because the whole point is to not get hit. That's like the whole game revolves around trying not to get hit, so no one cares about those. But this is good. This is the double cast is good. Lament grants 3% chance to cast Hungering Souls when hit from 5%, but no longer reduces damage over time by 20%. Same thing. It now also grants 13 ward gain when you directly cast Hungering Souls and has 3 points. So the ward gain could be good. I don't know if it's enough, but it could be good. Takes like a minute to set up, and then you run busted damage for like 4 to 8 minutes. Yeah, basically. And the Assemble Abomination is going to be the strongest thing on launch. Absolutely blows your mind. It blows mine too. Infernal Shade. Fanning the Flames grants 8% more damage from 12%. Wait, 8% more from 15. 12% increase area from 15, but no longer increases mana cost. Seems like a nerf to me. Unless the mana cost was excessive, that's pretty significant nerf. Heart of Fire reduces raised by 12 from 15. Can have 4 points allocated. Purgatory grants 15% fire pen per second, from 40% increased damage per second. That's a buff for fire for sure. Not a buff for anything that wasn't fire. There's 48 pages. I think people are now like adding to it. I don't think it's 48 pages of notes. It's a massive note. We're gonna be here a while. We're not even close to done. Regarding a bomb, when in the multi-PTR, you notice the bomb was resummoned at every level of the Java dungeon, which nullified the build as a whole because it would lose all buffs gained when summoned from Skellies. You hope they fix that? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's fixed or not. Guide around for manifest armor. Let's see. Hold on. I don't know if he's got one actually. Let me check. No, he doesn't. Okay. I don't have one that I trust yet. If someone else got one, feel free to throw it out. Haven't seen it in the bugs. Let's see. Where were we? Legion increased mana cost by 85. Purgatory. Okay, read that. Wildfire grants 8% more damage from 20. 10% reduced duration from 15. So higher duration, lower damage, but not much lower. Flame burst now grants plus 8% crit chance from 5, and now also grants 20% reduced infernal shade duration. Interesting. This is stuff that I don't have a ton of experience with. I didn't run much Infernal Shade. I didn't play a whole lot of minions before, although I think I'll play more Necromancer this patch than before. I don't think I'll play much of any more companion stuff, though. I still hate the companion mechanic where they just die and they're like, well, fuck, I gotta go find them, and that's not really fun to me. But I think I'll play more Necro. Baneful requires 2 points somewhere. Okay, Fiery Confusion grants 4% more explosion damage for 50, but now also grants 4% increased explosion area. That's probably a buff. I don't know how big that was. Hellfire now causes Infernal Shade to always be ground targeted and prevents attachments from only being ground targeted if no nearby target was found. That's gonna be a QOL if you're playing that version of it. Fix the bug where Infernal Shade placed in the ground could have infinite duration when taking the Hellfire and Soulfire notes. That's a nerf. Fix the bug that allows creating invisible permanent Infernal Shades that could exceed the shade limit. That's a nerf too. With endgame gear, manifest will be very strong. Yeah, I don't even think it needs much endgame gear. Forgot to tell ESG about the bomb build. I'm starting Necromancer. I'm not starting Necromancer, and they were very much told about a bomb build. There's no excuse there. Nice try. Arcane Absorption now grants +2 spell damage on hit from 5% increased spell damage. Arcane Absorption, this is Rip Blood by the way. Arcane Absorption buff is now applied when you directly cast Rip Blood and hit at least one enemy from applying every hit. This buff now lasts 6 for 4 and 4. This is another one of those things that was like this infinite scaling loop thing was broken AF. This is a good change for the health of the game. This is a good thing. Crimson Flood grants 20% increased area from 25. Revile requires 1 point in Crimson Flood from 2. Fixed Stench of Blood, not mentioning that it gave 5% increased attack speed. That's nice. Fixed Thirst and Hemomancer giving more attack speed instead of increased attack speed. Oh, that's a nerf. Who told ESG about crit vulnerability? Not me. I mean, everyone knew that crit vulnerability was going to be broken AF in multiplayer, but I was hoping they wouldn't screw over single player in the process of fixing it. That's what I was hoping. That's not what happened. Necrotic Unity now gives Blood Splatter 2% increased area per minion from 2% more damage per minion per point. Was actually giving 2% increased damage per minion per point. Per minion. Oh, that would be better. Wait, 2% more damage. Oh, it was giving 2% increased. Okay, so that's a buff. Limited to 1 from 2 and requires Infused Frenzy from blood, requiring blood infusion. What do you got now? That about crit vulnerability? Like, oh yeah, hit. Marksman might be kind of dead right now. I don't think a bomb is fun to play, so I don't want it to be good. No, it's not that I don't want it to be good. I don't want it to be multiple times better than the next best thing, which it kind of is right now. Spraying companion support druid super valuable. Yeah, until they die. But yeah. Where was I? Did that one. Infused Frenzy now gives minions 8% increased attack speed and cast speed per point from 10. Nerf. Blood Infusion now gives minions 5%, 15% more damage from 30% increased. Buff. I think you even touched in a bomb build, but now you might have to before it gets nerfed. If you want to check out Omega Power, that's the one to check out. And it doesn't require gear, so you just have to level it. Not a summoner person in general, then you will hate that build because you have to summon stuff to eat stuff to then go play, and then eventually you have to do it all over again, and you have to just keep doing it all over again. That's the problem with it. Its quality of life is arguably the lowest in the game. Although someone might argue that Tempest Strike is lower just because it's terrible. Fuck that, yeah, it's definitely an acquired. I don't want to say acquired taste. It's definitely only certain people will enjoy it. Patch point 9, the whole server will be a bomb build. If they let it stay up long enough, I will make one for dungeon killing. Like if they leave it after the hotfixes and stuff, I'm like, all right, fine. It's clearly a part of it. I'm gonna use it as my dungeon killer because it's so broken. Like fine, it's my dungeon killer. If you refuse to change it, then I will one-shot bosses. That's where I'm at with that right now. If they just do not want to change it, fine. It's part of the game. It's clearly intended at that point, so be it. You're leaning towards Umbral Blades anyways, just because Rogue is still your favorite. Yeah, Umbral Blades still strike. The Shadow Daggers are still really strong. That's my starter. Unless something's in here that I didn't expect. Leave Moray Bomb alone. He just wants to smash. He does smash. He very much smashes. He's a smasher. Doesn't seem like it was too badly nerfed, but you have to sit and reread. It got nerfed on defense a bit, but it's still really good defense. It's still fine. All right, Sacrifice. Necrotic Audience grants 3% increased area if you have 3+ minions from 40. It also grants 6% more damage if you have 3+. A lot of changes to more damage in the skill trees, which is very interesting. It feels like it kind of goes against the whole, we wanted to make items more meaningful, but it's also like good for those skills. You can have 3 points allocated from 5. Catalyst of Horror increases mana cost by 20% from 40, but can have 1 point allocated from 3. Okay, obviously there's more going on there because you don't just take a point to increase mana cost. Add a new node, Sanguine Libation, which causes Sacrifice to chain to 1 additional target per point and also gives it 13% bleed chance. It requires 1 point in Catalyst of Horror and can have 5 points. It sounds cool. Sounds cool. Burning Offering gives 25% ignite chance from 34, but also grants 5% fire pen with ignite. Can have 4 points. You get 20% fire pen with that. That sounds like a buff. You get Aaron's unique. You'll give a Golem build a go for sure. Yeah, Golem's gonna be strong. Golem's gonna be strong this patch. I think there's gonna be multiple builds that work. You loving my music choice today? Just adds a sense of gravity. Yeah, that's why I chose that. I'm gonna experiment more with music because I picked up a music player that's all like DMCA free stuff, and so got a lot more options than the old one I had. I'm having to pay for it, so I might as well take advantage of it. Where was I? I read that one. Infernal Vindication buff now requires you to control at least 1 minion when you cast Sacrifice, but lasts for 6 seconds from 4 and grants 6% more damage over time, multiplicative with other modifiers from 30% increased damage per time. Okay. So if you're already controlling a minion, you just got buffed. If you're not, I guess you got to figure it out. Added a new node, Flickering Shadows, which makes it so that when you cast Sacrifice, all your existing infernal shades have the duration reduced to 2 seconds, but deal 250% more damage for that remaining duration. That's very interesting. Requires 1 point infernal. They're really trying to get infernal shades to not suck. Here's the hoping. What is my stream thumbnail? What do you mean my stream thumbnail? I don't have a stream thumbnail. Stream thumbnail? What the hell's a stream thumbnail? I don't know what a stream thumbnail is. You mean like on Twitch? I don't see anything, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, anyway. Spirit Plague. Fix putrid recovery, giving 5 ward on hit instead of the 4 ward stated on the tooltip. Soul Feast. Place the damn node, cause Soul Feast to inflict damage hit with Hellmind, which grants damn chance per intelligence. I like these changes. I like, obviously it's got to be good enough to be worth the scaling, but I like when they add nodes to skills that were like, okay, if you scale some stat that you can also get on your gear, it will make this better, because that encourages getting that stat on your gear, so it's means gearing is actually more impactful. The blue mascot for you? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Replace Devourer, 4% increased area with Winds of Affliction, which gives 24% increased area and 12% chance to inflict frailty. Sources of frailty are good. What the heck what are you doing? Bro, what are you doing? Why are you sending me that? I don't need people looking at my Discord. Where was I? Poison Husk grants 50% poison chance from 10. Disease Soul grants 10% poison chance from 7. Okay, so giving more poison chance in it. Incision grants 20% bleed chance from 10. A lot of buffs in Soul Feast. Toxic Craving grants 60% increased armor per stack from 20. The buff lasts 6 seconds. This is another thing that was like busted AF. I don't know if this fixes it. So it gives it every time you hit, I believe. Like if you hit like 10 enemies, you're getting 200% armor increase. Well, now you're getting 60% armor on those 10, and it's lasting 6 seconds. I don't know if this fixes it. This is another one of those like almost infinite looping things. I'm not sure this one actually solves the problem like the other ones did. It's better, but still a lot. Most in general, all right. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, most people don't have that though. Where was I? Is that everything there? No, there's that one. Fix the Hellmind node not working. Fix no rest for the wicked, only giving 5% frenzy chance instead of the 8% listed. That's just Hunter, yeah. Summon Skeletal Mage. Gets a free respec. Archmage requires 2 points and Splinter Dominion from 3. Could be a buff for Archmage. That's Roid Mage right there, I believe. Shadow Wardens grant 15 ward per second from 10. Add a new node, Forbidden Arena, or Forbidden Arcana. Skeletal Mages deal 1% more damage for 25 maximum mana. 5 points allocable. Requires 1 point Archmage or 2 points. Okay, so that can't be what Archmage is. I forget what Archmage is. 1% per 25 mana, up to 5% per 25 mana could be pretty strong. That's another one of those skills I like. Give my honest opinion. That's not my opinion on a bomb. Add a new node, Grave Passage. When you directly cast Summon Skeletal Mage, you are teleported to the target location. Summon Skeletal Mage has a 4-second cooldown, which shares a Transplant and Reap. I think this is really cool. What this does is it allows you to have a movement ability without having to put in a movement ability on your bar that you might use for something that's more beneficial, like more minions or like a buff room. So this is an indirect buff as long as the point investment isn't too high to get there. It's potentially a significant buff. You can put in a whole nother buff skill or a whole other minion skill on your bar because of it. It's going to be really good. Add a new node, Death's Cavalry. When you teleport by casting Summon Skeletal Mage, up to 3 of your other minions are teleported with you. This is also cool. Like, stuff goes with you. Yeah, some control. Yeah, that's also an additional benefit on it. Summon Skeletons, Death Knights. It's interesting they broke. Okay, never mind. That's okay. So just Death Knights got affected by Skeleton. That's interesting. No longer have plus 10 melee necrotic damage by default. Basic melee attacks, base damage is now necrotic from Fizz. Basic melee attacks now have 11% more base damage. Basic melee attack no longer has a 30% less damage modifier. This should be a buff as you scale then. Slash attacks now have 50 base necrotic damage from 11 fizz and oh wow, this is a big buff. And 2 fizz added damage from 100%. Slash attacks now have 3% less attack speed. Slash attacks now have a 20% bigger radius. Okay. Now have 5% more move speed. And display named changed to Death Knight from Skeleton Death Knight. Okay. How many more skills are just for this freaking god? I just want to get through Acolyte here. Summon Wraith. Are they gonna fix the totem wraiths there? Because that was a really strong one too. Seems like a sizable buff. I agree, that does. Fix a bug where wraiths melee attacks a slightly smaller area effect than intended. Fix a bug where the increased melee area from Sequel of Avarice was not applying. Sequel of Avarice grants 40% more damage to 25. Definitely buffs. The Flame Wraith node grants all wraiths 5% more damage. Previous nodes said 15% more damage, was granting 50% increase. So that's actually a buff. Putrid Wraith node grants all wraiths 5% more damage. Previously nodes said 15% more damage, was granting 50% increased damage. Same thing. Whereas 2 points in Noxious Blades. Putrid Wraiths no longer have 30% reduced poison duration. Good for them, for sure. Noxious Blades grants 10% melee poison chance from 20%, now also grants 10% poison pen. Locus of Death grants 60% more damage to 100, but now also grants 30% increased melee attack speed. I don't see anything in there that seems like it harmed totem wraiths, which were very strong. They did not fix it? Okay. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here a while. You're not wrong. Because I'm gonna be here a while. You don't have to be here, but I'll be here. Acolytes with transplant, because transplant had a lot of changes. Greatly reduce the delay after using transplant before you can move or use another ability. That's good. Just makes it feel better. 50% base damage from 20. Added damage applies at 250 from 200. Bone armor and marrow blades are no longer connected to the root node. New node, fleeting form, which grants 5% increased cooldown recovery speed and 5% increased cast speed. Can have 3 points allocated. That's to account for the changes or the increased cooldowns on these movement skills, traversal skills, sorry. Anemia can now also be accessed by putting 1 point in fleeting form. Marrow Blades now requires 2 points fleeting form. Flash Marquee grants 10% more hit damage, unconditional, and 10% more hit damage against bleeding enemies from 10% more damage and 10% increased cooldown duration. So that's definitely a buff. Fixed a bug where Flash Marquee said it only affected hit damage. Oh, it didn't. Okay. But now it does. But only part of it. Okay. Replaced Sadism, increased damage on cooldown, percent of current health loss and hit, with Azure Veins, words, which grants 1 mana on hit and causes you to lose 0.5% current health and ward on hit. You can have 2 points allocated, and nodes that required 2 points in Sadism now require 1 point. It's a lot of shit, man. A lot of shit. You're speed reading it, not explaining. I'm not going to explain every single thing to you. There's so many things. Say that 10 times fast? No. Gonna need to lurk for a bit. All right. Rain of Blood now requires 2 points in Acolyte's Fervor or 3 points in Scarlet Rain. Scarlet Rain grants 20% increased area from 30. Violet Emergence can have 3 points allocated from 4. Sacrifice cast via transfusion, deal 15% more damage. Where's the good nodes? I know there's good nodes in here. Acolyte's Fervor grants haste and frenzy for 1 second per point. This is a good one. From grants 10% increased cast speed per point for 4 seconds, increased health cost by 10%. Now you get haste from it. Like frenzy's good too, but now I can go faster, and y'all know I like that. Health cost modifiers from Dance of Blood, Drink Deep, and Anemia, and are now multiplied with each other. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. Dance of Blood now grants 8% more health cost from 10. Anemia reduces health cost by 8 from 2. Oh wait, anemia is good, but negative, so that, yeah, multiplicative is bad, I think. Can't keep track. You can have 4 points allocated from 4 or from 2. Hemophilia can have 4 points allocated from 1. Additional points do not increase the number of self-inflicted bleeds. Okay. Replace Rain of Blood additional detonation arrival with Doombringer, which causes you to cast Bone Curse on arrival. That could be cool. It's a different playstyle for sure. Too much math, right? Replace Black Mirror additional detonations on departure with Cursed Exile. Grants 40% more damage against cursed enemies, 8 health on hit against enemies afflicted by Bone Curse, and 8 ward on hit against enemies afflicted by Spirit Plague. So like the cool detonation style play that used to be fun and it was kind of killed, I believe, is now completely killed. It's totally dead, does not exist anymore. Replace Last Laugh. Minions deal increased damage for 4 seconds of use with Marrow Blades, which grants or gives minions plus 5 mana damage for 4 seconds after you cast Transplant. Ethereal body requires 1 point in Scarlet Rain from 2. All right, we are all so close to being through Acolyte, which is my least played, so I know the least about. I need to change that this match. Volatile Zombie. When summoning multiple volatile zombies with one cast, they're now summoned in an arc in front of you rather than all in one spot. Okay. I can imagine that. Path of Destruction grants 20% increased area from 30. Chief Combustion grants 20% Infernal Shade chance from 20. Just nerfs. Fixed a bug where necrotic or necromantic fervor was not affected by our increasing healing effectiveness. Increased healing effectiveness. However, it now gives 0.4% base healing per max health. Healing effectiveness still doesn't apply if you have the Vital Ward node. Okay. Forceful Commanders grants 12% mana efficiency from 10. And fixed a bug where some parts of the visuals for zombie exploding did not scale with increased area. Wandering Spirits, poison afflicted by spectral putrescence no longer have 35% reduced rage. This is a buff. Hell yeah, brother. All right, we're at the mage. I'm gonna take a 1 minute break. Be right back. All right, mage. Music's fire sweet. I'm glad you guys are liking it. You like that even though you didn't play Necro, the arc in front of you, it seems clear and looks defensive at least. Yeah, I did play that a bit. I did enjoy some volatile zombies. The arc sounds cool. All right, Arcane Ascendance, everyone's favorite skill to shit on. In mage at least. Not completely, because that's Tempest Strike. Chronoclasm now also grants you 2% more damage per slow on the target while in Arcane Ascendance. Assuming a Mark of Thunder deals 170% more damage. I have to look into Mark of Thunder. See what's going on there. All right, actually, I want to look at that one. I think I'll just actually I have this up already. I need a planner. All right, I'm just gonna leave this like this so I can easily switch back and forth. Would help if I was in mage. And then we need to be in our good friend Arcane Ascendance. Okay, Mark of Thunder. You mark enemies you hit that are over 5 meters away. When you exit, you consume it, dealing lightning damage. Okay. Okay, this is still shit. That's nothing. Read the Acolyte section with the planner up? No. Just don't know it well enough. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna much matter. Maybe there'll be a new playstyle, but that's not anything that's gonna really help Arcane Ascendance not feel terrible to play. Black Hole Supermassive has been reworked. It now deals 25% more damage per point to rares and bosses and prioritizes moving towards rares and bosses. Previously said 2% more damage for each enemy hit. Each enemy within 1 meter of center actually did 2% more each successive enemy hit. Didn't affect dot. I think this matters 0% because Black Hole has never been a good damaging skill. This won't change it at all. It disintegrate. Fixed a bug where unbridled power was not providing its chance to shock, ignite, or slow in most cases. Fixed a bug where Intensify was providing less upgrade speed than intended when fewer than 4 points were invested in the node. Paralyzed now grants 5% more damage per shock on the target from 20% increased shock effect. That's good. That's 50% more damage. Temporal entrapment gives 40% chance to slow. Description was previously 30%. Subvention now gives 7 mana on kill. It's giving 6. Description was 8. Magnify gives 20% chance to ignite each second. Was 15% before. And feedback gives 20% shock. None of this matters, I don't think, because this is still a skill that requires you to charge it up over time by standing still, which makes it useless in this game. Until they change that playstyle, it's always going to be a bad skill. That is my opinion on it. Elemental Nova. Elemental Expanse grants 20% increased area from 30. Definitely nerf. Infernal Nova grants 250% increased area from 300% for non-channeled variants and 25% for channel from 30. I don't think anyone uses Infernal Nova in any significant build. Conflagrating Speed grants 35% increased cooldown recovery speed from 25%, but can have 5 points allocated. Grants 35% increased speed. Okay, from 8. So that's... I mean, no one uses anything that needs CDR, so it doesn't matter either. That's after Infernal Nova. Related, but Jesus Christ, you broke a nail so badly? Ouch. Cryomantic Fragility reduces mana cost by 3 from 2 and increases cold damage taken by 3 from 5. These are all nodes no one cares about so far. Overload, except for maybe the area one. Overload grants 40% increased stun chance from 25. Replace Ascended Current, increased shock effect buff on hit. Overload, which grants overcharged elemental novas 20% increased stun chance and 20% more damage. It can have 4 points allocated. Increased shock effect buff. Okay. 20 overload. Okay, that's actually a good one. That's a good node. 100% more damage on the overcharge ones. Overcharge ones, how hard is it to get those? I can find you. I will find you, elements. Not there you are. 8% per point, so that's 40% chance. And now this is already in here. Nice. 100%. 100% times 0.4. I mean 40% more damage. Good. There's no yeah, there can't be anymore. There was no social media in the 80s. I'm telling you this now. You fell off your bike and hurt your knee. Good to know, Reaper. Fixed a bug where the shock chance no, I didn't read this. Where the shock chance and ignite chance from elemental tranquility would randomly either apply to all individual novas while channeling, regardless of element, or none of them. Glacial Might now gives 80% more damage, was giving 20% descriptions, 14% more hit damage. Spark charges give 4% more damage, was giving 5% description, 4% more hit. All right, those are minor. Enchant Weapon, renamed the lightning bolt frequency node from thundering to capacitance. Good to know. Fireball. This had quite a bit of work, I think. Plasma Ball now converts 50% of base damage to lightning from added 3 lightning damage. It adds 35% crit multi from 10. The conversion to 50% actually makes sense because it goes with the gloves that will give you 50% to give you 100%. That's a massive crit multi nerf. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Also, it can only have 1 point allocated from 7, so you went from, if I remember correctly, could you get 35% times 7? Crit multi has a massive amount of crit multi. And I can get 10% total. Yeah, that's crazy. Immolated Core now also grants Lightning Pen in addition to Fire Pen. That's just for lightning builds because, you know, we have to have lightning on everything. Conflagration can have 5 points allocated from 6. Winged Fire grants 7% increased speed and range from 12, but can have 5 points from 4. Okay, that's a nerf. Infernal Legacy gives 10% increased duration and range, was giving 6%. Description was 20. Can now have 4. So that's a nerf that, or as a buff that looks like a nerf. Fire Spray adds 5 to mana cost from 6. The Spreading Flames node has been renamed to Spreading Inferno, and it now also grants 10% more damage over time to all ailments inflicted by Fireball. That's pretty good. Wildfire gives 40% Fire Pen with Spreading Flames from 30% more damage with Spreading Flames. You can have 5 points allocated. I've yet to see Spreading Flames work as anything more than a good clear for campaign. If anyone makes it really good, let me know. Ghostfire has been renamed to Forbidden Flames and increased channel cost by 12% per point from 15. Firebrand! Oh god. Firebrand Flame Reef. God help me. Just, Lord help me. Tom Cruise help me, because I'm gonna need it to get through this one. Okay. Incineration now also grants 100% ignite chance per stack if the consuming attack is a fire attack, 100% frostbite chance with coal, 100% shock chance if it's lightning. Searing Brand now gives 10% more damage as stated, was giving 5. Arcane Sharpshooter gives 5% spell crit multiplier per stack of Firebrand, was giving 7%, description was 3. Crossfire gives 8% ignite chance per stack of Firebrand, was giving 10%, description was 5. Brand of Arcanist now also gives generic spellfire damage, even if you have the galvanized node rather than changing it to spell lightning. Fading Flame grants 15 warp per stack from 12. Electrostatic grants 3 stack charge from 2 on hit from 2. Mana Shell grants forward and hit from 3. None of this matters so far. That doesn't really matter. Philosophize. Oh God, okay. Bruce says, requirement to be an artist, purity of heart. There you go. I'll give you a long one. Inferno grants 6% for spreading flames chance from 7% and 2% more fire damage to enemies afflicted by spreading flames. From 5% increased fire damage over time per stack. Can have 3 points allocated from 5. Zakar. Alright, here we go. Illuminating Fire grants 2% crit chance and 2% crit multi per stack consumed. From guaranteeing a crit if you consume at least 3 stacks. Can have 3 points allocated from 1. Firebrand got gutted. It got. So now, putting 3 points into that and doing 3 stacks will give you 18% base crit versus a guaranteed crit. Fun times. Crossfire can have 4 points allocated. I don't even, who cares? This is all we care about, really. All right. Flame Reef, the next fun one that goes well with the last one. Because if you recall, if you know my builds, and you know the Flame Reef general build, like the generic style of Flame Reef build, you know that what we did was we would do at least 3 procs of Firebrand, often more than that, to get us Illuminating Fire to guarantee crit on Flame Reef, so we didn't have to build for crit, so we could actually do good damage. An extra generous portion of salt on this wound. So now you don't get that. You get, I mean, if you have, it might not be as bad as it seems. Hear me out. Do 6 and you do 6 stacks. Okay. That's what, 36 or some shit. I'm not doing math today. I'm done with math. 36 base doesn't take that much to build, because you do have 5% base already. You're at 41. That's what that's like 150% increased crit you need. So it's actually not that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad. I think it actually can survive this. The more I think about it, that's not a major issue right there. It's not great. Again, I don't know why it had to happen, but I think it can survive. Okay, Flame Reef deals 16 additional fire damage for 15. Big buff. 160% add damage effectiveness for 150. Big buff. Every say he's going hard with Volcanic Orb. Tell him to have fun. Cheers. Enjoy. Rhythm of Fire. If you remember from the test build, Rhythm of Fire was busted. They meant to make it so that you didn't want to play with Firebrand for some reason. What they ended up doing is make it so we just played with Firebrand and Mana Strike and did double damage. And it was a shitty rotation, but it was powerful AF. Rhythm of Fire now causes Flame Reef to grant 4 stacks of Rhythm of Fire. If you're at 12 stacks, it consumes all stacks to grant the same bonuses before. So if you cast it like 3 times, you get a big one. This node on its own has identical functionality to before in terms of gameplay, but it was changed because Versatility, which is the node after it that we use to synergize with Firebrand, now causes Surge to grant 6 stacks of Rhythm of Fire on direct use, Fireball to grant 5 stacks, Mana Strike to grant 4 stacks, and Firebrand to grant 3 stacks. Okay. We're basically back to where we were. Here's where we're at now. You have to build some crit on it. You have to cast at least 4 times on Firebrand before you use Flame Reef, which you were going to do anyway because there's multipliers that make you want to do it anyway. There's multipliers that make you want to do like 5 to 7. And then it will do what it did before. And nothing else has changed. Mana Strike giving you 1 more stack is meaningless. It's meaningless. Doesn't matter because you can't build crit with Mana Strike, and you don't get the more multiplier that you get out of Firebrand with it either. So you still got the more multiplier from Firebrand, you get the crit from Firebrand, you get jack shit from Mana Strike. They have done absolutely nothing to make this more diverse, which was the supposed intended design, was to make it more diverse, so you wanted to use other skills with it. The only thing that, like, maybe you use Surge now to get more, but even then I still haven't built up my stacks with all the other multipliers, so I don't know why I would want to use Surge either. I don't see how this makes any difference at all. He might have found something broken. Okay. Plasma Ball didn't get nerfed that bad. It was 10% crit multi per point times 7 was 70% total. Oh, now it's 35. I read it the wrong way. Okay, I see. I read it the other way. Are you sure? Did I read it wrong? Let's see. Where was that one? Isn't Fireball, Plasma Ball, Plasma Ball. Oh yeah, you're right. I read it the opposite direction. It gives 35, not 10. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, good. All right, so versatility, we got that one. Added a new node, Accelerando, which reduces the required rhythm of fire stacks for consumption by 1 and also gives Flamer a 2% crit chance when it consumes stacks of rhythm of fire. Can have 3 points allocated and requires 1 point versatility. Okay, so you might think, well, that's 6% per stack. Maybe I can use that with Mana Strike. But why? It's less crit. You still don't get the multiplier that you get from Firebrand. So why would you do that? I don't know why they're not doing something to Mana Strike to give it more buffs if they want Mana Strike to be used in a similar way to Firebrand. They keep doing these weird changes to like make it more appealing, but it's not actually any more appealing. I don't understand. Hopefully they'll do something different, because this is not it, Chief. Unbound Flames grants 12% increased width from 15. Ashen Waste grants 20% crit multi from 20. Spoil a bug fix that's funny. All right, go ahead, Tarek. Lingering Embers grants 20% chance to cast Fire Aura from 15. KVE 111, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Fixed a bug where Dancing Strike's first and second attack hitbox are not affected by increased area. Individuals for his third attack were not affected by increased area. Interesting. No wonder if it like I wonder if that'll make it really good now. Because one of my biggest problems with that build, and I did a lot of testing, like a lot of testing on it. My biggest problems is if you wanted to use, is Rhythm the one that gives you like all the big buffs? Hey, it's Lizard and friends coming in with a big raid, man. Lots of people want to hear about the patch notes today, huh? The biggest issue I had with Dancing Strikes was that I couldn't keep up stacks of Rhythm because I would just randomly miss while attacking the freaking what do you call it, the target dummy. I just miss, and I'm like, why am I missing on these attacks? And it's got a 1.5 second duration, so you miss once, you're done. So if that fixes that, that'd be amazing. Split Disc, Side Dad, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, guys. And favorite skills, Flame Reave. Yeah, run Flame Reave right now, although we're talking about Dancing Strikes because Tarek brought it up. So I'm hoping that that's better now, because Dancing Strikes has the potential to be really, really good with those nodes. Came at the right time. Flame Reave got a huge buff. So what I was saying, Lizard, interestingly enough, as we're going through the numbers of this, is it's kind of like pretty close to what it was before they made all of these changes. They made all these changes to get back to like, okay, now you need like 150% crit chance, which is not particularly hard to get. You get 150% crit chance, you're guaranteed crit again, you use exactly the same setup, you have no more reason to use Mana Strike whatsoever, no more reason to use Surge whatsoever. It's exactly like it was, but all these changes have happened and nothing has actually changed with the way we're going to play it. And I just don't know why they spent so much freaking time on it to get us back to where we were. And by a slight nerve to it that you actually have to build some crit now. Yeah. Man, patch notes legit made you lose your voice. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that myself. Came back from a meeting to find quiet offline. Wow, that was quick. All right, I think that got us through that part of it. Lingering Embers grants 20% chance to cast Fire Aura from 15. Now grants. I don't care about Flame Reave doing Ignite. I've never found a build that does well with Ignite on Flame Reave. You don't attack often enough. Fixed inconsistencies in how width and range modifiers affected area when you had the World Fire node. These inconsistencies had generally made the node more powerful, so now it only adds 10 mana cost from 20. Rhythm of Fire grants 130% more damage from 100, but only 65% more width from 100 and 130% more range from 100. Dude, that's actually okay. So that's a buff now. So didn't they, I think they reverted the, actually it doesn't say in here, does it? I thought they reverted the changes the more damage on the firebrand one, but I don't see it in here. Maybe they didn't. And now we get how much more? 130% more damage on Rhythm of Fire. Okay, the thing is buffed. It's actually stronger. 30% stronger. So many changes to Spellblade and Sork is still Sork. You're making your rounds because you saw me, Lizard, and Quiet online? Yeah, we're all on the same time. It's crazy. Find a way to have each of you guys come through one side of your headphones. Oh man. Tell you if it's a buff for leveling or not. No, I cannot tell you that because it sucks in level. It sucks for a long time to level until you get to the firebrand, which takes a while. All your spigot builds are still strong. Manifest armor build? Yeah, does anybody have a really good manifest armor build or can link to one that they know is really good? Like manifest armor is probably S tier, at least on bossing right now. So heat wave got nerfed. That might make it less strong actually, because heat wave was pretty good. It was not amazing though. We can probably work around that. Narcris grants 5 melee fire damage for equipped sword from 5 melee damage if you have a sword. Oh, so that's a buff for dual wielding. Slash and burn grants ignite chance, don't care. Replaced rending ire plus 3 melee fire damage with frenzied flame, which grants 10% chance per point to gain frenzy on for 3 seconds. Wait, okay, yeah, I don't care about that. 8 melee fire damage for flame reeve while you have frenzy. Yeah, that might I don't know about that one. I'm not convinced. You can tag an MA person, sure. Check max roll. Oh, hopefully someday. Here's that home. Rolling Thunder requires 1 point in Frenzied Flame from 3 points in Rending Ire. Arcane Severance gets 4% more melee damage from 8, but now also grants 1 melee damage per point for 4 added spell damage. Ew. Versatility makes Surge and Mana Strike count towards Rhythm of Fire. Yeah, we know that already. Firebrands, Incineration, Eliminating Fire nodes have been buffed accordingly. There's no way they left. Did they leave that in? Did they leave Firebrand's Incineration and Illuminating Fire with a massive damage buff and also give Versatility a big damage buff and then give back Firebrand to Flame Reeve? Flame Reeve's Versatility node? Are we gonna do double damage? Holy shit. Catalyst of Ash grants 12% chance to cast Fireball and hit. I don't care. Or fire damage over time, don't care. Okay, there we go. That's that stuff. So TLDR, I don't think it's dead. And it might be stronger, but I don't know if I trust those patch notes because that's just a lot of weird shit going on. That's the TLDR. Burst of Flames has 40 base damage from 20. This brings its base damage in line with its 200% added damage effectiveness. I don't care about Burst of Flame. Fixed a bug where Volatile Strike did not actually increase the area of the explosion on kill. I don't really care about that either. They did not leave it Mana Strike and Surge. That's 100% not the case. You can see it right here. Firebrand grants 3 stacks to Versatility. And or from Versatility, and you need 12 stacks to get Rhythm of Fire. Focus added a new node, Conveyance, which causes you to move to the target location when you start channeling. Does not count as a teleport skill. This makes Focus a traversal skill. That's kind of sick. Focus has a 4-second cooldown from 3. Burst after 1 second grants 40 ward and mana from 30. Nothing so far that's going to make Focus really good for like 1,000 mana builds. Revelation adds 25 ward to the burst from 15. Iron Stance grants 12% more armor and 3 armor per intelligence from 100 armor. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that should be better for any build that stacks int by a lot. Prism Barrier requires 1 point Iron Stance. Prismatic Stance grants 10% less elemental damage taken for 5 buff. Chilling Aura now also grants 5% less damage taken from chilled enemies. These are new that they were in the test build though. Shocking Aura now also grants 5% less damage taken from shocked. Burning aura, 5% less damage taken from ignited. If you could get all of these, it would be like super tanky, but it's kind of hard to do that, especially if you actually want to get any mana back. Resolute Stance gives 50% increased health regen. Description was previously 30. Chilling Aura gives 50% chance to chill nearby enemies every second. Was 5%, description was 10. That's good. Like, that's really good, especially like chill will help you survive a little bit when you're channeling this. Shocking Aura gives 50% chance shocking nearby. These are also gonna be like really good for the fact that, you know, you're trying to take less damage from those. So these are all really cool. I don't know if there's enough space in there, but they are really cool. Updated the wording of the nodes and focus skill tree to better express whether they affect the caster or recipient of focus. Focus's burst of ward and mana now affects the recipient instead of the caster. Yeah, there's unfortunately focus is still gonna suck for high mana builds. It's fine for like mid mana and lower. High mana just doesn't do, like, the best you can do is take the ones for negative mana, push yourself to negative mana, and then get like a 200-300 mana burst. But if you're running 1,000 mana, you need something else. Why they have two different definitions for versatility? That's why I said don't trust the nodes. I don't trust this stuff. This is the old shit. Like, this reads off just like the old shit does. So, I mean, this is technically, so this part is still true, right? Versatility makes surge and mana strike count towards rhythm of fire, but not from firebrand and mana strike. That's not right. These didn't work before, and now they do, so that technically is true. I think this is supposed to not be in here. This is the old patch notes. I think it just got like pulled in. This is the new ones, where it's now doing this instead of what it used, what it was doing in test build. So this brings back flame, excuse me, firebrand, which they needed to, because otherwise you're doing that double attack with firebrand and mana strike. That's just not great. But I think that this probably just needs to be removed. And maybe if that is that doesn't count either, but I don't know. That this is something to check in on. See, like, guys, is there actually still that buff to firebrand? Because if so, holy fuck, a lot of damage. All right, Glacier. Add a new node, Snowblink, which causes you to teleport to the target location when you cast Glacier, but gives it a 5-second cooldown and makes it count. Some of these are really sick. Like, the idea of being able to use Glacier to travel to a location, and then I'm guessing you cast a Glacier on it. That's really cool. Build probably got buffed. It might have gotten buffed. It depends on how some of that stuff reads out. You do have to give up. Is there a crit chance in Double anywhere? No. Oh shit. Oh, it's spell crit though. Take that at 70. If you give it like 2 affixes, you get guaranteed crits. 2 prefixes, or wear a ring and a prefix, depending on what you have in your weapon. Yeah, it could be a buff. It's not a major nerf. It looked like a major nerf at first. It's not. It's just practically just a reversion to what we had. Glacier TP is going to be everything we wanted Fury Leap to be. Probably true. Ice Warriors got buffed, but I don't know that much matters. Ice Barrage, Biting Cold stat line now specifies that it gives Ice Barrage more cold damage, not more damage. Improved clarity of hypothermia and sublimations to lips. Thoughts on the judgment changes? They're fine with unique gloves. You'd run judgment with or without unique still. Assuming they actually fixed Fury buffs to work too. Yeah. Combination with everything, it looks like the bill has 3 to 4 different variations. I don't see 3 to 4 different variations that are actually like equivalent in power. I see variations that are like, you could do that. Complete 100% more damage or fire damage where the nodes. Where's the damage coming from? Are you guys talking about are you talking about judgment, like the aura? I haven't gotten that far yet. Okay, lightning blast. Shatter shotgun gives 12% more heavy damage against shock and chill enemies. As stated, was giving 20. Well, that's a nerf. Front loaded description has been reworded to better express that only the bonus damage from front load is lessened with each chain. That's good because it wasn't clear. I mean, we figured it out. We all figured it out. It wasn't clear. More flat and totally systems. Against mine. Not equivalent, but just the core of the build's variety. If so, yes, I would say they're one step closer. You could definitely do those things. You shouldn't. They're one step closer to you should. If they add stuff in Mana Strike, and if they add stuff in Surge that synergize with Flame Reave, then the core is now built in a way that can handle that and make it worthwhile. Until they do that though, there's no value in Mana Strike, or like Surge maybe for some clear. If you run Surge, you Flame Reave, you don't have to do anything else, you just get a big damage buff. That could be potentially useful. You probably don't get your crit though, so that kind of sucks. But at least you could like kind of start doing something like that. But I'd probably just throw that in to the Flame Rebuild. I wouldn't like do its own thing with it. Auto proc. I don't know if I wanted to auto proc. No, auto proc would be fine actually. Yeah, the problem is it doesn't get the crit. Other variations, a hybrid melee spell with fireball. There might be something there. I saw there was something about like spell damage or something. There might be something there, but I'm not too familiar with that one. I don't see much with Mana Strike though. Speaking of Mana Strike, change hitbox to better fit visuals, increase width by 114%, length by 50. Nice. That's why it felt better. So it actually was. I thought it was better. It actually is. Sprite Blade grants 20% increased area from 30. But Mana Cleave grants 120% increased area from 20. Yeah. Okay, that's sweet. That's sick. Bountiful Victory gives 3 mana on kill, was doing 4. It now also uses 3 mana when hitting a rare boss. That's nice. I don't know if it matters. I don't think I'd still run it, but it doesn't need to be the best, but it needs to be competitive. nice quiet. Nice. So it needs to be competitive. I don't know if it's competitive yet. Meteor, Force of Impact now also grants 20% increased stun duration. Apocalyptic Impact grants 25% increased area from 30. Craterborn grants 15% fire pen per point from 30% increased fire damage, 15% increased cast speed from 20, and last 6 seconds. That is a buff. Cycle of Fire grants 8 ward when you cast Fireball with Craterborn from 6. Snap Freeze. I actually like Snap Freeze more than maybe I use it. Spark Surge now grants Snap Freeze 10% more hit damage per stack of shock. Oh wait, Snap Freeze is a damage. I don't know about that. On the target from granting lightning damage, increased shock effect. Deathly Cold adds 6 spell cold damage from 3, but can have 5 points knockback from 8. Never seen anyone run Snap Freeze as damage. Adept now gives 10% increased cast speed, stated was giving 8%. Okay. Static. Okay. it's just static. It is what it is. You call it trash and you know it's trash. I don't think anyone called it trash. Static Orb. Glacial Orb gives 60% orb freeze rate multiplier, 150% explosion freeze rate multiplier. It's trash. There you go. Quiet says trash. Description had these values reversed. Okay. Fixed a bug where the area increased from storm burst increased the explosion's radius rather than area. The node has a smaller impact and explosion size now. That's a nerf. Surge grants 4% increased damage per dexterity. Oh, it didn't? Was it just intelligence before? You're just saying that's what you'll do? You should do that. Teleport. Mages with teleport specialized receive free respec. Add a new node. Comet Rush, which grants 4% increased cooldown recovery speed and resetting the duration of haste to 1 second per point if you currently have haste. It can have 4 points allocated. That's very interesting. So here's the scenario. You gotta get haste, right? You do something that gives you haste. You get the CDR down to below 4 seconds. Yeah, that means 4 seconds of haste. You have permanent haste as long as you keep teleporting. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's pretty cool. Unstable arrival requires 2 points in Comet Rush from having no requirement. Fixed Tunnel Finders. Increased cooldown recovery speed effect being multiplicative with other sources of increased cooldown recovery speed. Okay. Mana Tunnel now refunds the cost of your next spell from reducing mana cost to 0 until after your next direct spell cost. That's a minor change, but you can't be negative mana. Fixed a bug where stable duplicates did not increase the duration of mirror images. All right. Of course I like zoom zoom. Of course I like zoom zoom, yeah. I like being efficient. Stun immunity and permanent haste teleport really showing Surge how to be badass. Surge does the damage though. Surge is a good damage movement. More CDR? We do. Although it's gonna, I think it's got a longer, what's the base duration to teleport? I'm scared to, God, here we gotta do it. We gotta do it. I'm all the way back. All the way past Acolytes. Yeah, if I was smart, I would just control F, teleport, but I'm not. It's at 5 seconds. Shit. You can still get it there, but you might have to invest in CDR. Oh, let's be smart this time. Whoa, too far, too far. Wait. How did it skip that? It just skipped it. Tier 7 CDR, I believe, is Spellblade. If not, global CDR from Sork and Tier 5 might be enough. Well, remember, you also get CDR and teleport now that you didn't get before. You get 4% per if you just take this point. So that's 16% right there. Johnny Zoo, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Lear also gives allies CDR. Yeah, you can do something weird like that. Unstable arrival requires 2 points in combat rush. Did I read that already? I think I did. Okay. I read all those. Volcanic orb. So this is the one that Heavy thinks is broken. Teleport have global CDR now in it now. I don't think it's global. I think it's just teleport CDR. You know the exact time the patch is going live? We don't, but we know they'd like to do it in the morning, and they typically do it in the morning. Usually around 11 a.m. Central, 11 CST. So that would be like the time to shoot for, to be around just in case you're trying to get right on the launch. What's up, Yogi? How you doing, man? 25% CDR to get to 4 seconds. Oh, that's it? Does that include the 16%, or is that accounting for the 16% CDR you can get in teleport, or is that not accounting? Because if it's not accounting, that's easy. 25 total, that's easy. Easy. That's just one suffix. The problem with suffix is where they put them. They put them on what, belt and boots? I mean, I'll run boots. I don't want to run belt. Morning when? Because you're EU, so yeah, it's dinner time for you. 11 a.m. CST. Getting ready for Thursday? Sweet, dude. One ring. Oh, right. You can run the opal rings. That could do it too. Nice. Remember, you have to be lower than that so you can maintain it. So you might need to get a little bit lower than that. Boots, and you got CDR and hybrid health suffix instead of armor. You seal the armor. Volcanic orb. Or you seal the CDR if you can get enough of it. Explosive orb and glyph of fire now have base damage of 40 from 50 and damage effectiveness from 200. Is that what he thinks is broken? I'll let him figure it out. All right, Primalist, my favorite class. Love Primalist, so good. Avalanche. Elemental bonds grant a 3% chance for cold stone elemental from a 2% chance for rock of frost elemental depending on conversion. Or I think it's supposed to be or. Cold stone's cool. That sounds cool. I don't, probably sucks, but it sounds cool. Here's a bug where frosted font had no effects. It can now have 1 point allocated from 3. Armless monk-ass. Shaman. Shaman's got some good stuff lately, though. I'll give it that. It's got some good stuff. Call it Michaelist. What are you showing me? Oh, the global, that tiny one. If it's still got wormhole, I guess that could work quiet. It's very small though. I don't know if I can run it. Claw totems now use your swipe tree. That's cool. No longer have a bonus 14 melee damage with swipe. Is this gonna make these good? Probably not worth playing until claw totem. Yeah. Doesn't it only work on kill? It sucks. Unfortunate. Only on kill. Yeah, so it doesn't work on bosses at all. Like, that's an easy fix. Just give it like a chance on bosses, on boss and rares. Don't as bad, still be bad. Damn. Play it early, it sucks. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, if you can't use it on bosses, then of course it sucks. No matter what you do with it, it's gonna suck. It seems like an easy fix, especially if they're already messing with it. Yeah, only add bosses. Yeah. Earthquake. Cataclysm now only converts base damage to fire from base and added. Yeah, that's just following the new conversion methods, which are better. Rupture grants 12% more initial hit damage for 15. Buff it. Grants 40% increased stun chance for 20. Deep Impact requires 1 point in buff it. Nothing crazy here so far. Storm Rift grants 80 spell damage and converts half of base damage to lightning from adding 30 spell fizz damage and 50 spell lightning. So it's going to be a spell fizz now. It kind of was before, but it's just going to be more of that. It also grants Aftershock 20 spell damage from 20 spell fizz. Just more of a uniform. Fury of the Elements can have 2 points allocated. Wait, actually, did this give it a tag before? I think it did, right? Fury of the Elements can have 2 points allocated from 1 with additional points increasing the duration of the storm. Okay. Bug where Divine Totem node would cause Aftershocks target any minion, not just totems. Oh, interesting. Issue with range as well, which is kind of annoying. Oh, Claw. Entangling Roots. Reduce the base radius by 2%. Big change. Fix the description of Venom Sting, saying it gave physical damage to the poison. Fixed a bug where the area increased in the earthy puffball node, didn't affect the visuals. The bug where the noxious grasp node did not affect ailments applied by Entangling Roots. Nothing much there. Frenzied Totem. Venom Spray's effect on area is now additive with other area modifiers. Its effect on radius being additive with other radius modifiers. Okay, that's a nerf. Radius is better. Grounded grants 5 melee damage from 5 melee fizz. That's good. That's very good, actually. That gives it a lot more like wide-ranging appeal. Dig In grants 6% more damage while tethered from 20% increased damage in actuality, 100% increased damage stated. So it should be a buff, unless you have like terribly low increased damage. Can have 3 points allocated from 1, requires 3 points and grounded from 1. No ladders in 0.9 launch? What? Seriously? That's Monka. Cold Serpent Strike might become a new addiction? Okay. Dig Deep grants increased crit multi-ball tethered from 50% increased crit chance. I think a lot of people were relying on that to cap out their crit. That could be a problem. Rename Berserker Frenzy to Reckless Frenzy. It now gives you 12% more damage from 50% increased, 8% increased damage taken from 10, and 8% increased melee attack speed from 50% increased crit. Wow, just killed the crit chance on this thing. They're really fucking around with crit chance a lot. It now lasts 2 seconds per point. Points allocated no longer affect the strength of the buff. Buff is a buff icon. It can have 3 points allocated from 4. Rabidity grants 8% increased frenzy effect from 10. Oh, it kept effect, did it? Still has effect, you say? I thought effect was completely incomprehensible. What? Yeah, 3 points allocated for 4. You crit, yeah. Frenzy effect's still weak, but it's still there. I thought we had to go away from effect because no one could understand what it did. I think they've gone full GGG on crit, where they nerfed it from all sides. They've nerfed a lot of it. They nerfed a ton of it. How much attack speed is frenzy? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know if that node's any good or not. It's just weird they're keeping effect in when they're talking about how people can't understand effects too hard. But then this has still got effect. Why has this still got effect? You thought 20? Oh, it's 30? 30 or 20? Okay, fine, I'll look it up. All right. One of you or both of you is wrong. You both could be wrong. It's possible. Let's see. Frenzy Totem. 20. 20. Unless that changed, they didn't tell us. You were correct. You didn't say anything. Oh, you did. Yeah, you did. Never mind. You said it first. All right. Quiet wins. Competition. He gets a free, one sec. Gotta give him his free thing that he gets. There it is.
Nice.
You're welcome. Mods are never correct. That's true. What's up, Kamaganox? All right, Fury Leap Prime. It's going to get a free respec, which is true of most of these traversal skills. The area bonus for Fury Leap from upheavals Trembler node is now additive with others for multiplicative. When you have the Skull Crusher node from the Werebear tree, the area increases for Maul from the Werebear tree, and the area increases for Fury Leap are treated as additive area modifiers rather than multiplicative. A lot of area lost around here. They really want you to get those new area suffixes. There are no, the previous suffixes, whatever. The new area fixes. I don't think anybody's gonna get. Maybe on a few builds. It's just too much competition for those slots. Add a new node, Huron's Protection, that makes you immune to damage while leaping. There you go. You got your iframe. That's good. That's actually good. You need to be right. You're going area fixes for Fury Leap. Well, you wouldn't be going it for Fury Leap. You'd be going it for Maul, and then you wouldn't have had to do it before as much because you got the multiplicative on it. That's what you'd done it for. Let's see. Crater grants 20% increase area from 35, but my area got wrecked in some of these skills. Like area and crit just like pff, goodbye. Savage Impact grants 6% more damage from age, but now also grants 3% health leech. Interesting. Where's Entrance? Buff now grants +3 melee damage and +3 spell damage for 20% increased damage. Buff can now stack. I believe this is quite good right here. Giga area with the upheaval thingy too, but only can get 1 stack. Replace the rage node, increase attack and cast speed after landing with frenzied onslaught, which gives you and your minions frenzy. Okay, frenzy's good. I mean, yeah, so that just means that you won't be able to use it. It's competitive with other sources of frenzy. That's the difference there. Golden Anarchy, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Add a new node, Wind Hammer, which gives 100% more damage per meter traveled. That's kind of cool. Is it a 1-point node though? Because if it is, it's not that cool. Brutal Impact now requires 1 point in Wind Hammer, 1 point in Savage Point. Doesn't say how many points it actually has though. Panther Strike can have 4 points allocated from 3. New node, Wings of Endurance, which heals you and your minions for 50 health when you land. That could be really good for leveling. I know that's not special for endgame, but for leveling, every time you leap, getting at least 50 health, depending on how many nodes points you can put in that can be huge, and that's an area that Primalist really struggles with. Added a new node, Battle Bloom, which cleanses all negative elements in you and your minions when you land. Fix one of Fury Leap's decals being twice as wide as intended, and fix the decals not scaling area modifiers. There's a stacking bug for the flat damage. Going to bed? Can't stay up 2 more hours this fashion review? Alright, random. Have a good night, man. I know it's a lot. Hashtag flanking strike. Richard, flanking strike was so sick, man. Wish they could have made that work. Maelstrom got a slight dodge nerf. I don't think anyone will really notice too much. Thicket furry? Hunter, whatever you're looking up on Google, you just don't type it in chat, man. You gotta know which like box you're in, because we don't want to know about those kind of fetishes, man. You never tested it stacking, but you know the duration says it scales, but it doesn't. Serpent Strike completely reworked the tree. New nodes include cold conversion, chance to apply serpent venom, a non-stacking ailment deals poison damage over time and prevents crits. We know that typically a non-stacking ailment always pays off with really good damage. Let's see how that goes. Various nodes to augment serpent venom. Maybe the nodes will actually make them finally do a non-stacking that works. Quickly move a target if they're slightly out of range. 2-8 target, excuse me. Primalist with Serpent Strike specialized will receive a automatic respec. Thick blades. Thick furry blades. Hunter, seriously, man. Put that in your Googles. Not in here. Spriggan form. Healing totems now prioritize low health targets. That's good. Surprised they didn't. Fix Ice Branch, converting all of the summoned vines melee damage to cold instead of just the base damage. Okay, now it doesn't do that. Fix summoned vines melee attacks getting a lower freeze rate than expected for the damage weakness. Fix Great Vine not actually granting 200% increased melee area. Okay. That's also good stuff for a Garden of Rage. The the freaking thing that gives you rage when you're in werebear form if you like leap and use like Spriggan's vines and shit. That's good for that. Speaking of the devil, Guardian of Rage now grants vines a 40% chance on melee hit and 20% chance on spell hit to grant 3 rage per point, from granting 1 rage per second. If you have a giant vine, the rage gained is 200% higher. The rage per vine per second that still exists, stat still exists in a new unique amulet. Good luck finding a spot for that in your build. Healing totem used to pick the nearest target. Okay, so this is definitely better, like 100%. Fix a bug where Spriggan Form's Spike Burst node did not actually increase the area of Thorn Burst. Deep Roots grants 30% increased Thorn Shield duration. The Terra's Bulwark grants 3% increased armor from 5. That's definitely a nerf. Rename the node that causes Thorn Shield to only be cast on yourself for Terra's Bulwark to Introspection. Oh, I like it. It's philosophical. There's another node on the tree called a Terra's Bulwark. Unique Amulet is better for Werebear than Spriggan, but still they won't use it because it's not, the stats aren't good enough. Shadow Master now gives 20% increased shadow damage as stated, was giving 2%. You don't want to know that your builds were bugs. This is good though, your build's better. Your build improved. Crowstorm is no longer an instant cast. Cost 38 mana for 15, cooldown lasts 7 seconds. I guess that's better. No? What do you mean? It gives it 10 times more, or 10 times increased damage. Isn't that good? Storm Crows. Thunderous Blast grants 50% more damage per crow from 8, but only grants 6% reduced cooldown duration from 6% from 8. Okay, Jesus Christ. It can have 2 points allocated from 5. Okay, that's not good. It requires 1 point expansive pulse from 2. Well, it'll let you put points elsewhere, so that's not bad. You're patiently waiting for the rogue changes. Yeah, scary. Rogue, well, actually, Sentinel changes aren't scary, but some things that happen to Sentinel are scary. You know, your point is the amulet gives Spriggan stats and it's better for Werebear and Spriggan won't use it, which means another damn bad unique for Spriggan. Okay, I gotcha. CDR with swipe and Werebear is a lot. With swipe for CDR, what? Storm Totem. Wait, no, I'm not there yet. Hold on. I haven't got through Storm Crows yet. Add a new node, Sky Passage, which causes direct casts of Storm Totem to teleport you and your crows to the target location if it's accessible. It also causes Crow Storm to share a cooldown Fury Leap. I just love these. I love these, all these new different like ways to get around the battlefield. Pretty much everything now has multiple ways to traverse the battlefield with movement type skills, except for a Spriggan form, which is the way it should be. I said that before I saw that quiet. It's great. The crit changes. Marksman sounds a little weaker in your head. Oh, it's definitely weaker. Skip some train you couldn't with Fury Leap. Stop hating on you. I'm not doing it. They're doing it, man. Proud companion abilities on swipe hits now. Oh, really? So you can like, you can teleport now with swipe? That'd be something. Your poor marksman. You gotta go dot now. Abusing bear taunt with swipe. Interesting, interesting. I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, I gotta get there. Storm Totem. Replace high voltage increased shock effect with full right core, which grants Storm Totem additional spelling damage based on your shock chance. This is good. Heavy impact grants 30% increased stun chance from 33, but now also grants 10% increased stun duration. Improve the description. Like this is right here, I think is enough to make Storm Totem like good, right? If I understand correctly, this was making it quite good. You cry every time. Summon Bear. Primalist with Summon Bear specialized will receive an automatic free respec. The swipe ability granted to bears by the forceful swipes node now scales their swipe tree. That's cool. Except it does have a cooldown on it. Lacerating Claws grants 10% more damage from 15, but can have 5 points allocated from 3. That's a nerf. Added a new node, Wounded Prey, that gives the bear 6% increased movement speed and 1% more melee damage per stack of bleed the target. Is that uncapped? Is that uncapped, and how many points can you put in? Oh, has a cap of 30? Okay. Okay, it's fine then. It's fine. Vicious Strikes grants 8% more melee damage from 50% increased damage, 20% increased stun chance from 15. It can have 4 points allocated from 5. 1 point. And it caps at 30. And they gave it 6% increased movement speed. Like, bro, if you're gonna make it 1 point, at least give it like 10 so it sounds good. That's funny. It's the best. I mean, it is a good one. Don't get me wrong. It's a good 1 point investment. You get 30%. As long as you can get enough bleeds on it, it's 30% more damage. More melee damage, and that's good. It's just like 6% move speed, really? You couldn't get 4% more out of it? It's too much. I can just see them all in, like, they're like in their meetings on Discord, like, yeah, 10% busted, we can't do that. Most I can give you is 6. I think it should be 5, but I know 6 is it. 6 is the max. I can't go any higher than that, guys. If I get it to 7, Bear is just busted, and it's gonna be even better than Abomination. Tree fitting. What you got? This is gonna do that thing I asked you guys not to do, isn't it? Yeah. Some issues that we were unable to resolve. Oh, the ladder thing. Oh, that sucks, dude. Bid at red at 6% per stack to 180. Literally says based on the last target hit. Wait, what are we talking about? Don't know if you believe it. Wait, what's based on that? Oh, it was 6%, now it's 1%? Based on last target hit. Okay. Interesting. Convinced that really specific balance numbers are just thrown in to make it seem like devs know what they're doing, and generally you mean not to be like, probably. I mean, some of these numbers that come up with, I'm like, okay. Sure. Vicious Strikes, I think I read that one. Added a new note, Earth Sign Dominion, that gives the bear's melee attack and roar 25% increased area per point. That's kind of cool. No ladder and hotfix? There's just not gonna be a ladder at all? There's no ladder, there's no MTX? Wow, that's shocking. Arena players in shambles. What's up, Dread? Or Lizard, man. It's 5 people. No ladder. I think there'd been a lot more ladder players this time if they actually had like a ladder that was, you know, legit. 4% would make him outrun Spriggan form party members. That's why 6%. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no cosmetics. No, no ladder. Nothing to flex at all. Waited 12 months for ladder and don't get ladder, yeah. Dread, your other favorite LE content creator? It sure is. It's Dread. Let's see, where was I? Bellowing Roar gives the bear's roar increased area 30% and 50% increased healing effectiveness. Wait, his roar, oh, his roar heals himself, right? No ladder, classic EHG. That does suck. What about events? We still got Visions event. That's still going on because that Visions event doesn't require the ladder, which is really super fortunate right now. So imagine if it did. Community events? Yeah, it does. Buy the biggest new supporter pack just to flex. You found a 0.9 patch to flex. I don't know how he's gonna do events. After this, for the first one, we're fine, but how's he gonna do events afterwards? He's got no ladder. The only way to get your stash cleared in solo is to like message a dev through support or message someone in support. That's gonna be hard. No guilds? Yeah, no guilds. Our primal precision grants 4% added crit chance and 4% increased crit. Now requires 1 pointer sign dominion rather than in last ring clause. That's good. Oh, from 40% increase. I actually don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good. Depends on how else you were building crit chance with bear. If you're building it with added, not as good. This is the race tourney patch. What are we racing to? No maidens. What's up, Trickster? It was in Discord, Trickster. Mike confirmed it. Offline events only. Ground precision is really good for cycle starter. Okay, that makes sense. Gouging Claws, 30% crit multi, has been replaced by Unstoppable Force, which grants 20% crit multi and 20% less bonus damage taken from crits. That's good. Bear gets crit immune. Calling it a cycle still bothers you? They're not actually calling it a cycle. Mike has said it's like a cycle to him, but the devs don't officially call it a cycle. It's not like officially confirmed as a cycle. I think it's like a cycle because I get to like start fresh, but it doesn't have some of the like, you know, league expected like league mechanics or anything that are normally in a league or cycle or season. Racing a tier 4 boss kills, you're sure in a month they'll figure out more turns to vision. The other problem for vision is that everyone's gotta like, it's gonna be a mess because everyone's gotta go and agree to like ask support to remove their stash on solo. And how do you confirm that everyone's done that? Does you need a screenshot of everyone's clean stash? And when does it have to be like time-stamped for? Need support to give you a list? Yeah, support would have to give them a list. That's about the only way to fix that, isn't it? That's, oh man. We'll see how that goes. I do not envy Vision being Vision right now, trying to figure that out. And it's not his fault at all. This is 100% nothing to do with him. He just kind of stuck with it. Buy another account. Reset everyone at the same time for the race. Yeah, if we could do something like that, where like we send them a list of people, and then they just do it all, and then they confirm it right before. It's got to be like right before. It can't be like 5 hours before, or else someone can just get a start. If they did that, yeah. Because remember, there's no way to track if someone's created a new character because there's no leaderboards. All right. Anyway, did I do this one yet? I don't think so. Thick hide grants 3% more health, 10% less damage, taken at low health from 100% for plus 100 health and 100 stun avoidance. That seems better, I think, actually, because you get so much increased health on minions. Well, this is more, so yeah, it's still better because it's a multiplier. You can have 5 points out of 6. As time passes, authenticity of events only devolve. It seems like that, doesn't it? All accounts will be Steam only. Yes, but not really helping with any of the issues we have. Armored bears grant 10 armor per strength from 150 armor with no scaling. Yeah, so you only need 15 freaking strength to be better. That's way better. That's so much better. That's, oh my god, better. Added a new node, Endless Rampage, that gives the bear stun immunity and 10% increased move speed. There's the 10% move speed. Why can't we get 10% in the other one? What the heck? You didn't know that all accounts went Steam only? There's they didn't post it in news for some reason. It's on the forum. Pull it up. Yep, standalone client's going away. If you're on the standalone client, you're not anymore. There it is. As of 0.9, you are no longer on the standalone client because it will not exist. Did that one. Rename the skill cast by retaliatory thorns to thorn burst to make it clearer that it doesn't scale with your ice thorn tree. Thorn bear no longer lowers the retaliation threshold of retaliatory thorns. That was really strong before, so that would be a nerf to that particular playstyle. Using endurance grants 20 Earth Sign endurance, excuse me, grants 4% more health from 8. Big. Rapid thorns can have 3 points out from 5. Big temporary thorn attack having an inherent 600% more damage multiplier. Sorry guys, bear's no longer busted that way. Rip standalone client, yep. Didn't even know there was a standalone client. Yeah, most people don't use it, but yeah, I also was surprised, Hunter, that there wasn't more complaints about it. I guess not that many people use it at all. All right, summon Raptor, replace Deep Roar, increase Fizz Shred from Screech with Ear Splitting Roar. Screech is a shorter cooldown and inflicts bleed. That's a big difference. Summon Sabretooth got this much shit. Holy fuck balls. Okay. We're only on 3 of 5 classes. And there's a lot more after that. The last standalone client player confirmed you are. Let's see. Fixed a bug that causes Sabretooth to not use its leap ability, which caused it to be much less aggressive than intended. You would want a Sabretooth to be aggressive. Promise okay, we got a free respec. That's probably the top. Added a new node, Savage Catalyst, which grants 5% chance for the Sabretooth to proc its companion ability on attack. That's cool. Especially if you get a lot of attack speed. That could be really cool. Replace the Maul node, 10% more melee damage with Saber Maw, which grants 6% more melee damage and 10% increased melee area. There's 2 points to Savage Catalyst, 2 points Constitution. Or 2 points Constitution. Heavy Paws requires 4 points in Saber Maw from being attached to the root node. Okay. Camouflage grants the Sabretooth 90 dodge rating per point from 80 and 5% more dodge rating per dexterity from 5% increased dodge rating per dexterity. Okay. Slight buff. I mean, if you get increased dodge, it becomes a big buff. You don't get increased dodge from somewhere, it's not a big buff. You now only have 4 points from 5. Okay, maybe not a big buff. It just depends. You ignored the Sabretooth change, it still seems bad. People have been reporting it's pretty good, but there's some Primalist lovers out there that tell me that builds are good that I'm just like, this is terrible when I try to play it, so I don't know. All the accurate music for the launch of the standalone client. True. Iron Man patch notes, read happening live. Yes, exactly. What's up, boards? Yeah, I'm going till we're done. And I read slow, and I read chat. And so I think everyone else has already finished, like a long time ago. 200k hits every furry swipe. You keep saying furry hunter, and I don't think you mean furry. With 200% increased attack speed, nice. Arms are ready. Challenge Adam Fletcher's ones. Who's Adam Fletcher? And thank you, I think. It's not great. It's close to being good. Okay, that's fair. You'll do Sabretooth, give honest answer. Needs just a few things, okay? The video on it's already uploading. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm quite far behind everyone else, but I'm okay with that. I like to go through slowly. Only companion in your Beastmaster book is called Wolves. Those are pretty good. A bridge version because you already had a video on the skill changes. That makes sense. Just the new stuff. Nice. You appreciate the long road read, so we get analysis from experienced player. Yes, you do. I give you my thoughts whenever I have them. And I try to tell you when I'm not super familiar with like changes. I do my best on that, but yeah, I try to give you guys my feel on it. Let's see, where was I? That's the dodge one. All right, here we go. Patient Predator grants 3% more damage over time from 33. Can have 5 points from 7. Can also be reached by putting 1 point Ice Tiger. It used to be a one-way connection. Okay. Ice Tiger requires 1 point in Patient Predator from 4 or 2 in Frostwing from 4. That's good. That just makes it easier to get to. Prowling Juggernaut now also grants 5% max health recovered on leap. Constitution now grants 5% increased health and 6% increased health regen from 70 increased health regen. I mean, it's better. It's better. Replace thick fur, 30% cold res with frozen fur, grants 20% cold res and 12% chance to chill trackers when hit. Slightly better, but still kind of a shit node. Why didn't they just make this chill on hit? Because if they have to get hit, I mean, it's more likely for a minion to get hit, I guess. So it could be better. Like if this was on player, it'd be horrible. The cold res would be better though, because you know we cap our reses when minions don't tend to do that. Shatterhide grants 100% of physical damage taken as cold from 30%, but no longer grants 300% or 300 stun avoidance. It can have 1 point allocated from 3 and requires 2 points. Okay, so that's just cold conversion. Grenade cold conversion. Big ass vid. Yeah, I will definitely put out. Wait, quantity over quality. Wait, what? I'll definitely put this out as a video though. Not SSS tier like a bomber manifest armor. Yeah, but those are broken. They shouldn't even be. I mean, that's why they're SSS, right? Hunter's Trail causes you to gain haste for a duration where your Sabretooth leaps. Yeah, that's good. New node, Pounce, which causes your Sabretooth to use its companion ability after leaping. That's pretty solid. Because you can make it leap with you, right? Sabretooth is one of the ones that can leap with you, right? So it leaps with you, does his companion ability, and gives you haste. Could be fun. Added a new node, Cornered Beast, which gives you your Sabretooth's companion ability 100% bleed chance. And if you or it are below health, then it makes it always crit. That's freaking weird. That's a really good node if you go low life. Having bleed chance and crit on the same one's weird, unless there's something else going on here that I don't know. Keen Senses requires 2 points in Sabermaw from 3 points in Savage Jaw. The Ice Tiger now converts Sabretooth's melee attacks base physical damage to cold, gives them a freeze rate. I'm granting +6 melee damage and 13% increased fire damage taken. I mean, that's definitely a buff. He's not taking more damage for some just random element now. Northwind can have 5 points from 7. Replaced Fury swipes 10% increased attack speed with Agile and Deadly, which grants 6% increased melee attack speed, 4% move speed. Okay. Replaced Lineage, Summoning a saber tooth costs less mana and has increased cooldown recovery with from the brink, which grants 65% more damage on low health. 5% of melee damage leeches health on low health. Here's the problem with this. You can't, like, as far as I know, someone tell me if I'm wrong, you can't force low life on a minion or companion. So you can't force Sabretooth to be low life. So you're just kind of hoping he gets his ass kicked a lot. You cannot? Yeah, so that's a weird... It would be really cool if you could make them go low life, or if it gave it to them if you were low life. But if you can do neither of those things, then I'm not sure why you would take that node. You can equip Exang Last Steps. How does that help your minion? King of the Tundra grants 60% freeze rate multi from 40% and 50% more freeze rate per stack of chill from 50% more cold damage. Oh, that's a nerf to the cold version. Well, live in a janky way, but the leech makes the uptime low. That's why you said just missing stuff? Gotcha. Yeah, if you can make that low life, it could be pretty sick. You build HP and regen, grab lifesteal, so how you build them to live counteracts the low life. Yeah, there needs to be, like, it'd be really cool if they added a unique that set Sabretooth to low life. Something like that. And then the leech makes more sense too, because he can't go over like 35% health. That would be sick. But as it stands, there's nothing like that, at least as we know of. So therefore, I don't understand that node. 80% crit without doing the node though. What's that? Okay, I mean, good, but you could not have to do that. You could get that crit. And then also that leech. And that would be sick. Wait, no, that's a more damage. That's a more damage one. The crit one you can get anyway, because the crit one counts for you as well. So you can go low life and get guaranteed crit. But this one, there's no use for this. Because it's only if they're low life. Aberrance and mana regen, but the leech makes it Garbo. Cool Sabretooth item is health set to low life, but takes 50% less damage. But cannot get ward. Be interesting. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the more damage one is the interesting one. That doesn't do anything really. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, we're all in agreement. That's a bad node. Could be a good node though, but it's a bad node. But could be good, but it's bad. All right, Summon Scorpion. Venom Nova applies 3 stacks of poison on hit. From applying 1 stack with 100% increased duration, 100% effect. That's a buff, I think. Wait, with effect and duration? Well, actually, maybe not, but it's fine. Fine either way. Manage regen. Oh, okay. It's co-op back. It will be back in 3 days. We have the patch notes button smash. Scorpion's Bay. You need to build it. Infinite damage. Uh-oh. You don't think it'd be good if there was an enabling item? Do you think it'd still be bad? Homerino, thanks so much for the follow, much appreciated. Where was I? Poison inflicted by the projectiles from Venom Nova no longer have 35% reduced duration. That's good. Promise with summon Scorpion, special tree free respec. Ironclad now converts poison chance to armor shred chance instead of preventing poison chance from the Scorpion tree from applying. It now grants plus 12 melee damage from 15 melee fizz damage. Cold blooded now grants 35% less cold damage taken. 100% of base melee fizz damage converted to cold. It gives the Scorpion's melee attacks a freeze rate equal to 4 times their base damage. It no longer converts poison chance to frostbite chance or grants increased frostbite effect, which means you can run poison cold. Could be maybe interesting. I don't know. You can have 1 point from 5. It requires 1 point chromatic carapace. Ice Sting no longer grants added freeze rate to melee attacks, but now grants 6% more cold damage. That's good. You want damage for sure. Bleach ruins it, but it might be good with a lich support death sealing it. No, like what if you had it where like it's set to like you can't go above 35% health, so that the leech keeps it alive but never ruins the extra. That would be good. Thunder Sting now grants 100% of base melee fizz damage converted to lightning. Could they convert to lightning before? I can't remember. No longer converts poison chance to shock chance. Okay, it could. It says a no longer. Requires 1 point chromatic carapace. The spell it changes the companion ability to has been renamed to Shock Nova from Lightning Nova. Spell now deals 100% more damage and applies 3 stacks of shock on hit, but no longer has an implicit 1% crit chance. Just extending last steps. Obviously, so it could wear it. I don't think they should make a unique that can let Sabretooth wear exsanguinous last steps. It would look ridiculous. Just not meant for a cat, you know? Doesn't have the right like stuff. I would like to see a cat in boots though, so I guess it's all right. But it's still weird, man. I don't think that's the way they should go with it. Just for, you know, the sake of the visuals being consistent and whatnot. Shock and Claw grants 12% shock chance and 2% more lightning damage per shock from 6 melee. That's pretty good. Added a node which grants the Scorpion a chance to inflict frostbite on hit and converts a bleed chance from all sources to frostbite. So that's where the frostbite stuff goes. Boots the Half-Life edition. Yeah, it'd be pretty sick. The more I think about it, the more I actually like this idea. The card came with a good idea for once. Renamed the Ice Thorns node and granted skill on the Summon Scorpion tree to Frost Thorns and fixed the description saying that it's scaled with your Ice Thorns tree. Venomous Maw grants 15% poison chance from 25% stay at 10% actual, so technically buff. Replace Noxious Toxins, blinding poison chance with an Envenomed Prey, which gives your Scorpion 1% more damage per stack of poison on the target. If 1 point allocated requires 3 points. Does that have a cap? Volga 1982, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. That should have a cap. Has anyone checked with Rhymer? Does it actually have no cap? That would be a problem. No, I think we confirmed that Bear actually has a cap. It's got a cap of 30. This one might also have a cap. Also cap 30. Okay, great. Miasma now grants Scorpion's Venom Nova 30% more damage from 30% increased poison's effect. By the way, that's still really good because it's still 90% more damage. That's still a really good node. It's just not insanely OP. Like it shouldn't be. Brood Invigoration now causes poison pools to grant 4% increased attack and cast speed from 3% increased attack speed and 10% increased cast speed. Okay. Damn hidden modifiers. I don't think it's a hidden modifier. I think it just wasn't in the patch notes. I think those were changed later. And they didn't make it the patch notes. Summon Wolf. Ice Bite now only converts base damage to cold on all damage. Fix the bug where summoning wolves while at your max companions limit could fail to summon any companions. I've had this happen. Wormblade form. It's a big one. Fix the bug where vampiric mandibles was only giving 2% health each rather than 3. The buff Sven Elof. Thanks so much for the follow, treated. Fixed a bug where slashing spirals effect on radius was additive with the effect on radius of the area bonus per locus consumed. What? Slashing spirals effect on radius was additive with the effect on radius of the area bonus. Effects area bonuses are now correctly additive. This is different from their effects on radius being additive. Has more severe diminishing returns. All right, that's all I need to know. The rest of this shit, I don't know what they're saying. It's got more severe diminishing returns. Okay, so it's not as good. Fixed a bug where Armblade Slash benefited from the Serpent Strike tree even if you didn't have the Viper's Call node. You damn cheesers out there. Who y'all knew this and were using that? Who was it? Was it Hunter? Fixed a bug where attack speed modifiers from the Serpent Strike tree were multiplicative with other modifiers for Armblade Slashes. Already correctly added for Serpent Strike itself. Okay, interesting. A lot of issues there. Fixed a bug where the Frostbites node converted all of Armblade Slash damage to cold. The node has now correctly has no effect on the skill. Okay. The speed at which he says thanks for the follow, much appreciated, the sight to behold. Dude, I've said it like a lot of times, man. I say it to everyone as long as I hear it. I say it to every single person because I do appreciate it. Fix the bug where the Frostbite node, I read this already. Frostbite's node fixed the bug where it didn't grant locust attacks a chance to freeze. Fix Swarm Strike, Locust Swarm, and Dive gaining a lower freeze rate than expected for their damage. They now all have the standard 4 freeze rate per 10% added damage effectiveness. It now correctly only converts the base damage to Swarm Strike, Locust Swarm, and Dive. Okay. Fixed description not mentioning that it affected Dive. Further clarify its description. There's a lot of stuff there. Faster than you playing LE? That's pretty fast, man. Carnage grants 12% more dive and Swarm Strike damage from 15 and 2 rage on hit with dive and Swarm Strike from 1. You can see some changes are like making their way in on rage to make it so that Garden of Rage isn't like so OP. I don't... Formerly didn't have access to Garden of Rage though, did it? Springer's Fury grants 2 rage on dodge from 1, but can have 2 points allocated from 3. Grasshopper's Frenzy can have 2 points allocated from 1. It did? Okay. So yeah, so they're buffing stuff to account for the fact that you can't use Garden... Well, you can use Garden of Rage, but you won't get as much out of it. All right, hold on. Sorry, I just saw something that made me lol. How much do I have? I want to get a drink, but I kind of want to get through into Rogue first. Let's do that. Let's get all the way through. Yeah, I did, Derek. I saw it too. Swipe. Stormclaw grants 30% more lightning damage, and every 3 seconds also grants 100% of base damage for lightning and 30% increased area. From granting 10% plus 10 lightning. That's way better. Way better. Chuck, okay. Locust Swarm had AoE nerf and buff leech, okay. Not too bad. Why didn't you knock on the door, he asked me. Lagon's Fury now causes the cooldown of Stormclaw's effect to be reset. I can't do it. I was gonna do it without laughing, but I couldn't. I couldn't do it, man. Oh my god. I was gonna be like, just act like nothing happened there, that I didn't just read a ridiculous sentence on its own. Couldn't make it. Where was I? Lagon's Fury now causes cooldown of Stormclaw's effect to be reset if you summon a totem. From reducing it 25% per point, it can have 1 point allocated from 2. Umjil's Guidance grants 20% of base damage converted to lightning and 20% shock chance from 3 lightning damage. That's gotta have at least 5 nodes, right? So you can go 100% base. I haven't messed around with the lightning stuff in that at all. Replace Shamanistic Presence, shock chance if you have a Storm Charm with Wrath of the Wild. More lightning damage per shock on the target and more cold damage per chill. That's cool. Have to go now? Have fun reading 62 more pages. Thanks, Spectre. Have a good one, man. Locust Swarm still one-shotting every generic monster up to empowered. Nice. Storm Scour grants 2 lightning pen per attunement from 15 lightning. But ooh. Can have 1 point allocated from 7. Okay, wait. So we could do, let's see. All right, this is actually gonna be stronger. Get out the old calculator. We got 15 times 7. Holy shit, I suck. Got 105. And then oh, this is gonna be kinda, no, this isn't too bad. So you need 53 to surpass 53 attunement, but the upside is it's only 1 point, so you just save 6 points. So that's definitely a buff. Definitely a buff. Replace Avatar of the Wild, 4% increased damage for attunement with Avatar of Stone, +1 damage for totems on hit, up to 3 points. That's interesting. Aspect of the Panther's buff grants 5% more damage from 10% increased damage, but each point in the node adds 1 max stack from 2. It can have 5 points allocated from 4, so you get 25% more damage. Feline Hunter grants 12% increased attack speed from 15. They really are slowing things down here. Maul, the node, not the skill, has been replaced with Lion Strength, which grants +1 max aspect of the Panther stacks and +1 gold melee damage per stack. Okay, so I don't remember how many points you put. I think I put like 2. That one should be up actually. Most of the stuff should be up. This song kicks ass. I can just tell. I've never heard it before. I can tell. So you have 2 more there. So you get 7. So you get 35% more damage. And then you can also get added damage from those. Where was that? There it is. Yeah, +1. So it's not that much, but Get +7 global melee damage. Replace ambush, crit chance with aspect of the panther, Sabertooth's endurance, I guess with Sabertooth's endurance, which causes each stack of aspect of the panther to last 15% longer and grant 15% increased health regen. So make aspect of the panther apply to your Sabertooth. Oh, that's cool. 2 + 5. Oh yeah, it's 1 per. You're right. So it's 14. It's 2 + 7. Two. Wait. No, wait. What? 2 + 5. It's 2, right? You get 2. Yeah, 2 each. You get 2 global melee. There's 7 stacks, so it's 14. Yeah. Where did 2 + 5 come from? Oh, that's on the other one, right? That's on the you're talking. I got that one right. I got the more damage right to get to 35, but I got the melee damage wrong because I forgot to get 2 points. Yeah, we got it now though. Swipe interacts really well. That's sweet. Brain breaks on Steam, bro. My brain breaks all the time, especially on stream. So I just said I had Steam and on stream. I need a break, but I want to get through. I want to get through all the Primalist stuff. Nice recovery. If you say so. Let's see here. So we lost more crit here. Great. All this crit is gone. They really hate crit. They hate it. Hate it. Remember to carry this 7 intake. Multiply it by the power X. I'm already lost. Amount of stacks. There's 7 stacks, not 5. Replace Apex Predator crit multi aspect of the Panther with Twin Fangs, which grants 4% crit multi per stack of aspect of the Panther, double if you're dual wielding. Wielding's cool. Think you're delayed because you're on mobile in farmlands? That might be why. Yeah. Farmland's not the greatest place to send data or receive it. I'm not even gonna read that. I'll screw it up right now. When Guardian Reach grants 6% more damage, 8% increased area from 5% more damage to 25% increased area. The area and crit, man. They got screwed. Like, I know they gave us area on gear, but you're not gonna be able to fit it most of the time. You're just not. It's not gonna go, and you're not gonna have room for it. Everything's gonna hit less, and less often is it gonna crit, or you're gonna have to build so much crit on gear that you're gonna lose a lot of damage. Wave of the Hunt can have 5 points out from 8. Claw of the Bear grants 85% more damage from 70. Replaced Natural Cadence, basic attack while swipes on cooldown, with Primal Resonance, which causes your nearest companion to use its companion ability and heal to full health when you hit at least one enemy with swipe. Does it still have a cooldown? Because if not, that's busted. It's gotta have a cooldown, right? Doesn't say it does, but it's gotta. I bet you we can look. Let's see. 2 seconds. Oh, it's here. Claws the Bear has 2 seconds. Gotcha. Are you telling them all to go somewhere else to get their YouTube videos? Is that what you're doing? Replace Natural Cadence. That's the one I read, isn't it? Maybe they should. Spirit Wolves from Wild Calling and Lupine Attunement now fire 1 Spirit Wolf from each summoned wolf. Each cast counts as a wolf using the ability and scales with its stats rather than yours. Individual casts can hit the same enemy. If you have squirrels instead of wolves, Spirit Wolves will similarly be spirit squirrels. They're very cute. That's actually a really good one. Maybe. 2 sex cooldown? I don't see that. I don't see a 2 sex cooldown here. Tempest Strike is so perfect, did not need any changes. That's a long CD. You have sex twice, then the ability's available again. That's all. That's a long ass cooldown. Or that's a short one for some people, I guess. Yeah, for you, yeah, okay, it's a car. Tempest Strike fixed a bug where the health gain on hit from Thirsty Blades did not work. It's a perfect skill now, guys. They found all the issues. No, the reality is they're gonna replace Tempest Strike. So there's not a whole lot of point to do anything with it. Thorn Totem. Fire thorns in burst of 4 rather than 6. Thorns deal 15% more hit damage. Each thorns has a high chance to be aimed at a nearby enemy instead of being aimed randomly. What? That's good. It's not a leak. Mike said it on stream. Tempest Strike League starter. Replaced on hollow core, fires Thorns and Cone with Titan's Bane, which causes Thorn totems to only include one Thorn in each burst, but gives them 150% in cast speed. Okay, which causes... Okay. Makes them more likely to fire Thorns toward enemies and gives them more damage against bosses or enemies. Hardcore Masochist, Tempest Strike League start? Perfect. Replace Spriggan Hearts, fires Thorns in a narrower cone with Spriggan's Wrath, which causes Thorn totems Thorns to pierce up to one enemy per point. Torrent of Thorns grants 7% chance per point for double projectiles from +1 projectiles per point. That might be a buff. Interesting. Very interesting. Wait, per point. Maybe not a buff. Probably not a buff. Ice Thorn totems has been renamed to Pillars of Hierot. It now converts poison from all sources to frostbite for Thorn totems. From converting poison chance from the tree to chill chance. Okay, that's better. No longer converts poison duration from the tree to chill duration. You're gonna race with it. Lasting Affliction now grants 12% increased poison and frostbite duration from 15% increased poison duration. Nightshade Briar's more hit damage per stack of poison effect is now capped at 30 stacks. That's good. That's good. That's very good. Let's see how we're getting these stacks now. These caps on these stacks. This is good. We don't want any of these infinite scaling things. They just break the game. Nightshade's Briar effect now depends on frostbite stacks instead of poison stacks if you have taken the Pillars of Hierot node. Taking Pillars of Hierot now converts the base damage of poison burst from rotten core to cold instead of replacing it with ice vortex. Tornado. Only one, but I believe it's a good one. Charge Storm causes Tornado to cast Primal Lightning, the same lightning proc as used in Maelstrom, the Shaman Passive Tree, etc., rather than its own specific weaker lightning proc. This results in it having +15 base damage and having 120% added damage effectiveness from 100%. Gonna Pop is still popping even cold variant. Okay. Upheaval. The cold conversion no doubt also converts base damage to cold. Natural weapons grants 30% cold penetration while using staff from +30 melee cold damage while using staff. Can have 3 points allocated. This is a nerf. The nerf that was really good. Tectonic Slam has been renamed to Sundering Strike. Grants 60% shockwave chance per point from 12 and can have 3 points allocated from 4. Upheaval Totem's node increases mana cost by 150% from 200. Okay. Frozen Collision grants +8 melee cold damage from 7 and 60% more damage to frozen enemies. Yeah, it pretty much got nerfed. Totem Pop is still stonks. Nice. Is your background music sound from the soundtrack from Civilization? I think it just sounds similar. I'm actually playing I use how's this thing called? Epidemic Sound. And this is their Epic Classical. So there's a chance that some of this is from it, but I don't think it is. Okay. Where were we? That's all those. Okay, Warcry. Only two more. Only two more. Photon, what's up, dude? Thanks for the follow, man. Warcry totems now cast Warcry about 35% faster, allowing them to cast Warcry 3 times before expiring at base cast speed. That's good. Berserk grants +4 melee damage from +4 melee fizz damage. That's good. That's really good. That could be fun with non-fizz builds. Great. Brutality grants 14% increased berserk duration from 12 and can have 5 points allocated from 4. Long overdue? Yeah, no problem, dude. Thanks for the patch notes ASMR. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Where was I? Fury Strikes causes Berserk to grant 4% increased melee attack speed per stack from 5% up to a cap of 16% from 20. Horrifying Cry grants 20% increased fear duration from 15%. And if you have the Berserker node, it also causes Berserk to grant you 2% more damage against feared enemies per stack per point. You can have 2 points allocated from 3. Okay. Start again if you get lost. No. 0% chance. Still have so far to go. I'm not gonna go through like if there's like a bunch of bugs, I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna go through like all the bugs. That's a bridge too far even for me. 48-hour stream, yeah. Stream until you get to the patch. Just read through the patch notes. Werebear form. Fixed Bringer of Storm saying that it also converted added damage for Maul and Rampage. It only converts base damage. The lightning cast by Crackling Assault now strikes enemies up to 40% further away. Add a new node, Unending Storm, that removes Rampage's cooldowns and gives you 20% more lightning damage during Rampage. Reduces your move speed by 20%. That's interesting. Is that for not reading the bugs? The brief delay before movement at the start of Rampage is no longer reduced by attack speed, but is 40% shorter. That's good. That's good. The Dauntless node grants 5% increased movement speed in Rampage from 10% stay at 0% actual. Okay, that's definitely better then. It was doing nothing. Relentless Thunder now grants 8% more global lightning damage and 100% of swipe base damage converted to lightning from plus 10 swipe lightning damage. You can also convert it in swipes. That's, I guess it's an easier way to do it. Fixed a bug where Werebear forms of Woodland Bear was requiring and consuming 200% of the mana cost of Entangling Roots instead of 100%. Okay, that's good for some builds. And Rage grants 2 rage and 15 health per hit up to 8 hits. Or 1 rage and 10 per hit up to 10 hits. Definitely buff. Big buff. Invigoration grants 3 rage on kill or boss hit from 2. It's 50% buff. Well, it's not technically 50 because 4 to 5, but those are good too. Like when they reduce those numbers there, but they give you, let's say you got 12 now from 10. It's 20% more for 20% less of the investment, so you can invest in other things. That's good. That's good all around. Frenzy Strikes can have 4 points allocated from 3, and Army Sunderer requires 1 point in Rip and Tear from 2. All right, we're up to Rogue. I'm gonna get a drink, and then we'll get going. Okay, here we go. Rogue time. All right. Rogue, charge channel skills. The charge up version of Puncture and Deadening Arrow no longer lock your target direction while charging and also now require a button press for each cast. This prevents an awkward double cast rolling down for just longer than the max duration. It makes them feel more personal to use. I had that happen. Yeah, that was annoying. Fix a bug where you sometimes could not rotate while charging up puncture or deadening arrow. Fix a bug where melee puncture would cast towards the original target location regardless of rotation while charging. Charge puncture fixed? Maybe. Maybe. Fixed a bug where charged up melee puncture did not play any sound unless it hit an enemy. Fixed a bug where detonating arrow played its use sound the start of the charge rather than the end. Charged versions of puncture now have casting visual effects, shadow by default, poison, or cold for conversions. Finally, a 20. What's up, Toby? As long as it takes 3 to all these, yeah. Already said I'm not gonna read the bugs, so at least I cut out that much. Acid flask, flammable concoction now gives 20% ignite chance as stated, was giving 20. Firebomb cocktail gives 12 additional throwing damage, fire damage, was giving 6 additional fire damage. Description was 6 additional throwing fire. Okay, so that's a double. Giving 6 additional fire damage. Oh, it wasn't giving throwing? I was giving whatever. I don't know that mattered though for acid flask. Unless this was like a buff, doesn't matter. Ballista or ballista. Well, he just can't get a break, man. Bina's favorite skill cannot get a break. The flaming shots node no longer adds a fire tag to make it clear that it does not convert damage. Tainted ammunition now also gives the ballista 20% more poison damage per point when you hit it with acid flask and can have 4 points allocated. Sounds good. Fixed a bug where explosive bullets gain the area bonus from the armed construction node. Sag. Explosion from explosive bullets and armed construction deal 25% more damage. That's good. Fixed a bug where explosions from explosive bolts and armed construction scale with minion throwing damage instead of minion bow damage. Well, that's good, right? Think. I just read the bugs. I mean, like, if there's like bugs at the end where it's just like, these are the bugs that we fixed that aren't skill based. I'm not gonna read those ones. Like, we found a bug on this particular like map where this one thing got stuck in. Like, I'm not reading it. Explosions from explosive bullets now have a 23% more radius. Fix the visuals of explosions not lining up with their actual radius. Arm construction now gives a ballistic explosion 1% more damage in area per dexterity, for a flat 75% more damage in area. That's probably a nerf. Like 75 dexterity plus is not too many builds are going to get that, not till very late. Poor bugs always overlooked. They deserve attention too. They do, but my throat cannot handle that. Nibiru 727, thanks so much for the follow, much appreciated. What if there's something like fixed a bug that made enemies do 100% less damage than intended? That's a good point, Carve. Is there? Are there bugs I should actually read? You would know, right? All right, where was I? Did I get all these ones? Oh yeah, Sturdy Foundation now gives 20% more health as stated. It's giving 20. All right, Cinder Strike. Cinder Strike's low key one of my favorite skills, but it's almost exclusively right now because of Dragon Song. But I do like it, and I like a lot of things it has in it, even if it wasn't for Dragon Song. It just doesn't perform as well as I'd like it to. Pretty spicy bugs. Bug fix section is the real patch notes in any game. Yeah, that's probably true. Just reworked monsters in campaign. Scroll down, it doesn't seem like there's one big bug fix section. Okay, maybe there's not. Some huge game-changing bugs. There's like your first favorite. Improved targeting for bow, Cinder Strike. The hitboxes for all 3 shots are now consistent. That's good. Soot and Ash now grants 20% chance to apply blind and frailty per point from 10. I mean, more frailty is good because you don't need it elsewhere if you're actually investing in that. The blind doesn't really matter. Ignition now grants 20% ignite chance per point from 10. Probably not gonna make much of a difference. Kindling now grants 20% fire resistance shred chance per point. Oh, that's good. That's a good one right there. Yeah, 20 from 10 to 20 is really good. Flame Alchemist now grants 15% chance to throw an explosive flask per point. You can have 4 points allocated from 10 and 1. That's interesting. Explosive flask didn't seem to be very good. I did mess around with that a long time ago. There wasn't much to work with, but You can throw more now. Overexertion now only costs 30 mana from 40. Fixed a bug where triggering that could be good actually for someone who was on the forums trying to get that to work. Fixed a bug where triggering multiple volatile flasks from one use of Cinder Strike did not allow enemies to be hit by more than one of those volatile flasks. Interesting. Okay. Fixed a bug where Cinder Strike's explosive impact node did not affect the damage of volatile flasks cast with Cinder Strike's first strike. All right. Fixed a bug where Cinder Strike's volatile flasks was not affected by other nodes' Cinder Strike trait. Well, that might be why that was bad. The biggest bug is Primalist. It is a very large bug. Yeah. Don't want to spoil anything for me. Dancing Strikes. Fixed a bug where Dancing Strike's first second attack hitboxes were not affected by increased area. The vigils for his third attack were not affected by increased area. I'm really hoping this is what Dancing Strikes needs to be the amazing S tier build that it deserves to be. Hoping this makes the attacks more consistent. I am not totally convinced that it's going to. Do we pick up increased area? Like, naturally? I think we do. I really hope that's enough. Here's the issue with Dancing Strikes right now, and I've tested the shit out of this build lately. All right, so we go this way. Let's see. We do pick up 40% area. This might do it. The big issue with Dancing Strikes is rhythm is cool as hell. Is 2? Was it 2 before or was it 1.5? How do I get this to go the other? Can I not get it to go down? Wait. Can I not get that back down to the lower version? I could have swore you could switch between them. How do I do that? Who knows? Does Tunk Lab have the older ones? Okay. Let's see. Well, let me finish saying what I was doing there too. So the issue with the build was, I really turned that to, what did I do? what have I done? All right, back to Blade Dancer, Dancing Strikes. So rhythm gives you a lot of really good shit. So it gives you big time global damage. It gives you a more multiplier, which is sick. Tons of dodge rating and tons of crit multi. If you can maintain all the stacks or 10, you get massive buffs. But even in a fight, maintaining those stacks is damn near impossible. Part of the reason was because it wouldn't hit consistently even when it should. Like you're like, I should be hitting, but I'm not, and then it's gone. So if that helps with this issue, then that build might even jump a tier. Let's see. Sounds really interesting. It's really cool. It just doesn't quite work like it should. We need rhythm. Oh, it was 2. It was still 2. Okay. So we'll just have to see if that plays smoother. Good buffs for bosses on a Shadow Dagger build, but even on bosses I would lose it. Even on bosses it wouldn't maintain. It would maintain more, but not as much as it should. Recent arena run? I don't have anything. Couldn't pinpoint why does it feel good? If also didn't hit? Yeah, that might be the solution. We'll see. The CDR also help it a lot? Yes. So the CDR changes might make it really good. This is per hit, right? Yes. So that could also help a lot. So between those two, that's a good point, GG Rip. Between those two, Dancing Strikes might jump a tier. I don't know what tier I'd actually put it at right now. I'd put it below Sing Strike Shadow Cascade. Well, it's just Sing Strike Shadow Daggers. Sing Strike Shadow Daggers, it would be above it. I don't know that this would jump it up there with it, but it would get it closer. It's gonna make it go to the moon. It could. I think it could. This skill, more than any skill, could benefit from CDR to the point where I'd actually prioritize CDR on it. Because Dancing Strikes, for those of you who don't know, doesn't benefit from attack speed. It has no effect on it. So what it's doing is instead it's got 3 separate attacks that are 3 separate skills. They're considered 3 separate skills in the game. Although they work together and everything affects them the same way as far as the skill tree and whatnot. It's effectively 3 different skills. And so CDR reduces the time in between the 3 skills. and then attack speed doesn't do anything. So the only way to scale the speed at which Dancing Strikes moves is through CDR, and before we had almost no access to CDR, and so now we've got more, so it could have a big effect. Guarantee running Blade Dance as your first character on launch, so you may spec in a DS and mess around. It's worth checking it out, yeah. Worth checking it out. CDRS helps a lot of skills, not just traversals. Yeah. I'm not convinced yet that a lot of skills will find it good enough to take over a belt suffix, like increased or hybrid health. Like I'm not convinced of that, or even increased dodge. And that's going to be a problem for Dancing Strikes too, because Dancing Strikes really likes dodge and health because it has to stand everything. But I would still take it in Dancing Strikes, and I definitely would take it on the boots. We'll just see. Like, that is a suffix in those particular spots. It's super premium, especially the belt. Not quite as much for the boots. For the boots, that's increased armor. It's pretty premium. The belt is already very, very premium territory when you're talking about all the increased stuff and the hybrid stuff that's in there. So we'll see. But it is interesting. Dark Quiver, don't care, to be honest with you. They gave resistance shred chance, they actually gave penetration. Okay. DPS stats, you'd assume non-tryhard softcore players will love it. Yeah, probably true. And I could see running it on farm builds a lot more too. Definitely a lot more on farm builds. Thanks for the stream and hangouts today, but gotta head out. Have a good one and stay safe. You too, Quiet. Thanks for hanging out, man. Stay hydrated. Yeah, I've got it, man. I've got the hydration right here. It's a light beer, by the way. Decoy. Throwing and deadening a decoy now requires a button press. Holding down the button while it's on cooldown will not activate the ability. Oh, okay, okay. That doesn't make it not autocast. No, you don't want autocast to that, but it doesn't make it not that. Just have your farm gear set and then pushing set and then die because you're not used to your traversal skill CD being so long after switching. That sounds about right, yeah. So here's the other thing with Rogue. I don't think we could quite get it there, but Rogue's got just don't pay too much attention to this card because you don't want to nerf this, man. It's got in shift, you know, the 1 second dodge rating per dex. So the closer you get to the cooldown being the same as the duration of this, the more powerful this becomes. And this, it got nerfed. It's still gonna get you to like 80% dodge on its own. So there's definitely some interesting things in there that we'll have to see how they play out. But they're definitely some interesting things. I mean, you have to press the button again to have it explode in normal use. No, because you don't. It is weird. It says that, right? Throwing and deadening a decoy. That would be busted AF if that were true. There's no way that's true because we just wouldn't. You totally don't know about that node and dex scaling existing. Good. Keep it that way, Carve. Keep it that way, man. Not a decoy. Oh, that's true. This is a Diossi, which is maybe it's something new that we don't know about. Deadening arrow no longer converts all added damage to lightning. The explosion now has 2 base lightning damage from 30. Remain in line with other weapon attacks. Well, that is definitely a nerf. Added bow damage applies to the explosion and 200% effectiveness. That is a buff from 150. Added bow damage applies to the arrow at 125 100. Also a buff. Not that really anybody cares about the arrow part of it. Like that I've seen. I've never seen anyone scale the arrow part, but still. Fixed a bug where the arrow had 100% base crit multi instead of the standard 200. Oh, so it didn't have any. That's just the arrow, so no one cares. Scorpion arrow now converts detonating arrows base damage to physical. It adds a physical tag. Also adds a poison tag. Still also has a poison tag. Frostfang arrow and dragon arrow now only convert base damage to cold and fire respectively, not added damage. This is again across the board pretty much. They're doing this because of the the changes to adaptive, going to adaptive bow, adaptive melee. So this is all in line with just making that stuff simpler. Fixed Frostfang arrow, saying that it only converted shock chance from the tree. It converts shock chance from all sources. Oh. It's definitely gonna happen. New legendary Pokemon, Diossi. Thought it was decoy, but it was a Diossi. Oh man, you'll 100% die to that, the switching the gear, yeah. God. Okay. Is that everything? That's everything in there. Flurry. Fix the bug where Flurry's chance to slow on third strike from the hamstring node was negatively impacted by Flurry's less ailment chance. Right, that's not supposed to happen with stuff that's in the tree. Compounding Toxin now grants Flurry 10% poison pen with poison from 10% more poison damage. That's just more, generally more pushing things in line to be standardized. Fusillade, however you say that, now also replaces every 6th arrow with multi-shot, but adds 8 to channel cost from 12, and no longer reduces arrow frequency by 25%. What was it before? It was obviously it was different, but it doesn't say in there. I imagine this is probably gonna. I'm gonna have to look up and Tunk Lab, aren't I? Let go of that, please. It was 5. Okay, so that hasn't changed in here yet. Now it's 6, which seems like a nerf. Wait. Okay, I'm totally confused now because that's adding 8, but it says 5. Wait, no, it's 5%. No, that's wrong. Flurry. Oh my god. That's, you know, it's been a long time. I've been doing this. Flurry. Okay, flurry. Here, right? Yeah. So it was every 4th. Okay, it was every 4th. It was 12. We're almost done. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So it went from every 4 to every 6, but it costs less, and it doesn't reduce arrow frequency. It doesn't say it does that, so that's interesting. That's probably better, since you'll be able to do it for longer, but I think it'll be less DPS for the period of time you'll do it. How's your I'm so shocked reaction going? Great. Flat throwing is its own generic source that affects all throwing damage types. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, I think I missed some stuff Carp said. Increased cooldown recovery speed is pretty huge for Smoke Bomb, Silver Shroud sustain. Maybe you just never switch. Yeah, that's definitely something we've thought about too. Oh, okay. Got an answer to this, but is flat throwing damage now adaptive? Yes, mostly. Not Wait, is there any version that's not? I think all of the new stuff is adaptive. Got a quick question? Shoot. Full conversion, you be more viable now? You should be, yes. Throwing damage was Force Fizz. It was Force Fizz and Force Fire. Better mana sustain? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, let's see. Where were we? Flurry. So we got that down. Yeah. Hail of Arrows. Costs less mana. Added damage is applied even better. Holy meow. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I like the name too. Conversion nodes now only convert base damage from also converted added. Again, that's standardized. Steady can have 3 points like before. Blot out the sun gives 25% dust shroud chance each second. Description was previously 20. Stop. Nat33, thanks so much for the follow. Much appreciated. You've been trying to make cold conversion and everything work. You should be able to do a lot better now. Will you do backstage digging? I've seen that. I've been smirking over here a lot. Lethal Mirage. Its tooltip now specifies how many Mirage it has by default. 6. That's good. That tells you. Shocking Grasp now also converts Lethal Mirage base damage to lightning. Okay. Happy Clam. Nice. Multi-shot costs 8 mana from 10. Obviously a buff. Piercing shot causes multi-shots arrow to pierce one enemy per point from having 50% chance to pierce the enemies. That's sick. Actually, I like this a lot better. More consistent. You know what you're gonna get. Strong pull now gives 55% more hit damage as stated. Was given 55% more damage. Okay, that would be really bad if you were for some reason playing this as a ailment build. Critical arrows now gives 50% additional crit strike multiplier as stated. Was giving 10%. Okay, that's a buff. Heavy arrows gives 35% more damage. Scription was previously 25%. Actually, granted 30. That's a buff. Does the percent chance to do 30 fire damage with shield throw on the idols that got buffed is affected by sources of increased more fire damage? That's a great question. Increased, definitely. Yeah, it would be. If it's with shield throw, then it would be affected by all the multipliers of shield throw. Yes. Okay, puncture. Inescapable now gives 5% more hit damage per stack of slow as stated. Was giving 4. Fixed a bug where you could not pass through seized prey to rapid strikes in puncture skill tree. That's fixed. Shadow Cascade. Add a new node, Shadow Step, which allows you to swap places with a targeted shadow when you use Shadow Cascade, but consumes mana based on how many times you have done this in the past 5 seconds. I have not thought of a good use for this yet, other than some weird like jumping around and cascading and going crazy and shit, but it feels super dangerous. Battle Trance grants 20% more dodge rating during use from adding 100 dodge rating during use. Throne of Ambition and Firestar's Torch. Oh yeah, it'll definitely benefit from that. So 100%, it'll benefit from that. Everything will, because those are global. The only things that were like mildly in question were like shield throw specifics. Like a shield throw's got a 75% more damage multiplier, like a note if you take all 3. But if it's with shield throw, then it definitely should work. If it doesn't, I would consider that to be a bug. But the other stuff, absolutely. Anything that's global, definitely. That'd be a massive bug if it didn't. Like for that skill. Shift. Shift's got some changes. Velocity gives 4% increased cooldown recovery speed and 16 mana efficiency for shift from giving the next ability use 25% increased damage. You have 3 points allocated from 4. That's making up for some of the changes to the cooldowns on these skills. That'll get you closer. No problem, dude. Replaced head trauma, 50% increased damage and 30% increased stun chance with your next ability after using shift with Deadly Ambush, which gives 4% more damage with your next ability after using shift. Be interested to see if this gets more play. These ones that give you like one ability stuff, there's not a whole lot of skills that can super take advantage of it. Preston, thank you for the follow, man. Much appreciated. There's not a whole lot of skills that can take advantage of it, because there's just not like a whole lot of like big spender skills in the rogue like toolkit. It'd be interesting to see if some people try to play with that. Rascala's Hesitation grants 10% more damage to your next ability if you shift. Another one like that. You can gain mana now, right? With 4 Swift Recovery. It could gain mana before. You mean like it's actually like positive mana now? Maybe. It might be because of Velocity, yeah. Rascal's Hesitation. I read that one. Consumed by Shadow grants 4% kill threshold from 5 and can have 4 additional points. Okay, this is unfortunately a nerf. A whole nother point to kill threshold kind of sucks. Elusive grants 20 dodge rating per dexterity from 30. You can have 4 points allocated from 5. So this is obviously a nerf, but like I was running that thing with like 2 or 3 and getting really good dodge out of it. So I don't think it's a big deal. Momentum requires 2 points in velocity for 3. That one's actually a big early game buff. Momentum is here, where it's oh, it's actually from here, isn't it? It's from velocity. So if you go velocity, which is okay, it's yeah, so you're gonna want it the same way anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a huge buff for them. So this has become CDR and mana efficiency. And then right below it is momentum, which is like this massive move speed that I love. It's one of my favorite nodes in the entire game. So now you put 2 points in here instead of 4 points over here to get to that. Early game returns are so good. Yeah, that's great. I'm gonna save 2 points over. Oh my god, so much better. I like that a lot. Jagged Cuts can have 3 points from 2. Critical Opening requires 2 points of Jagged Cuts, and Shadow Recuperation can have 4 points from 3. This is basically one of the biggest reasons you loved Rogue. Yeah, I love how fast Rogue is, and that That node alone makes it so good. Just it makes the playstyle for me. Shurikens. Fixed a bug where shurikens used by shadows when you had the blade shield node with shotgun. I'd be able to all hit the same target. Interesting. That's a nerf. Really good for repositioning, true. Or just for blowing through an echo. Speed. Keen throw grants 12% more damage per projectile from 10. Slight buff. Charge steel node grants 5 lightning damage from 3 and grants 25% base damage for the lightning. You get a full lightning conversion there. Shuriken storm requires 3 points in charge steel from 4. So like lightning shurikens is real now. Replace fan of knives, one of the 2+2 shurikens and +3 mana cost nodes. A flip of a coin which grants 50% chance for 4 additional shurikens. Requires 2 points in toxic tips. So I'm guessing it's a 1-pointer, 50% chance to get 4 additional. That should be about the same. Daedra hasn't Rhea more than once. Yeah, between the speed you get there and the dodge rating after it, and then the iframe, yeah. Renamed thin shurikens. The other 2 shurikens -3 or +3 mana cost node. The fan of blades and removed its +3 mana cost. Hey, that's nice. Deep cuts grants 20% bleed chance from 10. Toxic tips 20% poison chance from 10. Floating blades can have 3 points like in 4. Exuberance now also grants 10% increased CDR. Throwing star now more consistently targets enemies with each shuriken. Good stuff. Smoke bomb. Impending gloom grants 10% increased area and growth rate from 10% increased starting radius. 10% maximum radius, 10% growth rate. When we switch from radius to area, I assume it's a nerf. And this one looks like it. Starting radius, maximum radius, and growth rate. Yeah, there's no way that's not a nerf. Generosity grants 20% increased area for 20% increased starting radius and 20% increased max. Again, nerf. Previously made it take longer to reach maximum size. I guess if it made it take longer to reach maximum size, then that way it's a buff. Definitely, you made it being good at the game. Just make lots of loud noises while apparently dying. That's how you're supposed to play. You're doing it right. Scale with new area stat. I mean, increased radius did not, like, it wasn't mutually exclusive to being able to push area, as far as I know, at least. So they would just do it way larger. You've been validated. You have. Blood Bandit now gives 2% melee and throwing leeches. Stated was giving 4. Wow. Better to wait until this patch to jump in. Never played and stumbled across it this weekend. I mean, if you're planning on playing on the online servers, then any character you make now would not go to the online servers. So in that regard, maybe. But if you just want to check out the game and see how fun it is, you don't have to wait. Just know that if you decide to play in online servers, even though it's a solo player or it's a single player, that the characters you have on the 0.8, 0.5F will stay offline. You can still play them offline, but you can't go online with them. So if that, you know, if that's reason enough that you don't want to play yet, then definitely wait. Otherwise, you know, just know that there's some new stuff coming, and then new online characters are going to be formed in 0.9. No problem. Feel the art patch so far. Multiplayer, so numbers gone up, numbers gone down. Area and crit backhanded into oblivion. But you have area on your gear now, so you know it's good. Umbral Blades. This has been a very, very strong skill for a couple of patches now. You really like the name? I'm adequate. Also have damage and defenses on your gear, which is not area. True. You do. Yep. This is one of your skills. Yeah, use your skills. Yeah, of course it is. Rogues get a specialization, which is, again, if you're playing online, none of the free specs matters because we're all playing new characters, but if you're playing offline, it will. First part of the combo costs 12 from 3. Second part of the combo costs 0 from 3. Third part added by Twilight Assault costs 0 from 3. Nightmare Dash now also causes you to regain 2 mana per blade recalled. Sub-Zero Intrusion now converts base damage from all damage. Now adds 24 freeze rate from 40 state to 20 actual, and no longer converts shock chance to frostbite chance. So far, nothing has changed in my builds. Fixed Sub-Zero giving Blade Storm and Explosive Blades freeze rates of 20 and 12 respectively rather than 24 like the base skill. Fixed Cold Snap strikes Freeze rate bonus not applying to blade storm and explosive blades. You're dying? Wait, you're sharing brain cells? 40 stated brain cells, 20 actual? Where was I? Fix cold snap strikes freeze rate bonus not applying to blades during explosive blades. Fix Umbra blades distance varying based on angle when you have the node to make them stop at the target location. Tried so hard to make cold Umbra blades work, but now maybe you can with all the changes. It was just bugged as shit. Oh yeah, maybe that was it. Fix increase blade storm area having a disproportionately high effect on visuals. The effect on area of the radius increase from sword thrower is now additive with other sources of increased area of armor blade subscales, so not multiplicative. Precision cuts now grants 5% increased attack speed from 5% more damage. Explosive blades now applies 20% less attack speed, modified from 15. This and the precision cuts change results in 6% less DPS if you have no other sources of increased attack speed, around 8% less if you have lots of increased attack speed from other sources. You slower. Blade storms hits 3 times per second from 2, but each enemy can now only take damage from 1 blade storm at a time. This is to encourage the playstyle of throwing blade storms at different targets. So this seems like a nerf for my build, which uses this to like drag enemies basically. It is not unclear. It will be unbossing a little bit of a nerf, but with the fix to like fast attacking stuff on shadow daggers, I don't think it's actually much of a nerf at all. So that's pretty sweet, just as it should be. It should be very good. Cold, just so you know, cold snap strikes give 12% chill chance from 20% stay, 6% actual, and 12%. Oh, that's good because I used that, and I honestly didn't notice that it was a lower that I hit so often, but that's a buff for my build. Slices the legs slow and bleed chance is no longer affected by Umbra Blade's penalty to ailment chance. Oh, okay. Cut and leave gives 8% bleed chance from 10% stay, 6% actual. Twilight Assault requires 2 points of jagged carvings from 1. The third throw added by Twilight Assault contains 4 blades from 5. And Dust Hunter can have 2 points allocated from 1, allowing the third throw to still reach 6 blades. I need to turn my light on. The brain cell is because Tarek and you both probably perked up when you said Umbral Blades, because we presumably both love it. Makes sense. One sec. Oh god. Okay. In this chair too long. Sentinel skills. Abyssal Echoes doesn't even deserve its own like title thing here. It just gets 2 hashtags and it's regular, like just regular text. Poor Abyssal Echoes got wrecked, huh? Deep Expanse grants 20% increased area for 25. Void Purifier heals for 60 from 50. Nether coasting from the Embrace the Darkness node lasts 5 seconds from 4 and gives 5% more damage versus blinded enemies from 25% increased damage over time. That's a buff there. That's a buff. Myopia requires 1 point in turbulence from 2. Dancing Strikes experimenting will have to wait. Wait, why's that? Oh, because of the Umbral Blades changes? Too busy trying everything in Umbral Blades again. Nice. Someone screwed up the formatting? Nope, it's just Abyssal Echoes just doesn't deserve it. It doesn't deserve the full title. Devs know. Anomaly. Emission grants 25% increased area from 40. Time Wave deals 25% more damage. Okay, interesting. Time Block adds 15 mana cost from 20. Temporal Expanse grants 20% increased area from 40 and 50% more hit damage from 40. Fixed Temporal Expanse saying that it gave more damage for Time Wave rather than more hit damage. Devouring Orb. I think this one got wrecked, didn't it? The Void Rifts created by the Void Eruption from the Cataclysm node no longer have an inherent 20% increased radius. Are now affected by Void Rift area modifiers from the rest of the tree. They are still not affected by the area growth from Devouring Orb's base effect. Increased cooldown recovery speed from the Orb Master and Dust Channeler nodes. Now additive with increased cooldown recovery speed from other sources. Sage. The Void Eruption from the Cataclysm node now only has 4 projectiles from 7. Orb Master grants 18% increased cooldown recovery speed from 30, but now also grants 18% more Void Eruption damage per points. Abyssal Expanse grants 20% increased area per point. Dark Torrent has been renamed to Chaotic Torrent and grants 15 to 35% increased Abyssal Orb frequency. Randomized from one Devouring Orb to the next from a fixed 30% increased frequency. Sag. You have 4 points allocated from 5. Extra Sag. So it's randomized and still lower under most cases. Badge. Hollow Orb grants 40% increased duration from 50. Void Adept now grants 2% more void damage and 2% increased mana regen. Both doubled with 90 plus vitality for 15% increased void. That's good. That seems good. Anton, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Distant Satellite now also grants 5% more damage. Extinction's description was updated to clarify that it affects only the damage of the orb colliding with enemies, not the rest of the skill. You're going to be busy trying to figure out what the leveling meta changes and details for a while. Yeah, probably. Make the mistake to do any leveling guides before the notes. Spear's good. Looks dumpstered across the board. Crit Devouring Orb. Yeah, from what I understand, the old auto bomber is not looking so good right now. Like, really not looking good. That's from a position of ignorance. I don't really know that build. I know I've watched it be played, especially by Lizard, but I've never made it myself. But it does seem like it's not in a good spot. As you go, you think, but frankly, never quite figured out the old details. Well, now you have new details to work out, so you're good. Erasing Strike. All melee-based damage is now void from 50 void, 50 fizz. Yes, that's good. That's a big buff. Implements of Destruction now grants 15% more void damage, and with a two-handed mace, 50% increased cooldown recovery speed with a two-handed sword, and 25% increased area with a two-handed axe. That's a nerf. That's a huge ass nerf. Because the axe is the best, probably, and no one wants to use mace. So that sucks. Rename the Void Beam damage node from Regicide to Void Lens. There is another node called Regicide in the street. Talk about that, please. Next show's gonna be busy with a patch. Always busy. Forged weapons. Fix the summon forged weapon sub skill tooltip being outdated. Okay. Forged strike. Is this the one that there's one of the two forge guard builds looks actually appealing? I think it's the other one, or skills. Heavy strike grants 8% more damage from 10% more hit damage, 16% increased stun chance from 10%. Fixed well-forged weapons, saying that it only affected forged weapons summoned by Forged Strike. Goliath Strike grants 25% more hit damage against Res Boss from 20. Replace Strike Smash, 30% increased area with Forged Strike with Engines of War, which grants 20% increased area with Forged Strike and 20% increased area for forged weapons. Yeah, that sounds, I mean, if you're playing the weapons version of it, that's definitely better. Anvil Blow now also grants 100% increased stun duration and requires 3 points in Engines of War. 4 and Strike Smash. Spear Forge reduces area by 35 from 40. Serrated Blade now also grants 10% increased bleed duration, and Reinforced Weapon grants 5 melee damage from melee fizz. Okay, Hammer Throw. Very appealing skill. Let's see what it does. Hits enemies more consistently in a slightly wider area. This is good. Obviously, hitting more consistently is good. Wider area is good. Slightly more lenient about hitting scenery, i.e. it needs to be slightly closer to it before the hits count and can stop the hammer. That's also good. Hammer throws deal about 5% less damage. Not as good. Item section for changes of throwing and fixes. This also is not a bad thing though. Like, it's obviously a nerf, but there's so much more added throwing damage now in the game that it's fine. Avatar of the Spire grants plus 12 throwing fizz damage from plus 4. Added damage now applies Disintegrating Aura at 125 effectiveness per second from 50. That's pretty big. Disintegrating Aura Spiral Hammers, maybe alive. Reduced Disintegrating Aura's base damage by 17%. That's not great, but still, this still should be better by a lot. I'm adequate. Thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Fix the bug where the damage increased from rapid disintegration only applied Disintegrating Aura's base damage, not its total damage. Okay, that's huge. That's actually massive. It was only applying to the base damage, but now because it applies from added damage. It is added damage for its throwing, right? It's throwing added, not spell. Let's see. So all the throwing changes, all the additions of throwing, that should be kind of insane. That's correct. Seems really good. Yeah, like everything I'm reading there, I'm like, holy shit. Scales your increase the void damage, damage time, and throwing attack damage. Yeah. That's crazy good. That might be my new Sentinel arm build right there. Do not care about anything stun. Oh, stun's great. Stun's really good. Not necessarily in trees though. It's better to get it elsewhere. Had bugs, maybe it's better now. Not insane compared to others. Yeah, but that was for the event, wasn't it? That was just for leveling. I want to know what it's going to be at, like when you get all your added damage in there and shit. Yeah, I got that one already. Fixed a bug where Avatar of the Spire was not giving plus 12 fizz. Fixed a bug where each hammer only applied ailments to an enemy the first time it hit. For example, if you threw a hammer through a target and it came back and hit on this return, second hit would not apply ailments. This bug also applied to spiraling hammers. Wow, that's potentially really big too for ailment builds. I mean, it's big for everything, like armor shred, whatever. It's really, but ailment builds, this is starting to look really good. For a number of things, hammer throw got a big buff here. Rapid throw now gives 5% increased attack speed as stated, was giving 6. Ricochet now correctly says reduced stun chance instead of increased stun chance. Also been clarified that it causes hammers to no longer return to you. Fixed a bug where hammer throws chaining hammers node was providing more attack speed instead of less attack speed. Oops. Chaining hammers. Okay, that's down there. Okay, that... Wait, no, that's not down there. Oh, it's over here. No one cares about this shit. I've never seen this stuff work. You're thinking Enra's technique in Nova, but Spiral seems the way to go. Spiral's so good. So good. When you can double hit with the same attack? Yeah, I may be playing that like my second build. That looks real good. Holy Aura. Fix a bug where Holy Aura would intermittently consume on-use effects such as Paladin's Alignment. Well, that wouldn't be good. Fix a bug where Holy Aura's passive effect would re-enable while still on cooldown with a concentration node. Yes, sir. Can I help you? Can I help you, my cat? What do you want, sir? Fix a bug where Holy Aura's passive effect would be disabled on cooldown if you had Faith's reward without concentration. Flame Burst now causes your melee hits to apply... Oh god, cat. 10 stacks of Fiery Inquisition, and the melee hits of other allies affected by the Holy Aura apply 1 stack. Flame Burst is procced on an enemy when it reaches 60 stacks. Requires 3 points in Burning Blows. This is because in multiplayer it could be insanely overpowered, since you could multiply the number of hits by effectively like 4. You know, some really fast stacking builds could even go further than that, since it is a an ailment effectively on the enemy, and so everyone can hit it and everyone can proc it. So interesting that they were able to find a solution for this, but not for crit vulnerability. A little salty about that, but this seems like the right way to go with this. Living on the PC, he just got down. He wants a snack. Make a small vid to recap changes impacting leveling. You always do it on a written format. Might as well songs from it. Yeah, do that for sure, man. That's a good idea. Add a new node, Inner Flame, which causes your melee attacks to apply an additional stack of Fiery Inquisition and gives Flame Burst 25% increased area if you're the one to proc it. You can have 2 points allocated. Okay, that's pretty cool. Burning Blows requires 1 point in Raised Devotion from 2. Passive grants 3% increased attack speed and cast speed from 4% increased attack speed. Okay. Nerf to most builds that use it, but now you can use it as a caster and benefit more. Expedite grants 3% increased throwing attack speed from 4% and 3% chance to gain haste from 4%. You have 3 points allocated for 4. Okay, another nerf. They may not seem significant, but they start to add up after a while. Concentration requires 1 point in expedite for 3. All right, Javelin. This has been OP for a while. Is it still OP? Added melee damage from spears applies to Javelin 30% normal value from 20. Not really what most builds are using. Javelin hits deal 10% less damage. That kind of negates the last thing you just did. The Holy Spears node no longer adds a lightning tag. Divine Throws node now swaps Javelin's physical tag for lightning tag, but only converts base damage rather than all damage. Fixed a bug where Javelin with the Siege Barrage node did not receive the lightning tag when converted to lightning. Banner Rush no longer puts Lunge and Shield Rush on cooldown, but Surprise Initiative, the node that grants it, adds 2 seconds to Javelin's cooldown. You can use both now? You could like Shield Rush and then Banner Rush? Interesting. Battle standard grants 2% increased damage from 4% and 2 endurance threshold from 4% increased armor per attunement. Where were we? Javelin. It's this one. 2 endurance threshold. That's terrible. That's horrible. It's like 200. It's like 200. How much attunement are you building? The damage is dropped, right? The damage dropped too. You hardly go 100 attunement. Yeah, like most builds go like 50 to 70 on their main skill. Like if you push really, really hard, you get higher than that, like 50 to 70. That's trash. Like this is like whatever. Like it's 100% increase still, so it's still something. It's still fine. This is absolute trash. 2 endurance threshold. You're gonna give me 100 endurance threshold. 100 to like 150. I don't know, man. That one doesn't feel very good. This is like 6 maybe. Judgment. Judgment's melee base damage is now fire from Fizz, which makes sense because it's clearly a fire skill. Like there's never any time where it looks like it's not a fire skill. Replace the Searing Faith node, more fire damage, but Consecrated Ground does not heal, with Warrior's Tithe. Judgment's melee attack heals you and nearby allied players by 10 health for each enemy it hits. Affected by increased healing effectiveness. That's not very good. Didn't touch the aura that's below that node though. This one? Replace, wait, let's go to Judgment. Let's see what you're talking about here. So you're talking about Judgment. Where was that node? On Javelin. Oh, there's an aura on Javelin. Let's see. Oh, you mean the aura? This aura? Yeah, this is still really good, right? Is that what you mean? Yeah, just those particular changes suck. The rest of it seems kind of fine. Just I don't know. I'm fine with them switching it from armor to endurance threshold. It can actually be kind of fun. Yeah, I'm still doing it. It's only been 4.5 hours. Like as crazy as it seems, this hasn't been that crazy. It is crazy to talk this long, but is the screen blurry? Not yet. Nowhere near done. Yeah, I'm hoping I'll speed up here at some point. Okay, where was I? That's the heal one. Which is that? Searing Faith node with Warrior's Tithe. See? Oh, it's already been changed. Oh, it's over here. Judge's melee attack cannot be dodged and deals more fire damage based on your increased healing effectiveness. Oh, per 10%. Okay. Still, that's pretty good. Okay. Where was I? Place the Holy Fire node, more fire damage with prophesied immolation. Judgment's melee attack cannot be dodged and deals 1% more. There it is. It was giving more fire damage and now it's giving more for healing effectiveness. And then you can get more from this. Gives you a nearby allies. Okay. Combining those two, this might actually be okay. Well, it depends on how fast you attack with this thing. Like if you're not attacking constantly, it's not that good. All right, that's going to require some serious testing, I think. Fix the bug where Judgment's Pious Offering could prevent going below 0 mana when casting Judgment. Consecrated, that was the one where that was super bugged, right? That yeah, that was super bugged. Consecrated Ground's radius increased by 35%. This is to bring its area in line with a hit from Judgment. Fix a bug where Consecrated Ground's healing area was not affected by area modifiers. Increased Holy Eruption size to match Consecrated Ground. Fervent Impact gives 20% more critical strike chance against ignited enemies. Description was previously 15. Purifying Flame now gives 15% more hit damage against ignited enemies as stated. Was giving 20. Nerf. Punish now gives plus 25% crit multi as stated. Was giving 0. Okay. Well, that's a buff. People were taking that and not getting anything out of it. That sucks. Yeah. Okay. Fixed a typo or judgment swift verdict node errantly referred to consecrated ground instead of judgment. Okay, okay. I could see why that, yeah, that would be confusing. Fixed a bug where Judgment's Holy War node did not grant its mana on hit effect to Rive. Oh, okay. I mean, if I ran a spender generator here, I'm running Vengeance. People think I'm crazy. Why would I take a spender, or actually a generator that doesn't give me damage reduction when I can take one that gives me a shit ton of damage reduction? I'm always going Vengeance. Especially when I'm playing melee. Alright, where was I? Lunge. Crusader's Fury now grants Void Pen if Lunge is converted to Void. Or Fire Pen if Lunge is... Ooh. Well, that's big. That's big. After using Lunge, you gain additional physical pen per enemy hit along the path. Lasts for 4 seconds, and it's up to 10% per enemy. So if you hit 20 enemies, 200% Fizz Pen. And now you could make that Void if you wanted to, or you could make that Fire. That's sick. Voidbringer now only converts Lunge's base damage from also converting all added damage. Still converts bleed to time route. Torchbearer now also converts Lunge's base damage from also converting all added damage. Still converts bleed to ignite. Visceral Path grants 20% more damage along its path, and with its final hit from saying it granted 20% more damage along its path, actually giving you 20% more damage with other skills cast while moving with Lunge and having no effect on Lunge itself. Interesting. Visceral Path that gives 20% more damage was giving 20% more melee damage. That's big. That's actually like a huge node there, the one that gets the Void and the Fire. Yeah, that could change the way I play some builds, actually. It's strong enough that it could. The only issue with it always is it's great for clear. It ain't gonna do jack shit in a boss fight unless the boss got a lot of adds. It's per hit. Like, the best you're gonna get is 10% if you don't have adds. So it's not very strong anymore. That's the biggest issue with that one. Manifest Armor, one of the 2 top builds in the game, arguably. Forge Fire grants 50% reduced Forge Breath cooldown, 50% increased Forge Breath cooldown. But only grants 50% ignite chance from 100. So Forge Breath better, I guess. Redistributed Steel requires 1 point Iron Grasp from 2. Fixed a bug where Manifest Armor would sometimes attempt to cast Forge Breath on enemies that are out of range. Forge Breath deals 70% more damage and has 10% more cast speed because it needs more damage. Wait, Forge Breath is different. No, never mind. Forge Breath not what we care about. That's fine. Plate Mail grants 40% increased effect of stats from body armor from 50. Iron Grasp grants 60% increased stats from 75. So the stats increased were reduced, but not by that much. I don't think this is going to make much of a difference on just how strong Manifest Armor is. Multi-Strike. Nullifying Carve now gives Void Cleave 50% more damage per stack from 10. 15% increased area per stack from having a multiplicative effect on radius equal to the effect on radius of granting 10% more area per stack. If there were no other radius or area modifiers, it's similar to the 10% more area stat stated, but more powerful. So buff damage, nerf area, effectively, if you're using Void Cleave with multi-strike. Rive. This has changed a lot. This is a very different skill now. The third hit no longer applies laceration. Removed initiative, added physical damage to the first strike. Removed hamstring, slow chance the first 2 strikes. Add a new node, Foe Cleaver, not related to the legendary foe of gameplay lore. If you are using a 2-handed weapon, stats on that weapon that directly add or increase damage or add a chance to apply an ailment on hit have double effect for Rive. For example, if your weapon grants plus 10 melee damage, Rive will gain plus 20 melee damage instead of plus 10. Requires 3 points in bound weapon. This will also give you increased chance to do ailments. It's a very powerful node early game. I don't know that I would want to make an end game build with Rive though as it stands, because you are a absolute glasskin who also stands a foot away from enemies. However, Leveling with Rive with Folk Cleaver is quite a bit of fun and very powerful, so I do recommend. Replaced Overwhelm. Removes Laceration and gets 40% more damage with Third Strike with Laceration. Causes Rive's Third Strike to lacerate enemies and hit. I do not recommend this. Lacerate sucks. I don't know why this is doing this. I don't know why this was put in. Lacerate could have been completely removed and no one would even know. Okay. Replaced Overwhelm. Removes Laceration, gives 40% more damage. I should read that one, sorry. Replaced Insidious, added void damage with Weapon Specialist. Rive deals additional melee void damage per point of Vitality. If you're using an axe, additional melee fizz damage per point of Dexterity. If you're using a sword, additional melee fire damage per point of attunement if you're using a mace. This is a cool concept. Why is swords Dexterity? We don't scale Dexterity. One sec. Oh my god, okay. Where was I? That was weapon special, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the sword thing is weird. The idea, the concept's cool, but you don't scale dexterity as a sentinel almost ever, unless you're doing throwing. This is clear not throwing, so I'm not sure what the end goal here is. Replace Gaze in the Abyss, increase void damage, no attack speed scaling with Temporal Warrior, more void damage, and double echo chance. This is kind of cool. Double echo chance is especially cool. And not having the no attack speed scaling is gone is great. Like, yes, get that out of here. No one wants that. Replace the Abyss Gazes back, added void damage with Rive's Third Strike with Ripples of Oblivion. Rive's deals more damage, triple for echoes. Oh, very cool. It could be really fun to play. A void echo Rive. I just wish it was survivable. Okay. Rapacious Mind has been renamed to Azure Crescendo. It grants 5 mana per point from 6, but now also grants 12% more damage from Rive's Third Strike. It can have 3 points allocated from 2 and requires 1 point in cadence. We can read that again. Grants 5 mana for 6, grants 12% more damage from Rive's Third Strike. That's pretty cool. Execution has been renamed to Flame Drinker's Blade. It now grants 3 physical pen per stack consumed from 15% increased physical damage per stack consumed. The buff now lasts 3 seconds from 2, but now only consumes ignite stacks applied by you, not by your minions or allies. Ooh, this hurts because they also have this one where like they make it so where you can easily get allies with Foe Cleaver, and now you don't get any benefit from that. So that makes that look really ridiculous. Let's see. So Foe Cleaver's here, and then they have this like forged weapon chance. Like, okay, this makes no sense because these don't synergize at all. However, you could make an argument that they kind of did, because you could go and get the stacks of ignite, give you pen, and then they were applying more ignites. Like, okay, I can make that argument. Now I can't make that argument. I have no argument for why bound weapon is here and Foe Cleaver's here. I have no, there's no logic to this to me. I don't see any reason why this would be here, since Foe Cleaver does nothing for my minions. My minions do nothing for Foe Cleaver now. So I'm not sure what to think about that either. There's a lot of interesting choices in some of this stuff where just things are put in places. I'm just not sure why. That's unfortunate, because at least before I could make an argument. Assassin's Sustenance grants 3% leech from 5% and can have 1 point allocated from 3, lasts 3 seconds from 4, and now only procs when Flame Drinker's Blade does. Still cannot stack. Okay. Trampling. I'm not even gonna try that word. Has been renamed to Champion. Thank you. Because I have no idea what that word is, but I know what Champion is. Bound Weapon now also grants 4% chance to summon a forged weapon on hit against bosses and rare enemies. Still also 6% chance on kill. Requires 1 point in Champion from 2. Shield Bash. Did they make it good? Incinerating blows now also converts base damage to fire and swaps shield bash physical tag for fire tag. Doesn't matter. Incinerating blows, more fire damage for block chance bonus has been moved to flame coating. Still requires shield bash cooldown, which kills it. Flame coating adds 8 melee fire damage from 10. No longer adds a fire tag and can have 4 points allocated from 5. Steel coating adds 6 melee fizz damage per point from 5 base and can have 5 points allocated from 4. Juggernaut increases mana cost 25% 20. Because of attacks now also grants 8% increased stun duration. Fix the bug where shield bash is. Broadened shields. No, did not increase the width of its visual effect. Nothing has changed for shield bash. It still sucks ass if you try to use it for damage. Shield rush. Warrior's entrance grants 24% increased area from 35%, but now also gives 4% more damage. Okay. Obliterating rush now gives 40% crit strike multi as stated. Was giving 4. Wow, that's a big difference. Fix a bug where shield rush mana memory node would not restore mana to the correct amount when rapidly recast. So that's a fix to a bug that would affect I believe that actually I don't know if that one affected. Yeah, it did. It affected the shield rush damage builds that were out there where you just like continuously like attack with shield rush because it would send you back in time to wherever you were. Shield throw. This one's fun. Fix a bug where the chance to deal 20 fire damage with shield throw idle affix had no effect. The wording on this affix has also been improved and has been changed to give plus 30 fire damage rather than plus 20. That was 0 in actuality. Shield throw deals about 6% less damage. Manifest inspiration node has adjusted functionality. If your manifest armor is hit by the shield, it performs a sweeping melee attack. Attack cannot be triggered when the shield has no ricochets remaining. I don't believe this affects that at all, because you're almost always going to have ricochets as long as you aim like towards the damn thing. So yeah, I don't see why that's going to fix the fact that manifest armor is massively OP on bosses, especially on bosses where you're always going to have ricochets because there's only a boss. Armoring Aegis grants 25 armor from 40 and can have 4 points allocated from 5. That's great. Does not change how insanely powerful that node is. Maybe you have to take 1 extra point to get where you want to be, but it's still really, really strong. Shield throw still, I think so. Shield throwing got buffed a lot. It's way better. You actually want to go throwing shield throw compared to smite shield throw. Manifest is still stupid OP with it. Armoring Aegis is still really strong. Not much to report there. Sigils of Hope. Each sigil grants 3 fire damage from 4 and 30% increased health regen from 25. Not a big deal. Empowering sigils grants 5% increased damage from 6%. Not a big deal. Iron sigils grants 15 endurance threshold from 40 armor. Let's take a look at that. That's a significant difference. It used to give 40 armor per. Where are we? Ooh, I can find it. Sigils. There's this one here. Iron sigils. 40 armor per active sigil. You up to 5 points in it, so that's 200 armor. If you did all those, you can have up to 5 maximum sigils. Holy shit, blazing. So that was 1,000 armor you could get from this. Most people didn't get that much. They didn't take all of those. Stoke Tree make the. I'll read that in a second. So now it gives endurance threshold 15. This looks like a nerf like the other one. Like we saw the other one with Javelin. Like shit, it's only like a tiny little bit of endurance threshold. I actually think this one's a buff. So it's 15 per. You put all 5 in, you get 75 endurance threshold for 1 sigil, which is basically what you were going to get for the entirety of the Javelin one if you busted your ass with attunement. And you can have realistically 4. Realistically, most people run with 4 sigils. So that's 300 endurance threshold, which almost doubles most people's endurance threshold. I think that's actually pretty strong. I like that one. I don't mind that change, especially if you're running shield throw, which doesn't need additional armor. Like you just got stronger, and it gives you more defense against dots, which armor doesn't give you any. So I do kind of like that one. Before these Rive changes, you had made a Rive and Racing Strike build around the echo damage increased with a Racing Strike doing the meme style echoes, but Rive can sustain the mana well enough. Was using a Shadow Cleaver, Apocalypse Shield, and Anchor of Oblivion because you wanted to use them all together, but these changes, Shadow Cleaver for Adaptive Void and now Echo Chance on Rive as well, make those interactions much stronger. Oh sweet, dude, that's awesome. This is definitely buff late game. Can stack armor pretty easy late game with items, but endurance is hard to come by. I agree, especially on some builds. Other builds is not as good. Like it's not as much of a buff, but I think overall, and Sentinel struggles more than any other class to deal with dots. Every class kind of struggles with dots. There are just not a lot of things that help with dots. Sentinel's the worst. And I don't think it's particularly close. So getting some sort of benefit for dots is good. I like it. I approve that one. Smelter's Wrath. This is the one that actually looks like it could be better. Increased area for area skills that stats increase Smelter's Wrath charge speed. Increase area for area skill stats. Increase Smelter's Wrath charge speed. Okay, that's weird, but okay. Solar Ring Strike grants 30% ignite chance per second from 10. Requires 1 point in Blade Smith's Breath for 1 point in Whetstone. I added a new node that prevents increased area for area skill stats from increasing Smelter's Wrath charge speed, but instead causes them to give it 3% more fire damage over time per 1% increased area. We can get quite a bit of area, right? I guess a prefix. Yeah. Up to 40 with a tier 7, and there's 2 of those, so 80. Get to 80 area. I don't know if this counts melee. If it counts melee, it's even better. Wow, okay, that's 240% more. Wait, yeah, that's 240% more fire damage if you happen to have 2 tier 7s max rolled. That's crazy. Even if you didn't, even if you had just like a tier 5, it's 46 times 3. That's still 140-ish, somewhere around there. That's strong. Whetstone grants 4% more melee, 4% more fire, 2% more melee damage per second charged, and 2% more fire damage per second charged. Okay, so these and then these per charge. From +2 melee fizz damage, +2 melee fizz damage second charge. Yeah, that seems better. It seems better. Bury the Hatchet grants Axe Volley 2% more hit damage per dexterity from 40% more hit damage. How are they scaling dexterity in Sentinel? You don't have any defensive benefits from Sentinel under most circumstances for dexterity, where you do for strength. I don't understand why there's, unless they're gonna like change it around and make Sentinel all dodgy all of a sudden, which would be weird as hell. I don't understand going dexterity. Bolster grants 15% more armor and endurance threshold while charging from 100 armor and 15 fire res. Okay. 15% endurance threshold? Okay, that's good. That's good. Fixed bellows, heavy strike, bury the hatchet, and tempered blades, saying that they gave increased damage, they actually give more damage. Okay, so she looks better now. Good. Detonation adds 20 mana cost from 10. Tempered blows gives 12% more damage per second charged, and 12% less charge speed from 12 reduced charge speed. Got 3 points allocated. Stinging Steel now gives plus 6% crit strike chance per second channeled. It was giving 10%. Description was 1. Okay. That's a lot. Fixed a bug with Smelter's Wrath. Charge speed did not visually change when taking the Blacksmith's Breath node. All right, so you can choose with area to like increase your charge speed with this or increase your damage. I gotta play with that at some point. Smite. Soothing Bomb now gives 50% increased health regen, was giving 40. Fixed a bug where the reduced cast speed on Smite's Conviction node did not scale with points allocated. Fixed a bug where Smite's Fizzer's visuals were not affected by increased area. Vengeance. Riposte deals 50% more damage. Probably still sucks ass. It wasn't very good. It was like really bad before. Well, actually, Riposte isn't terrible, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Double Riposte now causes Riposte to be reduced to 16% less damage taken as stated. Was previously 12. Causes Riposte to be reduced to 16. Okay, that's better. Fix a typo where Vengeance Smelter's Vengeance. Wait, where Vengeance is Smelter's Vengeance and Molten Repulsed is referred to Fire Protection Shred instead of Fire Resistance Shred. Okay, we probably knew what it was anyway though. Void Cleave. How many more skills? Okay, there's only 3. And then we get to pass. Oh my god, we get the passives. Okay, passes are a lot easier. Okay, good. And then uniques. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Okay, and then bug fixes. And then enemies. Okay. Oh my god. Ragdoll. Jesus Christ. Visuals. I'm not going through visuals. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going through visuals. I'll get through all of the gameplay stuff. But that's it. It's already almost 7 o'clock. That's what you're getting. Yeah, there's a lot of shit here. We just like, we care about it, but we don't care about it as a patch note. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be great in the game, but like, I don't need to read to you that like the void enemy got an upgraded model. There's more beyond the visuals. Is there anything that it's meaningful beyond it? Void Cleave. Sentinels with Void Cleave specialized receive a free respec for its tree. All base damage is now void. Sweet, so that's similar to a Racing Strike. Rift Flame now converts 60% base damage to fire to match the tag change, and now also grants 1% fire pen with ignite per 10% increased void damage. Where do you get the other 50% from? Actual game stuff? Oh my god. All right. I'll just at that point I will I'll just like look for stuff that's meaningful. And annulling presence's area modifiers no longer multiplicative of other modifiers. Into the depths, area modifiers no longer multiplicative of other modifiers. The dark forging idol of fix grants 18 to 40% increased area of void cleave from 11 to 30. Slight buff there. I don't care about sound stuff. We're not doing sound stuff. You're gonna listen to it at 1.9 launches. Fix the bug where void cleaves visuals did not scale area modifiers. Oh. Deadly Omen now requires 1 point in Armor Sunderer from 1 point in Precognition. And a new node, Gravity's Edge, which grants 275% more max distance, but adds 1 second to cooldown duration and makes Void Cleave count as a traversal skill. I think this is going to go under the radar. I'm telling you now, so maybe it won't. This could be a very good movement ability. Traversal ability. 275% more max distance. Add 1 second. But you can wear Dark Stride to get additional charge. So you can do it twice in a row. Could be fast as fuck. What is the what's the baseline for this? 4 seconds. So it'll be a 5 second cooldown, double charges. And then I'm sure there's a cooldown in here somewhere, yeah? There we go. And then we get 30% cooldown right in here. Get down to like 4 seconds ish. Double charge. Just keep going. It might suck. I don't know. I have not tested it, but it sounds like it could be good. Plus it look cool. Volatile Reversal. This has been OP for a long time. Very long time. With the increased damage taken stuff. Fix that bug where Volatile Reversal was not affected by the movement skill increased cooldown recovery speed from Sentinel's Valiant Charge. Volatile Reversal's cooldown is now 24 seconds from 18. That's a big difference. Time lost vitality grants 60% increased cooldown recovery speed from 200. So not only is it longer cooldown, but they also give you less cooldown recovery. Time lost wisdom grants 300% increased cooldown recovery speed from 400%. Again, a nerf. Time sap now grants 12% chance per point to recover 10% remaining cooldown on kill and 4% chance per point to recover 10% remaining cooldown on rare boss hit from always recovering 3% total cooldown on kill. That is a nerf to normal play, a buff to bossing. Could be interesting on bossing. It could actually be better on bossing for that, but the other stuff is like there's a lot of crazy cooldown like increases there. Phase Reality grants 120 dodge rating from 50. Nobody cares because no one cares about dodge on Sentinel. Food for Worms now also grants you a buff that causes you to deal 1% more void damage per stack of time run on the target, so you can do even more damage because of Alter Reversal. Congratulations. Shifting Power also grants you a buff that causes you to deal 8% more void damage to stun targets. No one will take this because you need to stun them first, which means you're already doing insanely high amounts of damage, so you don't need it. So no one's taking that. Warpath. Apocalypse Whirl now also converts base damage to void damage to Root's Warpath's physical tag. That is a massive buff. Earth Scorcher now also converts base damage to fire and moves Warpath physical tag. For that play, it's also a buff. Fixed a bug where increased area from outside the tree was incorrectly multiplicative with increased area from inside the tree. That's a nerf. Fixed a bug where Warpath did not scale with physical melee attack speed. Just melee attack speed. What's physical melee attack speed? The hell is that? Lizard. Similarly, didn't scale with fire melee attack speed or void melee attack speed. There must be some items that have like with fire attack or something, maybe. Fix a bug where using Warpath after using a lunge could prevent moving with Warpath. It's true. True, I've seen it. I've done it many times. Done it. Sucks. All right. I got 1 or 2 minute break, and then we'll go through the passives. All right, let's blast. Lizard, what star am I playing? Someone wake you up? Poor Lizard. Poor me too. Poor Lizard especially. Oops. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Oh my god. Okay. I'm starting to understand, my friend. I'm starting to understand. And I'm not liking it. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. My music's still on, right? Yeah, I see that in the background. Tempest Strike is hard to argue with. It is. Okay, passives. New passives. Or change to passives. Shadow Master now gives 20% increased shadow damage as stated. Was giving 2%. Flash of Steel grants 12% increased melee and throwing attack speed while dual wielding, with 5 points allocated from 15. Mage. Mage got more done. A lot more done. Scholar gives 12 health. Description was previously 10. Reactive Ward now grants 1 ward per 10 max health from 20 ward. That's a buff. Once you get to later game. Mage Flurry now also grants 9% increased cooldown recovery speed for teleport. And Snap Freeze if it has at least 3 points allocated. I like that. Arcane Current can have 6 points allocated from 5. If it has at least 5 points allocated, Arcane Lightning always crits. Unfortunately, I don't see any use for Arcane Lightning, but there it is. Arcane Flames can have 6 points allocated from 5. If it has at least 5 points allocated, your hits deal 5% more fire damage to ignited enemies. This sounds really good, but 5 points for 5% more damage. I'm not convinced yet that that's worth it. 10, 15, maybe 5% is pretty weak for a node that doesn't do anything else useful. You look at it. Okay, it's this one. When you hit an enemy with a fire skill, you ignite additional nearby enemies. This effect is a 5-second cooldown. So yeah, it's completely useless except for that 5-point bonus. So I don't see that one getting much play. Sorcerer. Arcane Current grants 2% increased shock duration, 4% shock chance, and 2% increased, or 8% increased stun duration with lightning spells. From 5% increased shock effect, 10% increased stun duration with lightning spells. That's just the change out of shock effect. Shock chance is good, so it's probably better. Calculated Destruction grants 1 intelligence per point from 20% increased spell crit chance. Strike chance. This is crazy, a crazy change. If you have a 5 points in it, you also get 3% increased spell crit strike chance per intelligence. Let's see how much do you need to make up for the 20% increased spell strike chance it was giving you. That one is this one. It was giving you 160. And if you have 5 points invested, you get 3% per intelligence. So let's see. Where'd my calculator go? I hope my math doesn't suck right now. It could. 160 divided by 3 will get us what we need. 53 int, and you have as much. Not crazy high, but it's gonna suck for a lot longer before it really gets up there. It's gonna be more late game stuff before that's particularly good. I mean, the positive is you get intelligence when it increases damage, so once you pass that 50, you're way better off. But until then, definitely worse. Remove Brainstorm, increase spell damage, mana regen. Mana Shell grants 15 armor from 10. Wisdom now grants 3 mana and 3% increased mana regen per point from 1 intelligence and 3 mana. And if you have 6 points in it, it now also grants 3% increased mana regen per 100 max mana. This sounds cool, but then you're like, oh, wait a second. So if I got 1,000 mana, I get 30% increased. And there's no way to like increase my base. And my base is, what's your base? Like, was it 10? 8. Okay, so that's giving me 2.4 mana per second. I have 1,000 mana. It doesn't scale very good. It just doesn't do it. It's just not doing it. Sorry. It's a cool idea, but it needs to be a lot higher than that. All right, where were we? Reworked Arcane Momentum. This is actually, I like this change. It now grants a stacking Arcane Momentum buff, which grants 5% increased cast speed per stack and has 1 maximum stack per point. Getting a stack refreshes the duration of existing stacks. It is now at the base of the sorcerer's tree. So on the face of it, it's like, eh. Then the next part, added a new node, Essence of Celerity, which causes Arcane Momentum stacks to last 10% longer, and also each grant 2% increased spell damage. Now we're talking. If you have 6 points in it, it also gives 10% increased movement speed while at maximum Arcane Momentum stacks. Requires 2 points in Arcane Momentum and 5 points sorcery. So now I get 10% move speed? Hell yeah, brother. Now we're talking. Afterglow grants 3% increased spell damage and 3% ward retention from 5% increased spell damage. Effect is doubled if you have cast a 40 mana cost spell or started channeling an 8+ mana per second channel recently, from only double if you have cast a 40 mana. So that's great for anyone who any build that channels. Can have 8 points of alchemy from 5 and requires 5 points in the sorcery tree from 15. You like that? Yeah, that's pretty good. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward per 10 max mana from 7 ward. That's also better. Definitely better. It now requires 15 points in the sorcery tree. I think Lost Knowledge still sucks though. Like even with that, I think it still sucks. Let me double check. Let's see. You gain ward when you use a skill that costs like 40. Maybe not so much. So let's see. 1 ward per 10 max mana. So does that mean it's 10 per 10 if I put all of them in? Because that's actually a shit ton. If I got 10 ward for 10 max mana, it's 100 for 100 mana. It's 1,000 for there's no way. There's no way it works like that, right? Tell me it doesn't work, because that is busted. 1,000 mana build, exactly. Oh, the move speed stacks, yeah, max. Yeah, I like that one a lot, definitely. To head off to cook some stuff and do some chores. Catch you later. All right, Astria, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'm trying to get through this thing relatively quickly here. Yeah, okay, that's crazy. I keep saying I try to get through it quickly, and then I don't get through quickly. Spellblade. Awe Strike grants increased melee shock duration from 5% increased melee shock effect. Okay. Crackling Aura gives 8% increased lightning damage. Description was previously 7. Flamewalker gives 10% chance per second to trigger fire aura. Description was previously 5. Okay, that's better. Necro. Harvested Legions now also give Skeleton Vanguard 30% increased health per point. Dark Retribution gives a 4% chance to summon Skeleton Vanguard on minion death. Description was previously 5, so it's worse. Dark Retribution now also gives Skeleton Vanguards 4 added melee fizz damage per point. That's better. Primalist. River Spirit's Threshold bonus also gives your minions 40% chance to inflict Frostblade on hit. This was absent from description. Did it do it before and just didn't tell you? Woodland beings now give 8% increased minion healing effectiveness as stated. Was giving 8% increased healing effectiveness. Okay. It's now on minions like it's supposed to be. Beastmaster. Rattlesnake, one of the best named things in the game, causes Aspect of the Viper to grant you 4% poison pen from increased poison effect. Light nerf. Druid. Primordial Resonance grants 7% elemental pen while transformed from 10. Nerve. River Spirit grants 5% increased cold damage for you and your minions from 6. Nerf. Piercing Gale grants 2% cold pen for you and your minions from 3. But if you have 6 points allocated, it gives your Locust and Crow 6% increased attack and cast speed. Okay. Some of these I just don't like. Some of these are funny to me. Like, was River Spirits giving you 6% increased cold damage so OP that they had to drop it to 5? Okay. It's just such a weird thing. Rageboard grants 3 rage and crit from 2. That's good. Harmonious Wisdom grants 3% crit avoidance per 5 attunement for 1% crit avoidance per attunement if you have 8 points allocated. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. No, that's worse. That's worse. Never mind. That's a nerf. Shaman. Replace Ancient Stones, 5% increased damage and stun chance for you and your minions with Sky Warrior, which gives 5% increased damage to you and your minions, and if it has 5 points allocated, also gives 10% increased CDR with Fury Leap and Crowstorm. Okay. That's a push, I guess, depending on what you wanted. Sentinel. Valiant Charge grants 6% increased movement skill, cooldown recovery speed from 7% and 6 health from 7. Nerve. Gladiator Node, which grants block chance, has been renamed to Stalwart. Dual wielding node is still called Gladiator. Okay, no problem. All right, uniques and stats. Argon's Refuge. Wait, what is this thing? Well, this is the staff. Grants 10 to 20% of current mana gained as a ward when you cast a fire spell from 10 to 15. Grants 100 to 750 ward gained when you cast flame ward from 100 to 250. Up to 750. Damn. Also grants 10% less damage taking at least 1,000 ward. I don't know if this is enough to make this like something you want to wear, but it's better. Arrow guards, let's like it a roll legendary potential F. So pretty much every freaking marksman build. Because marksman didn't get hit hard enough by crit vulnerability, guys. You have to have this too. You thought uniques were below visuals? You actually don't know if anything's below visuals. Good. That's good. It's good news. Ward gain effect with Ash Mortality has 2-second cooldown from 1. Fix the bug where Ashes of Orcurians 21% increased crit strike chance with physical and fire spells is only applying to physical spells. Bastion of Honor now grants 100% block chance against enemies within 4 meters from 6. It's a significant drop in like area, but I don't know how to visualize 6 to 4. So I don't know if that makes this bad or if it's still just fine. I think it's either one or the other. Either it's so small it's trash, or it's the same effectively for everyone. So I don't know if this makes, and it's not the things we've been telling them to change on it. We've been telling them to change the way that we scale block effectiveness. They went with this. We'll see how it goes. It's still fine. We'll find out. No one really knows because no one's seen it yet. Battle Mage's Endeavor grants 18 to 24 melee cold damage, melee lightning damage, spell cold damage, and spell lightning damage from 18. Doesn't matter. These are all determined by the same roll. Doesn't matter. Grants 24 to 36% chance to cast lightning blast from 12 to 18. I try to still doesn't matter. What's up, Hawkthorn? 30% area. It's actually a 30% diameter, not area. Which is bigger. Fix the visual bug with the Blade of the Forgotten Knights 3D model. Calamity grants 150 ignite chance fire skills from always 150. Chronostasis now grants plus melee damage when it consumes ward from plus melee fizz damage. That's good. Chronostasis probably still sucks, but maybe this ability can use that now. Maybe. Hey, Lizard, thanks for giving stuff to the Hawkthorn, man. Much appreciated. Fix the bug where Corsair's Blood Cowl was secretly giving 70 and 35% less necrotic damage taken on block and no longer gives a stat. Well, shit. Curse of Perseverance no longer grants a chance for Hungry Souls to fire additional projectiles. Now causes Hungry Souls projectiles to be fired in sequence, allowing them all to hit the same target, but also causing Hungry Souls to deal 60% less damage. That was super, super broken in testing. So now here it is. We'll see how it goes. Because the bug where Dragon Song said it gave 24 to 34 increased attack speed and cast speed, it actually gives 12 to 17. So does it now give 12 to 17? You just tell us that, or does it give us the 24 to 34? That's actually pretty important. Still broken? Probably is. Fix the bug where Frozen Eyes of Formosa said it gave 70 to 120% increased minion cold damage. Actually gives 80 to 140. Forgotten Knight set bonus. The 2 set bonus is now 70% Void Pen with Time Rot. No one cares. No one cares. The 3 set bonus is now 2% more void damage per stack of Time Rot from 15% Void Pen. Would care, but I gotta wear that shield. And I don't want to wear that shield. That shield sucks. But 24 more damage with 3 good items is actually pretty beneficial, but not that beneficial. Fulgurite Shard now also converts 60% of shurikens and lethal mirage base damage to lightning. Fixed a bug where Grim Harvest from Death's Embrace was giving 32% increased radius and 700% increased area. This is a buff unless you have at least 97% increased area from the sources, which you won't. Invoker's Frozen Heart grants 30 to 75% increased freeze duration with snap freeze from 50. Fixed a bug where its increased freeze duration did not apply unless you also had freeze duration modifier from the snap freeze tree. Invoker Stack Touch grants 5 to 10% chance to gain 75 ward when you hit a shocked enemy from 5 to 10 increased shocked effect. That's interesting. I don't know if that's going to be good enough, but that is interesting. Wearing 2 of those could be decent. It could be worse. The spell damage buff from Immolator's Ablation only scales up to 40 stacks of Ignite from Unlimited. Invoker best item to look at for 0.9. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's better. I don't know if that's enough ward, but it's better. Jungle Queen's Chaps of Holding now gives 12 potion slots from 6 for a max of 16, including implicit 16 potions. Now it gives 5 to 10 dexterity from 5. Now it gives a multiplicative stacking 10% more dodge rating for 4 seconds when use a potion from a non-stacking 25 to 50% increased dodge rating buff. Better. I still hate on potion use 4-second stuff. Orcurian grants 1% more damage per stack of shock from 10 to 20% increased shock effect. This means that you can get 10% more damage. Global. Pretty good. Not maybe as OP as a lot of people think, but pretty good. Jungle chaps and ballista. Yeah, jungle chaps and ballista could be interesting. Does this stack? It is stacked. This is a multiplicative stacking. Yeah, that could be interesting. You get the 80% dodge to stay there. Fix a bug where Orion's eye said it gave 50% increased stun immunity duration. It actually gives 75 to 150. Okay. Plague Bear's staff now grants 10-20% more damage over time against enemies afflicted with plague instead of 10-20% blinding poison chance. This is a buff for sure. Shattered Chains now also grants 5% more melee damage per stack of doom. That is also a buff. That is a more multiplier on a item that never had it before. Shroud of Obscurity now grants, which is also true with Ocurian. Shroud of Obscurity now grants 13 to 19 ward per second instead of 13% increased dodge rating. Soul Fire grants 100 to 160% ignite chance with fire and necrotic skills from 120 to 210. That's obviously a nerf. Grants 6 to 10% more spell damage to ignite enemies, 60 to 70 health. That is obviously a buff. If you are running a spell-based build, that would be, I still don't know if it's enough. Like 6 to 10 is pretty low, but maybe if you get some LP on that and shit, it could be good. Stormhide Pause now grants wipe 30 to 45 melee lightning damage every 3 seconds from 30. Wait, from 30 seconds? That was every 30 seconds? Oh no, 30 damage. It's like, holy shit, I don't remember being that bad. Now also grants swipe 100% of base damage conferred to lightning every 3 seconds. Stormtide grants 10 to 15% increased shock duration for shock effects. Each of Throne Ambition stack grants 2% more armor and 2% more fire and cold damage from 20% increase in both cases. This is likely a buff for the damage, depending on how much increased damage you had to begin with. And on almost every build, it's a nerf on the armor. I can't find a build that's not a nerf in the armor. Even though I've been told that it should be a buff on some builds, I haven't found that build yet. Actually, it might be on Shield Throw, but Shield Throw doesn't give a shit, because it's already got too much anyway. Wings of Argentus. This one makes me so sad. Grants 40 to 160% increased melee fire damage from 40 to 100. Buff. 40 to 160% increased melee cold damage from 40 to 100. Buff. Grants 20% chance to gain haste on hit. Nerf. Warpath don't care that much though. 20% is still good enough. 20% less damage taken while moving from 40. Massive nerf. Huge nerf. Wow. Like half nerf on a less damage. That's unbelievably big. 2+2 to fire melee attacks from 1, +2 to cold melee attacks from 1. So yeah, this sucks. And here's my thing on this particular item. This is how I feel about it. It should have been 30. 40 was really good. I agree. It should have been 30, and it should have a better chance to get LP. That's what it should have been. 20 with no better chance to get LP. I don't know why you did that. This wasn't best in slot for everything. This was best in slot for a few builds. I don't know why I had to get like annihilated on the damage taken this much. This plus the idol, the Throne of Ambition, those two changes dropped Warpath's EHP by half. Just those two changes. They were just too much. It could handle 1, but 2 it's just too far. And I'm not sure how Warpath's gonna feel at high end game now, because it literally cut it in half on EHP. So I'm not happy with this change. I think this was too much. I think it changed half as much of the damage taken off and then increase the chance to get LP, so you can put on increased health or you can put on plus skills or something like that. Would have been warranted and actually been more exciting. This just like really hurts a lot of builds that didn't need it to be hurt because they weren't super OP to begin with. Okay, new uniques. There you go, Forge Guard. I personally probably go Hammer Throw, or like I might even go. Oh, you mean for Warpath? No, it's still shit. No, I honestly think Warpath is just not in the top tier anymore. That's where I'm at with it. Damage wise, it's great. It's even better now, but I don't know if I can call it this. Void Knight dead? It's not dead. You can still farm like crazy good with it, but top end content at like less than 20k EHP on a really well built build. That's what I like. Any EHP calculator any calculation I come to, it's not like best in slot, no one's ever gonna have this. I'm getting like 18 to 20k. Like A tier? Yeah, I'd probably say it's like A tier. Like depending on what you want to do with it, it's still going to be good in it's going to be good in like arena because it can just run away from everything and then just pop echoes. But bossing, it's going to have some problems. It's going to, I mean, unless you're really good with what's it called, the channeling skill at 80% less damage taken, unless you're really good at popping at the right time. Shit, where is it? Rebuke, you're gonna have trouble. I think most players are gonna have trouble with it. Gonna do a ton of damage, not abomination damage though. Abomination is still, yeah, abomination's still crazy, but yeah, it was too much. It's too much for a build that really relied on the movement stuff. What's similar to the old auto bomber? I don't think there's anything currently that really plays like the old auto bomber, and I think it's basically a dead build. Void Knight got hit pretty hard, it really did. It's not dead. I think what's gonna probably end up happening is, prediction wise, Warpath is still good, but after a certain point people are not gonna want to push it anymore because they're gonna die too much. And then probably Hammer Throw ends up being the best, and a Racing Strike starts to look a lot better. Like the Void Cleave Racing Strike combo has always been strong. It just has been outclassed by some other things, but you know, Warpath especially. It starts to look better, and Void Knight drops probably a tier or even 2 tiers as far as like best mastery classes. But I don't think it's dead. I just think it's not as good as it should be because some of these changes I don't think were necessary, but that's where we are, or at least not to the extent they were taken. All right, new uniques. There's 18 of them. There you go. You probably know most of them by now anyway. 20% reduced damage. You think you consider taking a tier 7 ink up chest piece at that point? Oh, increased HP. I checked. I looked into so here's where the scenario you end up with. All right, so we can take instead of just a tier 7 increase, we can do even better, right? We can take a Titan Heart. We get the 15% less damage taken, the 4% increased health. Then we can throw on a tier 7 increased health, right? You're like, okay, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. Where did the increased health go? There it is. So we got it there. Let's do the tier 7. This actually does outperform a little bit, not a ton. It outperforms a little bit Wings of Argentus. The problem is, now where do I get my haste? So if I don't have haste, I'm down 30% move speed on a build that doesn't have a movement ability. So it really needs to push its move speed. Well, shit, now I need to run fucking Quicksilver Coil. As soon as I've done that, all the EHP gains I made from Titan Heart over Wings of Argentus are dead. They're gone because things that you would put here otherwise were just gonna, they were the difference. I tried to work this so many different ways and I cannot find a way to get it to where I feel like it's a decent amount of EHP. It just doesn't seem to ever come together. Made its roll like 20 to 30. That would have been better. I just would like to see it 30 with LP, and then like you can still get, because Warpath's EHP wasn't tremendous. It was like 40 to 50. Shadow Daggers was 150 on its average. It was like a third of Shadow Daggers. It wasn't tremendous. There's other builds that are like that too. So it's not like that build was OP on the defense. The playstyle was what made it so good. So yeah, we'll just see. I haven't got a chance to really play it since some of these changes were done, but I just feel like it's gonna feel pretty paper thin on boss fights, especially. Other fights will probably be generally fine, but boss fights is gonna struggle. All right, so there's 18 new uniques. There's some new models for uniques. Item base types. Let's see. Each class has received several new armor 3D models and likes to retire older models that aren't as high quality. Alongside the new armor models, most of the helmet and body armor base types have been changed, reshuffled, and reworked. All classes now have 9 body armor, 9 helmet types. Would love to know what those are. Would love to know those reworks. Crystal Sword now grants 40-100% increased melee element damage from 100 to 160. Don't know why that had to get a big nerf, but okay. Wingari axes now grant increased bleed duration from increased bleed effect. That makes sense because the effect changes. Love your idea of making it more possible. 1 LP is exciting to get a mod on wings. They could adjust the number of damage reduction from there. Oh well. Yeah, I think there was actually like a ton of potential there to bring the power down baseline in a way that's good, while also increasing the excitement of that unique. But they didn't do that. As far as like, I don't see any LP changes on there, and then they literally cut it in half, which is more than half damage reduction, because the higher up you get to 100, you know, the more powerful each percentage of damage reduction is when it's additive like that. It just, I don't know, for me it was unjustifiable. I cannot justify that much of a nerf. I can definitely justify a nerf, especially with that LP change being added to it, so that like there's more chase on it. Like, that's fucking exciting. I'm actually excited about that. I think it's a good idea, but not what they did. I don't see it. I'm just struggling to see that. Affixes. Increased throwing damage affix has been replaced by added throwing damage, which is slightly more common than increased throwing damage was, and way better. That's awesome. Throwing damage and throwing mana cost affix now grants +1 throwing damage instead of plus throwing physical damage. Damage type adapts like plus melee damage or plus melee. Also really good. Added throwing damage affix now spawns on belts instead of shields and is rarer. Existing shields with an added throwing damage prefix now have an increased physical damage prefix instead. That's also good. The added throwing damage affix can no longer roll on mage, primalist, or acolyte relics. Makes sense. Idle affix that converts shield throws damage to void now only converts base damage from all damage, but is now a hybrid affix and also grants increased void damage for shield throw, which is good. I don't think that makes shield throw good for void though, because it doesn't have it doesn't take the more fire damage one and convert that. If it did that, it'd be really good. Mothelion, thank you so much for the volume, appreciated. The shurikens lightning damage idle affix grants 4 to 8 lightning damage with shurikens from 2 to 5, and also grants 50 to 80% of shurikens base damage converted to lightning. Han Tunser, thank you so much for the volume, appreciated. The shurikens lightning damage equipment prefix grants up to 44 lightning damage with shurikens at tier 7, and now also grants 50 to 64% of shurikens base damage for lightning. I think lightning shuriken is going to be pretty good, especially the big one. I can't remember what it's called right now. The big one's going to be pretty good. All right, I'm not going to do bug fixes. There's new ruined area enemies. It should be cool. Some of these we've seen, they're really good. Some of these we haven't seen. Monster mods. There's actually new stuff here. Rampaging keeps getting power into combat is new. Of the thunder, shocks on hit deal more damage per shock is also new. And then some of these visuals are really nice. Play lightning chakrams this Thursday with your buddies. Nice. Yeah, I think you're gonna have fun with that. Ragdolls have been improved. Let's see, improved how quickly attack animations start for large, rare, and boss enemies. Yeah, just a bunch of changes to enemies. We're not going to go through those with the bug fixes. Player animations, graphic settings, skills. I think those are all visuals. These are all visuals, yep. Hit events, ailments. Nothing here that we really need to go through. New models for the NPCs. Let's see, new models for enemies, new ragdoll effects. Here's more bug fixes. Here's the sound stuff. I think we're mostly through smaller skill updates. This is just sound stuff, visual stuff, hit sounds. Eye candy build got buffed. The lightning chakram. New music. I've heard some of this. It sounds pretty good. Enemy sound reworks, smaller enemy updates, other stuff. This is all the stuff that it's good, it matters, but we don't need to cover it in a patch note like overview. New loading screens. Yeah. Optimization stuff. There's a lot of good optimization stuff, but you should actually go through the optimization post to find out about that stuff, because they do a really good job explaining it. Very good stuff. Review of new unique. What's the new unique? There we go. We got through it all. Very good stuff for the most part. There's some changes obviously I don't like. Most of them I do like though. Even the balance stuff. Most of them I think are good. Such a huge patch notes. The 18 ones. A lot of those things we've seen in the tests, and a lot of them were good. Some of them were misses. That's going to happen every time. I think there's some new ones that we don't know yet. We'll see. How does Shadow Dagger starter look after everything? Perfect. The only thing that Shadow Dagger got hit with in a negative was the Wings of Argentius change. Well, I got hit with two things. I had the Wings of Argentius change, and it, like almost every build, was using Throne. It didn't need Throne really. And the Wings change dropped it from about 150k average EHP to 100k average EHP, which I'll take that over 18k average EHP on Warpath all day long. 100k average EHP is still really good. Obviously, it's relying a lot on dodge to get that, but even without dodge, it was about the same EHP, like one-shot EHP as Warpath. Maybe, I think actually a little bit better. It was a little bit better EHP than Warpath, which is ridiculous. It's stupid, but that's what it is. So yeah, Shadow Daggers is still really strong as a starter. Do a tier list ranking? No. Umbral Blades now. I use Umbral Blades and Shadow Dagger, so it's still really good for that. I think Explosive Umbral Blades is still going to be good. I'm not sure how Ailment Shadow Daggers, or excuse me, Ailment Umbral Blades is going to be. That one will have to be tested with all the ailment changes. I haven't done it. For example, Tears of the Forest gives a lot of armor for Spriggan. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there. There's some stuff that I thought that was going to be in here that's not in here, but anyway, there's some good stuff for sure as far as uniques. Yeah, we'll see what the uniques when they drop and everything, if there's any changes to them as well, because you know we saw them in the test. Doesn't mean they're going to be that way. They could make updates to them, they can make changes, and if they do that, you know, who knows what it looks like.
Not entirely sure.
All right, let's go hang out with Dread. Thank you for getting through that with me, guys. That was fun. It's gonna be a lot more fun though on Thursday. I can't wait for Thursday, man. All right, we're gonna go hang out with Dread. Y'all enjoy the rest of your day, rest of your evening. I appreciate you, Kamaganox. We did get through it. Yeah, enjoy Dread's stream. Good luck with your wait to Thursday, and I'll see you all again on Thursday for sure. Later, guys.